Welcome to this comprehensive Vue.js course designed to take you from beginner to proficient Vue developer. This course covers everything from Vue Fundamentals and Reactivity to advanced topics like component communication, routing, and state management with Pinia. Through hands-on examples and practical projects, you'll learn how to build dynamic and interactive web applications using Vue. Bhrugen Patel developed this course.
Welcome to the ultimate course for mastering Vue. I am Bhrugen, your instructor and guide throughout this comprehensive learning journey. From your first component to mastering advanced topic, this comprehensive course will transform you into a confident Vue developer. Whether you are starting out or looking to deepen your knowledge, this course is designed to take you from beginner to advanced with Vue.js. But before we dive in, you should have a basic understanding of HTML, CSS and JavaScript to get the most out of this course. Vue.js has evolved significantly in the recent years, and one of my top priorities is keeping this course up to date with the latest changes. In this course, we will be using Vue 3 and Composition API, which provides a more flexible and powerful way to write your Vue application. I remember the frustration of learning my first JavaScript framework years ago, the confusing error messages, the cryptic documentation, and the feeling of being stuck with outdated courses. I have designed this course specifically to eliminate those pain points. I will also make sure to cover common error messages that you might encounter and how to solve them. This will help you gain real-world programming experience, making you more confident in tackling real projects. I am super excited to be your guide on this journey for learning Vue.js. In the next video, let me give you a brief outline of what we will cover before we move on in the course. Before I move forward here, what is Vue.js? It is one of the most popular JavaScript framework used to build modern web applications. Whether you are completely new to front-end frameworks or transitioning from another like React or Angular, Vue is a great place to be. Vue.js is a progressive JavaScript framework used for building user interfaces and single-page applications. It was created by Ivan Yu and released in 2014. It is often described as progressive because you can scale it up or down depending on your needs. You can use it to enhance just a part of a big application similar to jQuery in good old days, or you can use it to build a full SPA application using its ecosystem where it has routing, state management, and much more. Now you might be wondering on why you should even learn Vue or what are the advantages of learning Vue as compared to other frameworks. Vue strikes a balance between power and simplicity, and here are some of the reasons. First, it is easy to learn. If you know HTML, CSS and JavaScript, you are already most of the way there. Then Vue applications are fast to load and quick to respond. And the main advantage is that they are reactive. That means if something on the UI changes, it will reload the data, do the DOM rendering and everything by itself, and that way you will get a great reactivity. Then Vue is component based. That means you are always building reusable components, and it is easy to use one part of the component in some other page or some other component, making your code organized and scalable. And then for any programming language, as long as it has a great ecosystem, it is set to succeed. And Vue is no different. With tools like Vue CLI, Vite, Vue Router, Pinia State Management, it makes the development way smoother, and there are many third-party plugins that are available, and they are evolving at a great pace. That is a good sign for any programming language. Now you might wonder how Vue compares to React or Angular. When it comes to Vue, it is pure HTML-based template. But when it comes to React, they have JSX, and when it comes to Angular, It is HTML and TypeScript, a combination of that. The learning curve is super simple or one of the lowest when you compare that to React or Angular. And also size of the framework is smaller when you compare that to React and Angular, but it is super flexible. With that, you can see Vue takes a bit from best of both worlds, React's flexibility and Angular's powerful features with a more gentle learning curve. I hope that paints a big picture that Vue is friendly, powerful, and fun to use. Let's dive in and start building beautiful interactive web applications with Vue. Let me walk you through on what we will cover in this course. We will start by mastering the Vue fundamentals as we will explore refs and reactivity in Vue along with data binding, events, forms, form validation, and many other critical fundamentals. Once we master the fundamentals, then we will create projects like professionals using Vite and see the power of Vue with components. Then we will see how different components or multiple components communicate with each other or pass data to other components. After that, we will explore slots, provide an inject, lifecycle methods in Vue, and then we will understand some advanced concepts like routing in Vue, how to make API requests to perform CRUD operation, and how to manage state of your application using Pinia. Now previously in some of the outdated or older version of Vue, you might see the use of Vuex, but that is no longer used as of Vue 3. In Vue 3 they have introduced Pinia for state management, and that is what we will be using in the course. When we are learning Vue, the main documentation site for Vue.js is Vue.js.org here, and when you navigate there, you will see Getting Started guide. Before you get started with Vue, we need to install Node.js in our machine. You will navigate to the Install tab here, and there you can see prerequisite is install Node.js version 18.3 or higher. If you click there, it will open the Node.js website here, and there make sure you install the Node.js here on your local machine before you move forward with the course. Once you install that, let me go back to the main guide, Vue.js.org here, and there let me click on Get Started. Current version for Vue.js is Vue 3, and that is what we will be using in this course. But when you are working with Vue here, you can see there are two types here, option and composition. If you scroll down to the basic syntax of what is Vue here, you will notice when I toggle here, some things are getting modified, but it is not that drastic. Functionality wise, there is no difference between options and composition. You can think of that as two ways of organizing your Vue.js code with a little syntactical change. Now when you might be using Options API versus Composition API depends on requirement, but typically Options API is easier to learn, but Composition API results in more efficient and smaller bundles when you compare that to Options API. Also, Composition API is a little bit closer to Angular and other framework where you organize things in a more complex but reusable way. What we will be using in this course will be Composition API, and that is the one option that is more popular, as well as it will give you more exposure and flexibility in building reusable components. We will be using Visual Studio Code as our editor here, but before we start on that here, let me show you some of the extensions that I have installed that will be used in the course. Once you open it, you will go to the extension here, and the first one is bracket pair colorization. This will give you a nice colorization for the starting and closing brackets. Then I have GitHub Copilot. I would recommend you to not use that. That way you will program everything yourself rather than using Copilot, because you are getting started and you want to make sure that you understand the fundamentals from ground zero. That being said, the next one here will be live server. Live server is great if you directly want to run an HTML, and you will be able to see all the changes that you make in index.html. Once you install live server, you will see a go live button here, and we will use that in the next video. After that, I have added material icon theme here that will give you all the files and folder icon for multiple files in our solution. And finally, here is the prettier code formatter. What that will do is once you save the file, it will automatically format that, and that is great when we are working in a Vue application. Now I have already installed them, so if you are searching for them, you will see an install button. If that are not installed, you can go ahead and install all of them. To summarize again, I have the bracket pair colorization toggler here, live server, material icon theme, and prettier code formatter. We will open Visual Studio Code here. That will be the IDE for this course. And there we have to create a new file. But before that, I will open a folder where I want to add all of the Vue code. So right here, I will create a folder. Let me call that Vue Fundamentals. And I will select that. We will trust this location here. And then in that folder, on the Explorer here, you can right click and add a new file. Now the file that we want to add right now, this will not be a Vue file. It will be a simple index.html. In that file, we will have basic HTML, doctype HTML, and there we will have the HTML tag. Close that. Within tag here, we will have head, where we will have CSS and JavaScript, and then we will have a body, where I can add a div, and I will display hello. Perfect. With that, our HTML is looking good here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Perfect. Now if you remember, I installed the extension for Go Live, and if you click on that, you will notice the website is up and running here, and we have hello. The server is pretty great. If you update this to hello world here and save that, you will notice it gets updated. So whatever change you make here, it automatically updates that. That way we do not have to refresh. But what we have right now is plain and simple HTML. The main question is how can we add Vue to this particular HTML, and for that we will go back here to Vue.js.org and we will navigate to the installation tab. If you scroll down, we will see the CDN link. You can see using Vue from CDN, I will copy the script tag here and I will paste that right here. With that, we have added the CDN for Vue.js inside our index.html, but we are not doing any programming with Vue or using that CDN. Let me start with all of that from the next video. We have added the script file that is needed for Vue.js, but now how do we see Vue in action in this particular index.html? And that is what we will do in this video. Where we have div here, let me give it any ID. I will call that Vue3 demo. Perfect. And inside there, I will add an h1 here. And then when we have to add any Vue code, that will be inside the script tag. You can see my GitHub Copilot is automatically giving me suggestion, but I will ignore that for now. Inside the script tag here, we need to create a Vue application, or basically we need to create a method to instantiate or initialize Vue in our application. For that, we will have to basically import something called as a createApp method from the Vue library that we added. For that, we will write constant, and what we want to import is createApp from Vue. So we will say createApp is equal to Vue, and that will import this createApp method from the Vue library. You do not need to worry about how this Vue will be initialized because we have the script here. It will automatically be able to extract the createApp from the Vue library that we have defined. Once it is able to extract that, then we can use that create app, which is a method, and inside there, we will have to do something called as a setup. This setup is something new. This setup is something new that is there with Composition API. If this was an Options API, then it would be a little different. But in Composition API, everything is done inside this setup method. So you can think of the setup method as kind of main method when you are working with Vue application. Inside there we will have a return statement, and there we can return anything we want. For getting started, let me return hello Vue 3 here, and that should be it. With that we have called the create app, and there we have setup where we are returning some data. That data can be anything. To get started, we have a message variable that has hello Vue 3 in the string parameter. With that configured here, if we go back to the H1, we can use the variable or objects that we return in the setup directly by using double curly bracket. We have opening and closing double curly bracket, and there we will write message that will basically extract whatever is here, and it will display that in the H1. But along with that, there is one more configuration that is needed. We have called the create app here, but we need to tell Vue that the create app that we are calling here needs to be mounted on this particular div, or else it will not know where it has to apply the Vue code that we have added in our HTML. In order to tell that, we can use the ID property here, and on create app, we can call a method that is mount, and where we want to mount that will be hash here because that is the ID and Vue 3 demo. Make sure that the ID name matches exactly here, or else it will not work. With that, let me save, and for some reason the live server stopped here. And perfect, we have hello Vue 3. Let me align that side by side here, and great. This looks good. Now it is already running here. If rather than hello Vue 3, if I say hello Vue, you can see it dynamically changes that, and that is perfect. With that, we have a basic application where we have something like hello world, but we can see Vue in action. Now one thing that I will recommend here is right now I have given it a random ID, but the default convention is to use an ID of app here. That will be the main component, and then let me examine the console errors here, and perfect, everything is looking great. So you can see how easy it was to get started with Vue in a simple index.html, and as we progress further, we will see how to create a Vue app using npm, but to get started, we will use index.html here. That way we will understand some of the fundamentals behind Vue before we take a deeper dive and explore advanced concept. Now if we take a look at the create app here, in the setup we are returning some data, and that is being consumed in the HTML here, provided that mount is on correct element where we are using that Vue data. But rather than having everything in the return here, what we can do is we can have data and functions everything in the setup, and then we can expose or return those variables that are needed in HTML. Like here, we can have the constant message is equal to hello Vue, and where we have the return here, we can directly return the variable that is message. That way, even if we have more things here, we can do all the computation, and then we will have to basically expose those variables so that we can consume them in HTML. You can see it is working here, but if I forget to return that in the return statement, you will notice that the UI does not work here, and the Vue warning here is telling that property message was accessed during render, but it was not defined on the instance. So that is why it is critical to make sure that you return or expose the variables that are needed in HTML template. Now of course, as we progress or as you are learning Vue, it is a very common mistake to make. You might modify a few things here and then you will forget to expose them. We might run into those as we explore Vue further, but it is a common mistake, and with time and experience you will understand, and this will become a common pattern. Now let's say you have another variable here. Let me call that lucky number. And we want to display that here in a p tag. We will display lucky number. When we have to display, it has to be in double curly brackets here. And if you save it, it will not work because we are consuming that, but we did not expose that here. We need to expose that and then it will work here. It's too small. Let me close that. And perfect. With that, we have two constants here. One is a string and other one is an integer. We are returning or exposing them. And then in the HTML div, we are consuming that inside the special double curly brackets. Right now we have seen a string and a number here. But what if we have some complex type? Let's say we have an array. I will call that lucky numbers. And it will be an array here. Let's say we have few numbers. And along with that, let me say we have an employee object here. And when we are working with object in JavaScript, that is enclosed in a curly bracket here. And let's say we have three properties in that object. Now, as you know, if we have to use them to display that in HTML, we first have to expose them in the return statement here. I will add lucky numbers and I will add employee. Then here in p tag here, we want to display lucky number list. And then in order to display integer or string, we were using the special double bracket here. And this double bracket will not do anything in an HTML template. But because we have a Vue script here, this double bracket will be replaced with value of variable right here in the HTML. If it is an array, then it will be replaced with all the values. Let me show that here. If I save that, you can see it displays the complete array. Along with that, if in a p tag here, if I display the complete employee object, it will even render the complete object with property name and value with all the properties. So you can see how this double curly bracket gets a special meaning if it is inside a Vue script. Now if you do not want to display all the list and you want to get the first index here for the array, you can save that, and that is working as well. Similarly, in the paragraph tag here, we can display employee dot name and we can say is. We have the age here. We can say employee dot age and years old. If I save that here, we have John is 30 years old, and that is working as expected. And we have kind of string interpolation here, where you can combine string with dynamic properties and then string again with some dynamic properties. When we are working with Vue here, we can always combine Vue with the traditional JavaScript, and that makes it even more special. Let me remove the list here, and where we have lucky number, let's say we want to display whether the lucky number is an odd number or an even number. So we can say lucky number is an, and then in the double curly bracket where we display lucky number, we can use the ternary operator here. We can say modular 2 is equal to 0. In that case, it is an even number, else it is an odd number. If I save that here, something did not work. Let me press F12. There is an error with the syntax. Let me see that. I forgot the double quotes here. Let me fix that. And perfect. That works. You can see it is an odd number. If I update that to be 6 here, Perfect, it is an even number now. Then we can also use the random method that we have in JavaScript. Let me display random number from 1 to 10. In the double bracket here, we can use JavaScript, that is math.floor, and there we can say math.random, multiply that by 10, and we will add 1 here because we want to get a random number from 1 to 10. You can even use the ceil function that is there in JavaScript. With that, you will not have to use +1. Now again, this is basic JavaScript and nothing related to Vue. That is why I will not go into much details here, but you can see random number is working. If I refresh here, perfect, that is working as expected. You can see here the great thing is you can use JavaScript right between the double curly bracket, similar to where you were using that to display values of some of the properties that you have inside the Vue component of your application. Now we are working with lucky numbers here. Let me remove the list, we do not need that here. And then I want to introduce you to something that is very common in all programming languages, and that is writing methods or function. Method is a terminology that was used when you were working with Options API, but when you are working with Composition API, which we are doing here using the setup, we will be using or creating function, where we have the math.random here. Now let's say we want to move this logic to a function. We will create that function inside the setup method that we have. Before we return back, we need to create that function. I will call that function here get random lucky number, and inside there I will paste the math.random here. Let me hide this here, and perfect. We will return that back. Then where we have this particular logic, we will call our function that is get random lucky number. If you save that here, it will not work because we did not return that. We have an error here. Let me see what that is. It says lucky numbers is not defined. Whoops, I forgot to delete that. Let me save that here. And perfect, the application is running. But if you examine the lucky numbers here, you can see it displays the complete function. We do not want that. The reason it is displaying this complete function here is when you have a function, you have to write the opening and closing round bracket. With that, if you save it, now it executes that function and displays our random number. That is working as expected. With that, you can see how easy it was to create methods or functions inside the setup method, but you will have to return that just like you were returning the variables in the previous videos. When we are practicing function here, let me create one more function. That way we can get a little more hands-on. It will be a simple function, and I want you to take that as an assignment. You can see we are displaying message here in the H1, that is hello Vue. I want to create a function that will return the message. We will call that function as getMessage, and I want to make sure that whatever you return here should be in uppercase. So try to create that function as your first assignment, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you guys were able to complete the assignment. If not, you can follow along. We want to create a function here, and name of that function will be getMessage. In there we will return the message here, and then where we have to display that, we will display getMessage, and before we use that, we need to expose that. Now message will no longer be needed in the HTML, so we can remove that and replace that with getMessage. That way we do not pass any properties that are not needed in the UI element. If you save that here, you can see hello Vue is functional, but I had one more requirement. This has to be in uppercase. For that we have a simple JavaScript method here, .toUpperCase, and if you apply that, perfect, that is working as expected. We have explored some of the constant variables here, and we have also explored functions in Vue. But now let me show you through one problem, and then we can see what is the workaround that Vue provides for that. We have the getRandomLuckyNumber function, where we are returning a random lucky number. If you notice here, we have a lucky number that we have assigned with the value of 6 here. Let's say we want to update that value. So we will assign lucky number, and then we will generate a new random lucky number, and then here in console.log, let me log that lucky number. Perfect. We are logging the new lucky number here. Let me save that, and if I press F12 here, well, something did not work, and of course, we cannot assign that to a constant here. Let me change that to a let here. That is basic JavaScript, and perfect. With that, you can see in console log, we see lucky number of 7. You can see the log is updating, and we have a lucky number of 3. Now, typically in a front-end JavaScript framework, the beauty that is there is when something is updated, it should automatically render the DOM and reflect that change. In order to accomplish that in Vue, we have something called as ref. Refs are best suited for accessing and manipulating the DOM elements directly. Now, how do we work with a ref? That is simple. Let's say we want this lucky number to be dynamic. What we will do is we will say ref here, and then in bracket, we will assign the initial value. Now, because lucky number is a ref here, if value of lucky number is updated, it will be updated in the UI as well. But if I save that here, you will see a different error message, and perfect. You can see in the console here, it says ref is not defined. Because ref is a part of Vue, and if you scroll up, when we had to use create app, we had to basically import that from Vue. Similarly, we will have to import that from Vue as well. So we will import ref from Vue, and then if you save that, perfect, you can see it is working. But for some reason you can see lucky number is 1, but the value in UI is not updated. And that is because when you have to update anything that is a ref, you cannot directly update it like this. You will have to rather update its value. With that, if you save it here, now you can see the lucky number is updated, but in the logs here we do not want that, because now it will log the complete ref. If you want to log the value, you can use .value. I do not want that. Let me save that here. And now whenever we refresh, you can see a new lucky number is assigned, and it is not the default value that we had as number 6. We also have something similar to ref that we will uncover as we progress further. But to get started, you can think of that when you want something to be dynamic, as in if the value is updated and you want to update that in the UI, you can use a ref for that, but you will have to make sure to import that. And if you update the value, or when you update the value, you will have to access that using .value. What we can do is where we have the getRandomLuckyNumber, I can rather call that as update lucky number. And right there, let me update that to 77 or some other value. And where we have to return, let me delete that. Rather than this, I will add a set timeout here. And there I will set the lucky number to, let's say, 77. I am waiting for a timer of 2 seconds, and we are calling that here. When we are calling the getRandomLuckyNumber, let me display update lucky number, pass that here, and perfect. Now here we will not be displaying anything. Let me remove that. We are just invoking the method that will update our lucky number. If you save that here, initially you can see it is 6 and then it is updated to 77. If you refresh here, you can see it is 6 and even number, and then after 2 seconds, it gets updated. So that will give you more of a dynamic feeling where you can see or visualize the number being updated. Now ref is not limited to just simple basic types here like string or number. Even when you have complex object, that will work. Let me show that. Where we have the employee object here, let me enclose that in ref. And with that, if we update any of the object values here, that will also be displayed if we add that to the update lucky number. In the timer here, let me update employee.salary and let me make that 60,000 here. But if you add it like this, it will not work. Because I said before, you will have to access that using value. You do not add value after salary. This will not work as well. You will have to use .value after the object where you have ref, which is employee, and with that it will be employee.value and then the salary. Before I save that here, I will have to display that in a p tag, and we will say his salary. Perfect. It is initially 50,000 and perfect, it gets updated to 60,000. With that, you can see where we have employee or even objects. Ref is a great way to make everything dynamic. Now similar to ref, we have something called as reactive, which kind of does the same thing as what ref does. Let me first show you that. We can see the employee is basically dynamic because of ref, but if I change that to be reactive, we will have to import that from Vue as well, but with that everything else stays the same, but now the object is simplified. What I mean by that is before when we were using ref, if we had to update something, we had to use .value. That is no longer needed if you use reactive, and with that if you save this here, it will work exactly the same. You can see the salary got updated, but we did not have to use .value. The assignment is more seamless now. Exactly what the object is. In employee, there is a salary, and you directly update that because you are using reactive. Now you can think of reactive as the most basic or default way of making everything dynamic or making the DOM reactive based on update of value. But reactive had few limitations. Like reactive will not work for primitive types. Like if you had a number or a string, reactive will not work. Because of that, ref was introduced. So the main purpose of ref is to work on primitive types like a string or a number and make them dynamic, and reactive is the default approach that you should use when you are working with complex object. Now of course you can use ref here on employee object as well, and we saw that that would also work, but with that you will have to update using .value. So the recommended or the default route that everyone uses with object is reactive, but when they are working with primitive type, then we will have to use ref. Now ref is calling reactive behind the scene, and because reactive works on object, we have seen that here, and ref calls reactive as I said before. On object, both reactive and ref will work. But ref has a special .value property for reassigning, which reactive does not have, and because of that reactive cannot be reassigned, and hence we will have to use ref when we are working with primitive types like string, boolean, or numbers. To give you a brief summary, when you are working with objects, we will be using reactive, else we will stick with ref for simple and primitive data type. Now to give you a brief summary here, based on all the variables and objects that we have here, the constant message that we have here is basically non-reactive. If anything in message is updated, the UI will not be re-rendered because we have not made that reactive. Lucky number that we have here is using ref, and because of that, if that number is updated here in the update lucky number, that will be updated in the UI as well. And finally, the employee object here, we have made that reactive using the reactive from Vue, and with that as well, if you update anything, the UI and DOM will be re-rendered. And to summarize again here, we will use a ref on primitive types like string, number, or boolean, and when we have objects, we will be using reactive. With that brief overview, let me continue from the next video. We have added few functions in our application, but when it comes to Vue, there is much more to learn, and even with function we will see parameters, how to pass events and much more, but that is meant for later on in the course. Right now I want to teach you something with Vue that is called Vue Directives. Directives apply special reactive behavior to the rendered DOM, and they are basically like HTML attributes which are added inside the HTML template. They all start with v- to indicate that it is a special Vue attribute. Let me show you that with an example. Where we have the get message here, we are returning message, but rather than that, let me enclose that in an HTML and see what happens. So right here where we have the .to uppercase, let me delete that, and here I will use the tick sign. Perfect. And then I will add an h1, add a closing tag of h1, and let me also underline this. Perfect. Now if I save that here, you can see in the UI, it renders that complete string. The message here, I want that to be dynamic. I will use the $sign that will act as string interpolation, save that, and perfect. But rather than having h1 and u element, I want this particular h1, let me convert that to a span tag here, and I want this to convert the HTML and display it using h1 and underline tag. For that we have a special Vue directive. As I said before, it will start with v-, and then we have HTML. Now here we will have to pass the get message as a parameter to that directive. Let me cut and paste that, and we will not have anything in the span. With that, if you save that, perfect. You can see your very first directive, which is v-HTML, in action. So again, like I said before, directive applies special reactive behavior to the rendered DOM. Like here, the v-HTML will convert the text here or whatever message that you have. If there are any HTML attributes like there is h1 and u element, it will convert that and display or render the HTML. With that, let me continue with next directive in the next video. The next directive that I want to show you guys is v-once. Let me show you that with an example. Where we have lucky number, you can see if I refresh here, it is initially 6 and then it is updated to 77. But for some reason, if you want that to be only rendered once here, you can add a directive. Let me copy and paste this again here, and we will say render once lucky number, and in the p tag here we will write something called as v-once. If you add v-once directive, that means this particular p tag will be rendered only once. Even if the value is updated, it will not be re-rendered in the DOM. If I save that, you will notice both of them are 6, but after 2 seconds, only lucky number was updated, but render once lucky number did not get updated. Both of them are sharing the same variable here, so the value is updated, but the DOM will not re-render. This can be handy in some situation when you are exploring some edge cases, so it is always good to remember that you have this option. Another directive that we have is when we have to display some links in the UI. Like in the app here, let me add a constant here and I will say blog URL. Let me write my URL here. And then what if we want to add a link that will take me to .NET-Mastery.com? Right after we have the lucky number here. Let me add an anchor tag here. And if I write blog URL here, I will have to return that. And if I save that, if I click here, you will notice that does not work. Because it will not work when you are working with Vue. Let me press F12 here. And if I inspect the element, you can see it basically has blog URL, but that is not updated with the value that we have in the variable. For that we have a different directive, that is vbind. So here we will say v-bind, and then we want to bind href on here, that will be blog URL. Now when we are using vbind, we do not need the double curly brackets here, because Vue already knows that this is a Vue directive, so it does not make sense to have a double curly bracket, since it already knows that this is a Vue binding. With that, if I save here, and if we go back, now if we examine the element here, we can see it is populated, and if you click on that, it redirects me to the website, and that is working as expected. vbind will have multiple use cases that we will explore as we progress with the course, but one of them is to bind the href, and we will be also able to bind other elements, and I will show you that in the section as well. Before we explore more directives here, let me clean few things here, like let me add h1 and display the message again. Perfect. We will have to return message and not get message here. I can remove the get message and update lucky number. We will not require that. Let me scroll up here and remove the update lucky number. Perfect. That looks good. Now rather than lucky number here and the blog URL, let me add an array for lucky numbers. I will use that in the upcoming videos. And then where we have the employee object, let me add 3 more properties. Like if they have corporate card, what is the spending limit on that card, and number of years they have been with the company. I believe the setup here looks good. Let me remove lucky number here and save that. We have console error here. Lucky number is not defined. We do not need that. Save that. Blog URL. Remove that as well. And perfect. Our application is clean here. And that looks good. The next directive that I want to show will be useful when you want to conditionally display some data. As an example, we want to display the spending limit of a credit card only if the has corporate card is set to be true. Let me scroll up here and we can add a p tag, and inside there we will display spending limit for card. Here we will go to employee.spending limit. If I save that, perfect, it is being displayed. Now here, let me set this to be false, and I want to add a condition. For that we have couple of directives. The first one here will be vShow, and that will show if the condition that we have in double quotes is valid. We want to show this if employee.hasCorporateCard is true. If I save that, because we have set that to be false here, this line will no longer be visible. Let me save that, and perfect, it goes away. If I set this to be true here, you will notice it comes back. So you can see based on the property here how easy it is to toggle what needs to be displayed using the directive vShow. Now as I have said before that there are multiple directives to toggle what needs to be displayed, the other directive that we have is vIf. If-else conditions are common in any programming language, and Vue.js is no different. If I copy the p tag here and paste it once again, rather than vShow, let me write vIf here, and then we have the condition. Now you will notice it will work exactly same as vShow. If I save that, nothing is displayed. But if I make that to be true here, the condition, then both of them will be displayed. But there is one important difference on when you should use vShow versus vIf. Let me press F12 here and examine them. Let me scroll up here and you can see we have the p tag where both of them are displayed. But now if I make this to be false and if I save that, you will notice something different. You can notice there is a p tag with display none for the spending limit for card. Let me add in bracket here, this is if condition and this is show condition. If I save that and now if I examine here, the one with show will be visible with the setting of display none. The vIf here you can see that is not even rendered inside DOM. If I make both of them to be true here, both of them will be visible now, and that is great. So the key difference as you can see is if the setting is false here, as in the condition is false, vShow will be there in DOM, but it will just have a display none. But it will add a style of display none, and that is why it will not be displayed. On the other hand, the if condition, that component will completely be removed from your DOM. That means that vIf is better in situation where you want to dynamically add or remove elements from DOM, while vShow is better for frequently toggling the visibility between component without affecting the DOM structure, because all it will do is it will add a display none. So that is a key difference that you should remember between vIf and vShow. In any programming language where you have if condition, it is always accompanied with a else condition, and Vue is not different as well. Similar to vIf here, we also have p tag, where we can add the directive v-else, and there we can display employee does not have a corporate card. If you save that here, because we have the has corporate card as false, the v-else will be valid and it displays employee does not have a corporate card, so that looks good. If-else are great when you want to dynamically toggle between what needs to be displayed if the condition is valid, else we want to display something else. Then if-else will be a better alternative rather than using vShow and then adding a not condition or something like that. And then adding a not condition, rather than that, I would use if-else condition, and that looks cleaner as well, as long as the conditions are met. With if-else here, we can also have nested if-else, like if employee has corporate card, then we want to display the spending limit, but if employee's salary is greater than 25,000, and let's say if employee has been with company for a few years, we can display that employee is eligible for a corporate card. But if that condition is false, then we can say employee does not have a corporate card or employee is not eligible. To have a nested if-else here, we will say v- and then we have the else if directive. So we have the first if condition, then inside else we have another if condition here, and we have the final else condition. In the condition here, we can get tricky as well. We can say employee.salary is greater than 25,000, and we will have an AND condition using double AND operator here. We can say employee dot we have years with company. If that is greater than 1, then we can display employee is eligible for a corporate card. In the else here, we will say employee is not eligible for a corporate card. If I save that here, you can see the condition changes and it displays employee is eligible for a corporate card because years with company is 5 and salary is 50,000. Now if I change years with company to be 0 here, you can see employee is not eligible for a corporate card. So based on our condition that we have, the if-else logic is working as expected and the nested if-else is looking great. We have seen if-else in action. Let me remove that and let me clear a few things here. That way we can continue. And perfect, looks good. We do not have lucky number. I forgot to remove that here. Great, looks good. Now I have added an array of lucky numbers here, and I want to show you how we can iterate through multiple objects. In any programming language, we have for loops, we have for each. In Vue, we have v-for, that is the Vue directive, for iterating on a collection. Let me show that here as well. I will have a p tag here, and there I will display lucky number. I will add a p tag here, and there we will have v-for, that is the Vue directive for each loop when we have to iterate on a collection. Now the collection that we want to iterate on is lucky numbers. We have an array here. So we will say v-for and give it some name. I will call that lucky number in, and then the object that we want to iterate on, that is lucky numbers. And then within the p tag here, we can use lucky number and we can display all of them using the double curly bracket. And then in each iteration, we are calling that lucky number. That is what we will use. That is what we will use to display. If I save that, it will display all the lucky numbers, but I think I will have to return that first. Let me add that. And perfect. You can see it is iterating through the array and displays all of the lucky number. Now along with lucky number in the for loop here, we have another built-in type here, that is index. Index is basically like giving it a number on what is the number of iteration that you currently are on. We can display that here using index. And that did not work. I will not add index here. It will be before lucky number. Perfect. You can see index starts from 0. So if you want it to be the first one, you can just add +1 here. And that works. We have 5 lucky numbers here, and that looks good. Rather than taking up all the lines here, rather than p tag, I can modify this to be a span here. And we can remove the lucky number text here. Perfect. Whoops, I scrolled down accidentally. We are displaying that here, but I do not want index right now. Let me add a new line here. And perfect. I can display lucky numbers. And I can add the br before lucky number. Perfect. That looks much better. But the main purpose here was not to make it pretty. It was to display you how we can iterate on a collection using the directive v-for. We have seen how easy it is to iterate through a collection, but we had an array. What if we had an array of object? Let me scroll down where we have the employee here. Let me add an array of object with the name of projects, and this employee has 3 projects in them with project name and timeline for completion. What if we want to iterate through this particular object of array and display all of the projects? That is pretty simple as well. Let me scroll up here, and after lucky number here, let me add an HR, and we will display projects in pipeline. And there we will have a UL element. Inside there we will have an li, and we can use v-for on anything. It can be a span, it can be a li, it can be a div. You can see my copilot is automatically suggesting me, but let me type that manually. What I want to do is I want to call that project, comma index, and the object that I have is employee dot projects. Let me copy that to avoid spelling mistake here. And inside the li, if you want, you can use the index. If you do not want, that's also okay. We will add a span tag, and I can say index plus 1 for the number, and add a hyphen there. And then within double quotes, I want to display project dot, what is the name of the project? That is project itself here. So project dot project, and timeline is hyphen, and the double quote will end after the project name here. Perfect. So timeline, we will again use the double curly bracket here, that is inside project dot timeline. If I save that here, we do not have to export that. Let me see what is the error message. Cannot read properties of undefined, that is project. Let me scroll up here. Let me remove this here and see if that works. And if I scroll down here, you can see it is a NaN here. So something is not valid. Let me see. And of course, the v-for, we closed it way too early. The closing will be after the in statement. If I save that, perfect. We have all the projects here and the timeline, and that looks good. With that, you can see how easy it was to iterate through an array of objects using v-for. We can get pretty fancy and iterate on basically any type of collection. We have seen how to iterate over arrays. We have seen how to iterate over array of object. But if we have object like employee object, we can even display the key of the object, that is name here, and the value if we want inside an iteration as well. Let me show that here. I will add an HR, and then we will have ul li element again. Within the li element, we can iterate through employee object. If you want to access the key value inside an object, we will be using key value here, and you can also add index if you want. Let me ignore that here. And we have the employee object. We will iterate through that, and we can display the key and value. In a span tag here, we can display key, and then we have the value. If you save that here, perfect, you can see it displays everything along with array of projects that we have. That is also displayed. But one thing that you should notice here is we have the value before, because when we are in the loop here, the first one will be value and next will be the key itself. With that update, if you save it, now everything is reflected correctly. Now everything is reflected correctly because the first parameter will be value, and then we will have the key inside the v-for. With that, we have iterated over the object and we have retrieved the key value collection. That looks great. We have already seen the v1's directive, but let me show that here where we have lucky number. Let me add a span, and I will close that here. Within this particular span, what do you think will happen if I write v1's? v1's will only render it the first time. Because of that, when it is updating all the lucky number in each iteration, it will keep the number same and it will display 3 for all the numbers. So you can see with v1's, even if we are in a loop, then that particular object, that is lucky number, will only be rendered once and it will not be updated on the UI. I wanted to give you a reference of v1's inside a loop itself. That is why I quickly wanted to show that as well. v-for is coming along great, but I wanted to show you one more thing that is there in v-for. And that is where we have a for loop. Sometimes you might require a key attribute to distinguish between each element that is there inside the for loop. Rather than explaining that, let me show you the issue when the key attribute is not provided. We have projects in pipeline here. Let me work on that here. And after the span here, let me add an input. Type will be text here. and I will not be binding that to anything here. It will be a basic input text here. And I will not bind this input field to anything. It will be an input field for, let's say, if they want to add some comments on the project. And then let me create a function in our setup here. Before we return that, I will call it function, and let me call that shuffle. What do we want to shuffle? We want to shuffle our employee projects. There's a shuffle employee projects order, and there in the employee projects we will call the sort method, where based on math not random, we will shuffle that. Now I want this to be invoked on a timer here, so let me do set timeout here. And perfect. I will make sure that it triggers after 5 seconds. Let me call this function here. Anywhere is fine. Let me do that here. Perfect. So now what happens is, let's say we have page loaded. Well, I forgot to add that in the return. Add that here. And now if I type something like test here, after 5 seconds it might reshuffle. And you can see project green got shuffled at the end here, but test did not move with project green. And that is because when Vue is patching the for statement here, it only patches these things, but it will not be able to track the input fields here because it does not have a unique identifier for each for statement. Let me show that again. I will write 2, 9, and 3, that is the timeline, and after 5 seconds it is shuffling everything, and you can see it does not match what we had before. Now the question is, how do we fix that? For that, if we add a key attribute here, then Vue will be able to identify each of the project here using the unique key that we have. Now what you can do is, on the project you can add an ID here, but I know that project name are unique here, so I can use that as a key attribute. We will use the $sign key, and that will be project.project. The way this key attribute works is you have to use whatever name you are using in the for statement, that is project, and then what is the property, that is project.project, and that should work. With that, if I save here and if I modify this, now you can see when it shuffles, the value of input fields will also shuffle along with our project. That way, when Vue is updating the project, it also updates the input field because it knows that all of them goes together, and now it can identify that based on the key that we have provided. That was a quick overview on why you should use key inside for statement. It is not required in the simple cases or simple scenarios that we have here, but if you have a special scenario where you are reordering or you are shuffling with the elements, in that case you will require that key. Now Vue always recommends that you should add a key attribute. That way it will always be able to uniquely identify each element, and it is actually a good practice that when we have a for statement, we can add a key, especially when we are working on some complex loop or complex object. But again, I wanted to give you a brief idea with an example on when we will definitely require a key, but moving forward or throughout the main project that we will build, we will be adding a key attribute in the for statement because that is treated as one of the best practices. That was an exciting section where we explored Vue directives, but before we continue on to the next section, let me clean up a few things. Where we have the script here in setup, I will remove everything that we have here. We will not return anything. Perfect. Keep it simple here. Where we have the HTML, I will remove everything as well. Perfect. We have a simple app here. Let me display hello world here. And perfect. That looks good. Our application is super clean and we do not have anything in the div. We are displaying hello world. But let's say inside this particular div, I will add one more div here. Perfect. And then this div, I want to add some styling. Whenever we work with any web application, we have CSS or custom styles that we add. We have some classes. How can we incorporate those classes when we are working in a Vue application? In the div here, let me give it some style. I will give it a background color of yellow, or let me give it aqua color here, and I will give it a font size of 40 pixels. If I save that, you can see it is being applied, but this is the typical style that comes with HTML, nothing specific to Vue. But sometimes you might want to incorporate some style or add some dynamic style based on some object. How can you do that? For that, what you have to do is you have to bind this style using the directive. In order to bind that, you can say we bind here, and then you will add a colon, and then you will add style. But if you rebind that with a style, and if you save that, you will notice it does not work. Because if you are dynamically binding some things to Vue here, then you have to make some modification. We will have to include this in our object here. Let me do that. And then if you have two words here, we'll have to follow camel casing. So with that, we will have to remove the hyphen, and then we will have to make the next word capital here. So background color will be written like this. Then aqua here, we will have to add that in single quote. And for font size, we will remove the hyphen, make as capital here, and we will have to add that in single quote. With that configured, and then we cannot have the semicolon, it will be a comma separated, and if I save that, perfect, that works. So that way you can see if we have to bind something, it has to be like this. Now let's say I will add another div, and for some reason you do not want to use the camel casing here, you just want to use background color like it is in the CSS. If you do want to use that, then you will have to incorporate that in single quotes as well. You will update the font size here as well, and that should work as well. So with that, you can see where we have to use vbind. We can bind style here, and there are two ways of adding style to your HTML content using Vue. You saw in the previous video that you can directly add a style element. Why would you use vbind to bind this particular style if you can directly add a style in a simple HTML content? The answer is simple. Let's say you have a constant here where you have dynamic font size of, let's say, 60 pixels. Now if you want this dynamic size to be reflected here, only if we are using vbind. In the return here, we will return font size. Where we have the font size here, we can use our local variable. Let me call it something else. Font size temp. And I will add that. Plus I will have to add pixels. Save that. And perfect, you can see that is working. The reason we do not have to add double curly brackets here is because we are using vbind. Vbind will already add the special Vue meaning to this particular style, and that way it knows that if there is a variable here, it will look into the Vue section to see if it finds that, and then it will assign that value. Now in our application, let's say we want to add some of the custom classes, and we want to see how we will be able to use them with our Vue.js. Where we have the script here, after that, let me add a style section, and there I will add few classes. One of them will be h1 here, where let me give it a font size of 60 pixels, and let me give that green color. Then I will add an h2 here, where I can add, let's say, chocolate color and font size of 40 pixels. I want to add some background classes here, bg gray, where I will give it background color of gray, and then let me give bg green, where I will give background color of light green. Finally, let me add a class of padding medium here and give that a padding of 20 pixels. Perfect. That looks good. Now if I want to assign the classes here, I can directly copy this one. Let me scroll up, and here let me add a span, give it a class of padding medium, and I will display random text here, save that. And let me show that is working. If I remove this class, you will see the padding will be different. Perfect, you can see that is working. Now let's say along with this class you want to dynamically assign some classes similar to what we did with VueBind, where we added style. For that we can use VBind, and then we want to bind class here. What class do we want to bind? Here we will have to pass an object, and that object will contain the class name and whether that is true or false. Let me show you what I mean by that. We have a class of h1 here. If I write h1, and then if I write true here, that means that h1 class should be assigned to this particular span. If I save that here, you can see the text increases and it has green color that is being applied. If I set this to be false here, you can see it goes back. That way you can have some variables in your local Vue setting and use those variables to dynamically bind some classes. Along with h1 true, we have the bg gray. Now if we have bg gray, if I write directly like this, it will not work. And that is because we have a hyphen in the class name. For that we will have to enclose that in a single bracket, and then it works. Now there is an overlap here because we have not designed it correctly, but that is okay. Let me just add some spaces for now. I can modify this to be 30 pixels, and that looks great. When we are working with class here, you can notice we can add some random classes, and on top of that we can add bindings of special classes using Vue. You can have both of them inside one single tag, and that works. Where we have the class bindings here, we can have some methods or function that are toggling some of the properties. Like in setup, we can create a function that is main title, and let's assume that returns true. We will also create one more function, has green background, and that will return true as well. We will have to return both of them here. Let me do that, and then we can consume that where we are dynamically binding some of the classes. If it is main title, then we will return that in the h1. So if that will return true, then h1 will be applied, and rather than gray, I believe we have bg green. Let me double check that. Yep, we do have that. So bg green will depend on what this method returns, that is the has green background. Right now both of them are returning true, so if I save that, you can see that is correct. If I make this one false, the h1 goes away, but the green background stays as it is. So with that you can get an idea on how creative you can get when you have to bind some of the dynamic classes based on some data that is in the Vue section of your application. What you have in the h1 here, you can have an object that is storing all of the values, and then you can assign it. Let me copy the span again, and I will paste that here. Where we have vbind here, let me remove that. Let me remove this altogether. And perfect, we have that here. Let me add a br here, and another br. Perfect, we have that here. Let me create a constant here and store all of the value. Constant, let me call that main title is equal to, and that will be an object where we will say h1 is set to be true, and we have bg gray. I can set that to be true as well. And whoops. Perfect, that looks good. Now what if we want to add this main title to this random text here? That will be simple as well. we can directly use the vBind here, and we want to bind a class here. Name of that is main title, but we need to make sure we return that. And if I save that, perfect, that is working. With that, you can see we can get very creative where we have to bind the classes, and we can even use ternary operator here. Like we can check if is main title will return true, then we can assign main title, else we do not want anything. Right now it is returning false, so the class here will not be applied if I save that, and that looks great. If I modify this to be true here, you can see the main title is being applied, and that looks great. I hope this gives you a brief overview of how classes and styles are binded to Vue component, but let me give you few more examples in the next video before we wrap up this section. In the previous video, we saw when we have to assign class here that expects a Boolean value. Similarly, we can have an object for style as well. Let me create a constant here. I will call that some style is equal to, and in that object, we can add some of the classes. Right here, I am following the camel casing as I said before. I can add some margin here, and let me give it some border. That looks great. Now if I have to bind this to any element, let me add one more div here for that. And we will say span. Inside span, I will display random style binding, and then we will do vBind here. We want to bind style, and we want to bind that to some style. Let me copy and paste that here, and let me make sure we return that. If I save that, perfect. You can see that is working. Now right here it is an object, but what if inside there was a property, let me call that style1, and that had all of these? Then also it is simple. Where we have the some style here, we will navigate inside style1 here, and right now you can see it is not working, but if I save that, that works. After that, let me show you one more thing with classes here. You can see where we are using the ternary operator. Right now it is toggling the style. Right now it is toggling the class of main title. But what if there was some class that you always want to apply? Like here there is padding medium. Let's say there was another property. Let me create that property here. I will call that constant. And let me call that border class is equal to, and there we will have border will be true. We will have to add that border in the custom style here. Let me add dot border, and I will make it a red color to distinguish. Perfect. So that property is being toggled based on whatever value is here, and we want to append that to our vBind where we have a ternary operator. What you can do here is you can expect an array here in the vBind, and then we can add a comma. We can add border class. I think I will have to return that here. Let me do that. And if I save that, perfect. You can see the red color border has been applied. So that way you can get way more creative. If you have an array of classes, you can append that to vBind, and that works as well. Now again, there are many possibilities when you are working with binding of classes and style. I wanted to give you a brief overview so that you have exposure of the basic settings that you can play around with. But as we progress with the course, you will run into few more examples, and I will try to point out the common use cases that are needed when you are working with binding styles and classes in Vue. We have seen quite a few examples when we are working with styles and classes, and we have seen vBind and how that is a critical directive when we are working with Vue. Now vBind is so common. Now vBinding is so common that Vue team has a short notation. If you want to use vBind, you can directly use colon before class and remove the vBind. It will work exactly the same, and this is basically a shorthand. If you use colon and then class, that means you are calling vbind on the class attribute. That will even work with style or anything where you are using vbind. You can replace that with a colon. If you save that, you will notice everything is working exactly the same and nothing is broken. Let me remove this here as well. And if I remove the vbind, perfect. Everything is working exactly the same. So in future where we have to use vbind, we will replace them with just a colon, and that way the code will be much cleaner, and this looks great. Before we continue on to the next section here, let me clean everything here in the div, remove that, and I will remove everything from the view as well. We do not want to return anything. Well, I should not delete the create app or setup. Let me remove this here. Nothing to return. And let me remove the style as well. We will add that later if we ever require that. But I believe that looks good here. We will get back to our hello world. And perfect. The cleanup here looks great. In this section, we will focus on one of the important topics in any programming language is what happens when you click a button, it fires some event. How do you handle those events? To get started here, what I will do is let me add a button, and that button we will have to add within the main div here. Let me cut this, and I will add a button. We will display click me there. Let me save that. Perfect. And then here I want to create a function. In the function here, to keep it simple, I will call that button click, and there I want to display an alert that button clicked. This function has to be created inside setup, always remember that, and let me save that. We will have to return that here, and now if I save that and go back and click here, you will notice nothing happens. And that is because we have not binded this particular button click function to the click of this button event. In order to do that, we have the vOn directive here. We will write vOn, and then we want to bind the click event there. So we will say click, and then button click. Again, the syntax is v-on, and then colon. The event is click that we are handling here, and we will have button click. If I save that here and click here, you can see we have the alert, and that looks great. So with that, we have a button where we added the onClick event, and that is functional in our Vue application. Right now, we have a very simple function where we do not have any parameters. But let's say we want to add a parameter here, which will be new message, and when we alert, we want to display that new message. That is great. But now on the button click here, we need to pass that parameter, and that is simple. Here we can directly pass that here, and we will say Vue is exciting. If I save that and hit the button here, perfect, Vue is exciting, and that looks great. With that, we have easily seen how we can pass parameters on click event, and that can be captured in the function, and we can use that in the script wherever it is required, maybe even update the value of that. The possibilities here are endless, but you can see everything is flexible. You can even have more than one parameters. Like I will display hello world here. We have new message 2, and we can alert that as well. If I save that, now we will have 2 alerts. Vue is exciting, and we have hello world. When we have the onClick event here, along with parameters, Vue also passes something called as the event object. If you write $event here, we can capture that in the button click. Let me call that event here, and let me do console.log, log that event object. That event object will have entities or data related to the event itself. Let me click here and show that. You can see it is a pointer event. If I scroll down here, you can see there are multiple properties related to event that gets passed on, like it was type of a click, the x and y axis coordinates, and much more. Let's say we want to log the x and y coordinates of where we are clicking here. Let me do that and add a constant for that. We will do let x is equal to ref. Initially it will be 0. Similarly, we will have y here. Perfect. And on the click here, we can set x dot value is equal to, on the event we have dot x. Copy that, and we will add that for y here. Perfect. And now we can display that here in p tag, x and y axis here. Perfect. If I save that, initially it is 0. We have a warning because we forgot to return that. Let me do that. It goes away. And now if I click here, perfect. We have the coordinates of x and y. And if I remove the alert here, save that. If I click again, you will see the coordinates are changing. The event object can be handy if you are trying to get something based on the event itself, and you can see exactly if you want to get coordinates. That is a great functionality. We have the onClick event here, but we have something special called as directive modifiers. Directive modifiers are special postfixes that are denoted by a dot, indicating that a directive should be bound in some special way. Now if that directive is an event, in this example we have be on, then they are called as event modifiers. Let me show you that with an example. Outside of this button, let me add a div here and make sure to close that div after the button or even after the p tag that we have here. Perfect. And there we will have the same VOnClick event where we will call the button click here. And let's say here we will say Vue is exciting too. And the first one is Vue is exciting. Let me display div here. And I can display button. In the function here, let me display alert. And we will alert new message. That is the first one. If I save that here, and let me display something exciting in the div. Perfect. Now if you click on the div here, you will notice we have the message Vue is exciting div. But what will happen when we click on the button? When I click there, we will basically have two events. We will have event of div and we will have event of button. Let me show that. It says Vue is exciting button, and then it will bundle the event for div Vue is exciting div. Now let's assume you do not want this. It should display Vue is exciting button and it should not display the Vue is exciting div. That can be accomplished by using event modifiers. Where we have the VOn, after click, we will basically add a dot and we have event modifier called as .stop. Without the .stop directive, it will display alert twice. But if you have .stop, it will prevent the event from propagating or basically bubbling up in the DOM. So if you save that here, if you click on button, it will only display Vue is exciting for button, and then it will stop the parent alert here. You can see that is gone. If you click on the div, we have Vue is exciting div, and if you click on button, we only have the button alert, not the alert from the parent div. Similar to .stop here, if you have a form, we will be using .prevent to make sure it does not automatically submit as we progress with the course. Event modifiers are great when you want to accomplish some functionalities to prevent the default DOM behavior. Then similar to stop here, we have something called as start once. What that will do is it will only trigger that once. If I do that and if I click here, we have Vue is exciting. But if I click again, nothing happens. The X and Y coordinates are also not updating because we have dot once on the event modifier. Let me show you one more event modifier here. I will do href here. And the v-on that I added here, let me move that to the next line. That way you can see what exactly is being done here. Perfect. So you can see I have a href here where it is going to google.com, and on the v-on I have the same click event, but now I'm using .prevent. Everything else is the same. If I save that and if I click on Google, what do you think will happen? We have a click.prevent here. What that will do is it will prevent the default behavior of navigating to this href, but rather we will display the button. Let me click here, and you can see it does not navigate to the link, it only displays the alert. That way we have multiple event modifiers, and when we will use them in real-world application, you will see how beneficial they are, especially when you have a form and you do not want to auto-submit on the button click event. Key modifiers, as the name implies, they listen to specific keyboard events. We can add key modifiers on the v-on event when we are listening for any event. We can add the key modifiers on the v-on, and let me show you how to do that. I will remove this, it is not needed. And let me remove this as well on the div. Perfect. Rather than a button here, let me add an input here. Type will be text here, and let me save that. Perfect. That looks good. We will add the event here, that is v-on. The type of event that we want to listen on is key up. That means whenever we press something on the keyboard and we lift our finger up, at that point this event will be fired. And when it is triggered here, we want to add a method here, press enter, and let me create that. It will be a function, press enter key, and we will display an alert that enter key was pressed. I will have to return that. Let me do that here. And let me save that. Perfect. Now if I go back here, and right now you can see we are adding that on key up, but we have not specified a specific key modifiers right here. So what will happen is as soon as I type something, you can see our method is invoked on every key press. Whenever we press and lift that, it will display the alert that enter key was pressed. When we have to add the key modifier, we will do .enter here, and that will be triggered only when the enter key is pressed. So now if I type something, the alert does not come up, but as soon as I press enter, the alert comes up, and that is perfect. That way you can see we can trigger some events on specific keystrokes. Now not all the keyboard keys are supported here, but let me go to Vue documentation. And there you can see on key modifiers, we have the following key aliases, and then we have few system key modifiers. We can get creative here by using the .exact here, and on the mouse we have left, right or middle, whichever was clicked, we can work on that as well. Now again, this is not something that is used that often. Because of that, I do not want to spend much time here, but if you want to get creative, you can always work around with the keystrokes if you have that specific requirement. Like if you want Control and Enter to be pressed here, what you can do is after Enter, we can write .ctrl, and now if you type anything, nothing happens. Even if you press Enter here, nothing happens. You have to press Control and then Enter, and only then the alert will be displayed. So like I said again, you can always play around with your requirement, but it is not something that is used that often, so I will not be spending that much time. But I wanted to make sure that you are aware about that. That way, if you have that requirement, you can dive into this in detail and make sure that you work around your requirement. We have looked into events, event modifiers, key modifiers, but before we progress ahead with the course here, let me clean everything up here and we will start from ground zero. Let me remove this here and we will not return anything. Perfect. Our application is clean and let me continue from the next video. Now we are going to dive into one of the critical aspects in Vue, that is data binding. Right now what we had is, let's say we have a variable here, name, that is ref, and let me call that pen here. Perfect. And let me have age as well. Let's do 20 years. Where we have the return statement, let me return both of them here. And then in the div here, let me write learn Vue. And then I will have an input field. Type will be text. And then for this particular input field, I want to bind that to name. Vue has a special directive for that, that is vModel. What vModel will do is it will create a two-way binding for the input field to that particular variable, that is name. We do not need any brackets here because vModel will already tell that this is a Vue directive and it will look for this variable name inside the script that we have. If you save that here, you can see it automatically populates that with Ben and you can update that as well. Perfect. You can see that is working. Similarly, if we have another input here, type will be number for the age, and then in the p tag here, let me display name is age, and we will say years old. With that, if I save it here, we have two input fields and it displays Ben is 20 years old. If I add a BR here, let me add one more. Perfect. Now if I modify this, you will see the text here is also updating because it is a two-way data binding. If the value is updated in the input field, it will also update the tag here, and that is perfect. This is very critical whenever you will be working with the Vue. Most of the times you will be binding that to some kind of a model. It can be a single variable or it can be a complex object. When we are using the Vue model here, we have something called as model modifiers. Let me display the name and age here, and we will see that in action. Perfect, looks good. Now model modifiers basically means that on Vue model, we want to add some extra functionalities. Example of that is where we have Vue model, we can use the .trim, and what that will do is if there are any spaces before or after, it will automatically trim that. Another one is where we have the Vue model here, we can add .lazy. If we go to the name here and if I update that, as soon as I am typing, it is getting updated. Now if I add spaces here or even before and if I navigate here, you can see it automatically removes the empty space. Then where we have the age here, now if I update to let's say 25 here, the age is not updated as I am typing because we added the lazy model modifier. What that will do is if I click out here, then it will be updated. So basically when focus is out from that particular input, then it will be updated. Now again, these are just some model modifiers to help you with some basic functionalities. We also have something called model.number. What that will do is it will make sure that it does not pass age as a string value when it assigns that, or let's say if you are logging that, it will pass it as a number in JavaScript. That can be handy in future, and we will even see real-time implementation of that as we progress with the course. But these are the few basic model modifiers that we will be using frequently throughout the course. Everything is coming along great here, But in order to learn the next thing that I want to show you here, I want to implement a counter application that is pretty basic when you are learning a new programming language. In the setup here, let me create a counter variable that will be ref of 0. And then let me have a first name here, ref of pen, and last name, well, let me call that as Patel here. Perfect. Now I want to create a function. That function will basically get full name here, and it will return back the first name, add a space, and then the last name. When we are doing this here, let me do console.log, and we will log that get full name was called. With that configured here, we will return back the counter, and we will return the get full name. We do not want to return the first name and last name. That is good. And where we have the div app here, let me display div learn view, and then in the p tag here, we will display counter. Perfect. And then we will have increment and decrement. Well, before that, let me display the get full name here. Invoke that function, and then I will have a button here where we will have the v on, and on the click event, we can either create a method or we can even have inline methods where we directly want to do counter plus plus here, and we will call that as increment. Similarly, we will have a button for decrement here. Let me do that. V on, click event counter minus minus, and decrement. If you click on increment here or decrement, you can see it is working as expected. But if you notice closely here, there is one problem. When we are calling the increment or decrement, we are only modifying the counter here and not the full name. But if you examine the logs here, get full name is being called every time. If I refresh here, let me show that again. I will press increment. You can see the get full name is called every time I click there, and that is not optimal. Right now it is not that harmful because the function is pretty simple and it will not take that much bandwidth. It will be super quick and you will not even notice that. But what if there was an API that was called here and the method or the function here was taking 5 or 10 seconds? In that case, it will damage the efficiency of your application and things will not be that pretty. The reason getFullName is getting invoked, even though we are only updating counter, is when any of the ref is updated, it will re-render the component and the function. And when the component is re-rendered, it will call the getFullName again, and that is the culprit. But we can solve this easily using computed properties. Let me show you how we can convert this function into a computed property. For that, we will have to import computed from Vue here, and once we extract that, then where we have the getFullName, we will convert this to an arrow function. So we will call this constant getFullName is equal to, and it is a computed property. We will add computed there. We will add the round bracket here, and then the arrow function. After this, we will close that, and that's about it. With that, we have converted getFullName to a computed property. If I save that, we see a console error. GetFullName is not a function. We do not need that here. It is a computed property, so we do not need a round bracket on line 10. If I save that here, and now if I do increment, you can see that is working, but now the getFullName is not being called like it was before. And this is way more optimized than what we had before. The advantage of having a computed property is that it will cache the computed property value and it will update that only when one of the dependencies of the computed properties are updated. So the getFullName will only be invoked when first name or last name will be updated. That is the key difference between computed properties versus regular function. In simple words, a computed property automatically tracks its reactive dependencies, which in this example is first name and last name. We have seen how to create computed properties. Now, computed properties by default are getters only. If you attempt to assign a new value to a computed property, you will receive a runtime warning. So if in some rare case, for any reason, if you have to write to a computed property, you can create one by providing both a getter and a setter. But that use case is pretty rare, and I will not go into those details right now. That being said, I will show you one thing. When we have computed property here, that can be updated as well. Let me add an input here. That will be for first name. And let me add a BR, first name. If I save that here, that looks good. Great. If you notice in the input, name is not coming up, and we have a warning here that is telling us why. We do not have that in the return here, and perfect. That looks good. Now when a computed property is updated, let's say for some reason you want to know what was the previous value, you can easily get that in the parameter right here. Where we have the get full name, we can log the previous value here, and let me save that. You can even add some logic here that if previous is equal to, and let me say if it was Bhrugen Patel here, we will log something else here is equal to, let's say, Bhrugen Patel. In that case, what we can do is we can console.log and we can log Bhrugen Patel. If I save that here, well, rather than this, let me make it Ben1 and then space Patel. That means the first name has to be Ben1, and we can log something special here, special case, that is okay. So now if I press 1 here, the name will be Ben1, and if I type 2 here, the previous value will be Ben1 and then Patel. And perfect, you can see our special case has been logged here, and that is working. So that way you can see if you ever want to access the previous value before it was updated, that can be easily accessed by passing a parameter here, and the default value that will be provided here will be the previous value of the computed property. Computed properties are great, but there might be some situation where you want to monitor some property, and as soon as that property hits a certain value or certain condition, then you maybe want to call some endpoints or do some other calculation. For that we have a special thing in Vue called as watchers. As the name implies, watchers in Vue are used to observe and react to changes in a specific data property. Let's take a look at that with an example. The counter that we have here, let's say when the counter hits the value of 5, we want to display an alert or maybe log something. In order to create a watcher, we will use the watch keyword, and then in the arrow function here, we want to define on which property we want to create this watch. So for now, I will create that on the counter that we have here. We will say counter.value here, and then when we are watching, we can get two parameters. First one is new value, and the next one is the old value. We will create an arrow function here, and then we have the method. To get started here, let me do console.log here, and we can say counter value has been updated from old value to the new value. We can add another condition here if counter, or we have the new value is equal to 5. Then we display an alert here, counter value is 5. If I save that here, I have the console error watch is not defined. We will have to import that. Let me save that, and perfect. Now if I do increment, you can see the counter value has changed from 0 to 1. That is correct. Let me try that again, and as soon as it hits 5, we see the alert here, and the value is updated. Now watchers are different than what we have in computer properties because of multiple things. A watch does not always have to return something, but you can see in computed properties, we are returning the value. Along with that, watchers can implement async operation. Like in this case, if the value hits 5, we can go and fetch some API call and populate data if that is needed. Whereas computed properties are always synchronous properties and they cannot handle async operation. If you have to summarize, you can say that watchers are more appropriate when you have to perform some kind of side effect as a result of change to the data that is being watched. Also, watchers are never cached, whereas computed properties are cached, and computed properties are only executed when their dependencies change, whereas for watcher, whenever the watched data changes, then they are executed. Now the watcher that we have here, we are doing that on a ref here, and what we have here, we are basically adding a getter. We have added a getter here to get value from counter.value. If you do not want this route, and if you directly have counter here, that will also work. Let me show that when we change, it says the counter was changed from 0 to 1. If I push that to 5 here, we have our alert, and that is working. So this will work by default when you are using ref here, but if you are using a reactive property, it will not work. Let me show that. I will say const obj is equal to reactive, and there we will have a count of 0. Let me add that to the return here, obj, and where we have the application, we will say obj.count++, copy that here, and perfect. Now the increment and decrement are working. We will have to modify our watch here. Rather than counter, if I say obj.count, that will not work. If I save that here, you can see invalid watch source. A watch source can only be a getter, a ref, a reactive object, or an array of this type. Because when we are passing obj.count here, we are passing the value of that count and not the object itself. So for that we will have to implement a getter that we did before, and with that if you save it here, now it will work. If I increment here, you can see the logs, and we should see the alert. Perfect, that is working. So that is something that you should always keep in mind, that when you are watching here, if you are using a reactive property, you will have to use a getter, basically use the arrow function here, and that should work as expected. Now we want to work on our very first project, and that will be using computed properties and watchers. That way you will gain some experience. But in order to get started, we will have to do some base setup here, and let me walk you through that. We will go to Bootstrap here, and we will be using that for styling and adding some of the classes to get up and running real quick. Now I will not go into the details about what each class does in Bootstrap or even cover any of the aspect of why we are using some of the Bootstrap classes. They are meant for giving us quick styling option so that we can focus more on learning Vue rather than Bootstrap or CSS. In order to add Bootstrap to our project here, let me scroll down. We should have a CDN somewhere. We have that right here. Let me copy the CSS here, and we will go back to our project. I will add that in the head section, and perfect, that looks good. Then let me delete everything in the div here. We will start fresh here, And also what we have here, let me delete the constants and let me delete the watcher and computed properties, and whatever we are returning back here, I will delete all of that. We have a clean application. If I navigate back here, let me display hello, and that is working. Then for our first project that we want to build now, it's basically a list or collection of movies, and we will have an array or some movie title and the year they were released here. So inside the create app in setup, let me create that array. It will be let movies. It will be a reactive property, and there we will have title and year when the movie was released. If you want, you can use some fancy title here, but movie 1, movie 2, and movie 3 looks good. We will also give user an option to add a new movie to this particular list, and for that, we will say let new movie is equal to, that will be a reactive object where we will have a title and year, but by default this is empty. Now let me help you with a little bit of designing with Bootstrap here. We have the main div of app. We will give there a Bootstrap class of container, and within there we will add a div, give it a class of bginfo for blue color, padding 5, rounded, and margin 5. Inside that div, we will add another div, give it a class of h2 for heading, text center, and we will display learn view. Our project name here, let me call that Movieopedia. If I save that here, we have a design here. That doesn't look pretty, but if I press F12 here, perfect, I believe that is okay for now. I do not want to focus too much on the design, but this looks good and responsive, so let me go with that. After that, let me add a HR here, and we will have list of all the movies. But before we add list of all the movies, let me add an input field. That way we can fetch the new movie details that we have in the object new movie. In the return statement, let me return new movie and movies object, and then here let me add a div, give it a class of input, group, and give it margin bottom 3. Perfect. Within that div, I will add a span, give it a class of input group text, and we will call that title. Looks good. Then we will have input type is equal to text, and class will be form control. That is a Bootstrap class here. And then we want to bind this input field to title of the new movie. We will add vModel here, and that will bind that to new movie.title. I will copy this div, paste it again here. That will be for the year, and it will be binded to new movie.year. If I save that here, the UI is looking great. Now because I am responsive here, I have to toggle to make sure I have the correct one aligned, but this looks good. After that, I will add another div, give it a class of text center and padding bottom of 3, and there I want to add the button, give it a class of btn, btn secondary, that is a gray color in Bootstrap, and width 25. I will call that add movie. Save that, and that looks good. Let me create one more button to remove the movie, and that will be danger color, which will be a red color in Bootstrap, and I will call that remove movie. Let me add this button in the same div here, and perfect, that looks good. You can work on the styling here if you want. I believe if I expand, that might resolve itself. Let me see. Well, it is responsive if I exit out of this. And perfect, I believe that looks good. Let me continue. After the div here, we will create a final div that will have a class of border, padding 3, width 50, and margin X of auto. All of them are bootstrap classes. There I will add a div, give it a class of text center, and within there in h4, let me give that a class of text center again. I will display movie list. Let me do that. And after that, I will add a horizontal line. Save that here. Perfect. Now let me display all the movies there. Outside of the div here, where we are displaying the title here, we can add a UL, give that a class of list group here. And inside there, we will have the li element, where we will have the for each loop to iterate through all the movies that we have here and display all of them. We will be using v_for for that. v_for, we can say movie in movies list. Well, we have that as movies. I will use that. I will add a bootstrap class here of list group item, and I will display movie title and movie year. Let me make it width 100 for now, and perfect. That looks great for the base setup for our assignment. Within our project here, it's time for an assignment. I want you guys to implement the add movie and remove movie functionality based on whatever is typed here. If you click add movie, that should be added to the list here. And if you click on remove movie, it should basically remove the last movie that was added to the array. And that is a simple functionality. You can use the JavaScript methods of push and pop on arrays to accomplish that. Another validation that I want you guys to add is movie list can have only up to 5 movies. So if there are more than 5 movies and if someone types a movie here and clicks on add movie, that movie should not be added. The add movie button will not work if the movie list is greater than 5. I want you guys to implement that before we continue on to the next video, where I will show you how to accomplish that. But you have already practiced majority of that in the learning so far, so try to practice this assignment before you continue on in the next video. I hope you were able to accomplish that. What we have to do is we have to create 2 functions for add movie and remove movie. So right here we will say on, and that will be a click event. I will call that add movie, and let me create the other function here that will be on, click, and that will be remove movie. Perfect. Do not make any spelling mistake here. And then we need to create those functions. We will have the function here for add movie, and inside there we will call movies.push, and then we can directly push that using the spread operator. Or if you do not want that, you can have the new object like title will be new movie dot title and year will be new movie dot year. That way it will append that particular new movie to the movies array here, and then we will empty out the new movie dot title and new movie dot year. But this will only be applied if movies dot length is less than 5, because I told you we can only add up to 5 movies. After that, I want to implement the other function, that is remove movie. Make sure you do not make any spelling mistake in the name here, and in order to remove that, in the array in JavaScript we have movies.pop, and that will remove the last record in the array. Push and pop are not Vue features, they are basic JavaScript functionality, so if you have not worked with them before, you can do a little browsing and see how they work. Push will basically add that to the array, and pop will remove last one that was added. So perfect. With that, I believe the assignment should be valid here. Let me do test 2024, add movie. and that does not work. And of course, we have not returned them here. Let me do that. Save that here. And let me try that again. 2024. And perfect. That is working. If I add another movie here, that works here. If I add another one, this time it will not work because we already have 5 movies. If I press add movie here, you can see it is not working. So that is great. Now if I click on remove movie, it will remove the last one that was added here. Let me see. And perfect. That is working. So with that, first part of our assignment is looking great. Let me continue from the next video. Before I give you the assignment to work on computed properties and watcher, let me create a function here. It will be function get all movies, or let me call that get all movie text here. What that will do is it will iterate through movies.map. That is a JavaScript method to iterate over an object. And there, let me have a single movie object. Add the arrow function here. And we will say return. I will say movie title was released in, and then the year. Let me copy this. I will add that to the return here. And I will display that. Rather than displaying this here, I will iterate through get all movies here, and I will display the text here, that is movie, and perfect. That looks good. So with that, we have a function that will return the exact text that needs to be displayed. If I remove anything, you can see that is functional, and that is perfect. Next thing what I will do is where we have the variables here, let me create a boolean. I will call that show message. And where we have the div, where is movie list here, we will have a span here, give it a class of text danger, and if the movie list is greater than 5, then we will display you can only add 5 movies. Well, let me do that. If this is more than 3 movies, then we will display that as a warning message so that they are aware they can only add up to 5 movies. Because we have 3 movies, it is being displayed. If I remove one, it goes away. If I add it again, perfect, that comes up. So now we have a base functionality that is working, but what I want you guys to do is replace these functionalities with computed properties and watchers. What I mean by that is where we have this function here, I want you to replace this function with computed property. Replace with computed property here. That way we will have a computed property that will automatically compute and return all the movie text that needs to be displayed. Next thing that I want you guys to do is rather than adding the if condition here, even though it is more optimal scenario, we do not care about that. I want you guys to practice watcher. So you will remove this if condition and you will accomplish the same functionality that we have here, that if there are more than 3 movies in the array, you will display this message without using this condition. But I want you guys to create a watcher on this movies array, and if the length is greater than 3, then inside that watcher, you will update the flag for show message, and that way you will use that flag here. So if show message is true, then it will be displayed. So show message will have to be toggled inside the watcher that you will create on the movies array. So good luck with that assignment, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. The first task here is to replace this function with a computed property. Let me do that. I will create a constant here. Let me call that get all movie text here, and that will be a computed property. Perfect. And there we will have an arrow function. And perfect. With that simple change, we have converted our function to a computed property. Now we need to use this one, replace it here, and because we are using computed property, we do not need the round bracket. Let me save that here, and the application will work exactly the same. Perfect. Now we have a computed property, so that looks good. Next, I want to create a watcher to toggle the show message. We want to create a watch here. Let me do that. And on what property we want to watch? We want to watch the movies array here. And inside there, we do not want old values or new values. So we can even have an empty arrow function. We will add an if condition there that if movies.length is greater than or equal to 3, then we want to update the show message here. And because it is a ref, we will have to update dot value. With that, I believe everything should be functional. Let me try that here. Test 2022. Some reason that did not work. And perfect. We have the warning here. Show message was not returned here. Let me add that. And now it should work. We will say test 2022. And perfect. Our watcher is working as expected. So with that, you can see the use case for computed properties and watcher and how easy it is to implement that or convert a function to a computed property. I have said before that there is a one critical difference between computed property and watcher is that watcher can be asynchronous. So where we have the watcher here, we can make it asynchronous by adding the async keyword here. And then we can add a timeout when we are displaying the message here. We can say set timeout. And we will show the message here after 3 seconds. This will be true. So after 3 seconds, the message will be displayed. Let me see if that works here. If I add the movie, in 3 seconds, the message will be displayed. And perfect, that works. Our application that we built here is looking great, but I wanted to show you one more short notation. If you remember, instead of vbind, we had the colon sign. Similarly for von, because it is one of the common one, on every button we will have a von. That is why they have a short notation for von, and rather than that, we can directly replace that with an @ sign. So where we have von here, we can write @click. That basically denotes the click event here. And if I save that, refresh the application, if I do remove here, and if I add something here, that works. As we progress with the course, which is colon for vbind and @ sign for von. When we are working with any application, we typically will be encountering or creating forms so that user can populate some details and hit the submit button. For our next mini project, we will be building that as well. So here where we have learn Vue, I will call that forms here. I will leave the title. Let me remove year here. I will remove one of the button here and let me give it width of 50. Perfect. And we will call that as submit. We do not want to display the movie list or anything. Let me remove that div here. And we do not even want movies here. We will have a different form object. Let me delete all of these things. And perfect. That is good. Let me scroll up where we have the model. Let me remove that for now and click event. Perfect. If I save that here, great. We have a basic web page here where we have input field and a button, but we do not have a form. Before I add the form here, let me create a form object that will be inside setup here. It will be a constant, call that as form obj, and that will be a reactive because it will be an object. Now what do we want in our form? We will keep that simple. We will have email. Next I will have name, phone number. We will have a checkbox on if a user wants to subscribe or not. That will be false by default. And let's say we will have a gender. That will be a drop down. That way we will have a few topics like this will be a string. We will have validation, that phone number here, we will make that a number. We have a checkbox and we will have a drop down. With that form object here, let me return that and we will bind that later. But before anything, let me create a form here and I will close it right before the closing div. Perfect. Now everything that we have here is enclosed within a form. So let's see how we can work with form, and when we hit the submit button, how can we capture the values? Before we work on the submit button, let me bind the form object that we have here to our input field. So right here we will add a Vue model, and this will be form obj dot. Where we have the title, we will change that to be an email. Let me update that. And that is perfect. Let me copy and paste that couple of times here. Next we have name and phone number. We will have the name here and we will have phone number. Perfect. If I save that, we have 3 input fields and that is great. Then we have the subscribe here. Let me work on that. And gender we will work at the very end. Where we have the subscribe here, it will be checkbox here. And Vue model will be subscribe. We have the label here. We will say subscribe to newsletter. If I save that here, well, the bootstrap class will be different here. It will be form check input. Let me save that. And we have the checkbox, but rather than span here, let me remove that. We will add a label here. Class will be form check label, that is a bootstrap class. And we will add subscribe to newsletter. I will add a space here, NBSP. Perfect. Our checkbox is looking great. Now what happens is when we hit the submit button, you can see the form is getting submitted. Right here you can see it gets reloaded. We do not want it to automatically get submitted. We want to handle the submit event because on submit we want to capture the values here and maybe we want to log that or call an API to populate all of these details, or we want to do some custom logic. So first what we need to do is we need to disable the auto submit event where it is submitting the form. If you remember where we have to prevent the default behavior, on form here we have a handler for that. We will say submit. We want to handle the submit event and there we want to prevent the default behavior. Along with that, on submit here, we will create an endpoint called as handle submit. Let me create that. Perfect. So now if I save that, well, we have an error because we do not have the function handle submit. Let me create that here. And to get started, we will just do console.log form object and we will have to return this here. Perfect, that works. Now one thing that you can notice here is if I press F12 and now if I hit the submit button, you can notice here that it does not reload the page. It is logging empty objects here and that is perfect. If I handle the checkbox here, then you will notice the subscribe is true. With that, you can see how we can use the .prevent here to prevent the default auto submit behavior. Now, if we do not have this, let me save that. And if I hit the submit button, you can see the page is getting reloaded. You can see it logs for a microsecond and then it goes away because the page will be reloaded Because of the submit event of a form, that is the default and expected behavior. So we need prevent here to make sure that form does not get reloaded here. And with that, if I hit the submit button, the form does not reload. We can see the logs here, and that is working. If you remember in the video for model modifiers, we used few model modifiers. Let me show you the use case of one of them. The first one here is a simple one. We will use .trim to eliminate any empty spaces before and after in both name and email. But on top of that, we have something called as .number, and that can be very handy. Right now we have form.phone here. Let me save and write a phone number and hit submit here. You will notice that phone number is being passed here as a text. Now if we notice here, even though phone number what we have here is a text here, we do not want that. I want to pass it here as a number. And how can we do that? For that, what you can do is where you have the phone we model, you can say .number. If you save that here, and now if you pass any value here, it will be passed as a number and not as a string. This can be great because let's say if you're working on some number and once you retrieve that, you have to do some calculation. Then if it is passed as a number, you do not have to convert that again. Also, if you change the type here to be a number, then it will not accept anything else. It will pass it as a number, and that is working. So model modifiers can be great and handy, and trim is one of the great one because if you have a name or email, you do not want to add any white spaces. So that fits our use case as well. In the form obj, you remember we have a gender property, and I want to have a radio button for that. That way they can select any one of the gender. Now before the subscribe to newsletter here, let me create a div, give it a class of border and padding 1 here. And inside there, I will create a label, give it a class of form label, and we will display gender. Add a new line here, and then we will have the input field for checkbox, but I will add those inside the bootstrap classes of form check and form check inline. These are standard bootstrap classes. When you want to have both of the checkbox in a single line here, we will add input, give it a class of form check input, and type will be radio. We do not want value. We have Vue model, and that will be form obj.gender. Now that is the model. We will not add value right now. Before I add the value, let me add Vue model here. That will be form obj.gender. And then what value do we want here? It will be male, and we will have to give it a name. Perfect. Now before the closing tag here, let me add male. And let me have the closing tag. It will not be div, it will be input. Let me copy the div here, paste that again. That will be for female. Let me modify that here. And if I save that, perfect, we have radio button and only one of them can be selected here. That fits our requirement. Now even if you do not have name here, things will work. But I like to add a name there. That way we are explicit. And even if you want, you can add an ID field there. That way if you want to access that in JavaScript or anything for some reason, you can always access that. But what we have here for gender is looking great. If I populate that and hit submit here, you can see it automatically populates the gender. Let me modify that and we have male. That is perfect. Now let's say in the requirements, rather than a radio button, they want a dropdown. That is easy to accomplish as well. I will add a HR here, and let me add a BR for a break. Perfect. Then here for dropdown, we will have a select ID. Let me call it gender here. And again, we will be using our Vue model here. That will be form obj.gender, and we will give it a class of form select. That is a bootstrap class, and then within here we will have two options. First option will be value of male. We will write male here, and next one will be value of female, and perfect. If I save that here, you can see we have a drop down, and if I click on that, we have male and female. If you select male here, you can see the drop down also automatically selects that because both of them are binded to the same model. If you want to assign a default value here, you can do that. Where we have gender, I can assign that to be male. And now if I have female here and if I refresh, you can see it automatically selects male as the default value. So with that, you can see how easy it was to add a drop down rather than a radio button if that is the requirement. Now in our project, I want to add validation, but before I do that, our form is working as expected. Let me show that. If I write pen@gmail here, pen, a phone number, mail, and subscribe, and if I hit submit, you can see everything is getting submitted, and in our logs, we can see everything is functional. But what if I want to add validation? That way email and name cannot be empty. Let me show you two ways we can validate the name first and then we can continue. Where we have the name here and where we have the input, we can add a V on here and we can say on blur. That means as soon as the focus gets out of that particular element, this function or this method will be invoked, and I will call that validate name. Now we will need a Boolean flag to know whether name is valid or not. So where we have our properties here, I will create one more constant, or I can add that in the form object itself. I will say is name valid, and that will be true by default here. Perfect. If I save that and scroll up again, we need to create a validate name. But if that particular object that we created, if it's not valid, I want to display a div here, and I will say if here, and if form.isNameValid is not valid, so we will add a not sign, then we will display in text danger that name is required. We will add a validation that name is required, or name should be at least 3 characters long. If I save that here, perfect. By default, it will not be displayed. But if I scroll down, and if I make this as false, and perfect, we can see that is working. Now, of course, you can work on some of the validation here. The design here is not good here. Let me cut this and paste it right here. And rather than margin bottom, I will have to do margin top here. Save that here, and this will be padding top. And if I save that, perfect, that looks more meaningful. Now if I go back to my model, I will make sure that it is hidden here, and we need to create a function. That function name is validate name. Let me create that here. Function validate name. And inside there we will check if form object.name.length is less than 3. We will toggle the isNameValid field, and that should work. I will have to return this here. Let me do that. And let me try that. If I type one thing and if I click outside, perfect, we have the validation, and that is looking great. Now what we have right now is a single field validation, and we had to add quite a few of programming just to validate that one field. Now this can be handy if you want to implement a custom validation and that has a complex logic. Now in a form you might have many components and you want to display all of the error list at top of the form right here. For that we can create an array and we can hold all the error message here. We will say constant error list here, and that will be a reactive array. And perfect, we will keep that empty for now. Let me scroll up here. After the HR here, I can add a div. Inside there, I will have a UL and li, where we will use the v for iterate through error list and display all of the error message. And perfect, that looks good. We will have to return the error list here. Let me do that. And I will return that here. Perfect. But now how will we populate the error list? We can do that when we have the handle submit, before we actually submit the form or do whatever we want here. We can do validation. We can say error list.length is equal to 0. We will clear it out. And then we can check email. So we can say if form obj.name.length is less than 3, we have the error message. Next, we can check the email. For email, if this is empty, we can say email is required or something like that. And let's say we need to make sure that they subscribe to our newsletter as well. So we can say if not form obj.subscribe, then we will display please subscribe to the newsletter. After that, in the condition here, we can check if not error list.length, then we can display an alert that form was submitted successfully. Let me save that here, and I want to modify one thing. Let me make it a warning here, and the title I will call that Forms Opedia. Perfect. Now let me try submit here. We have our validation, that is great, but I do not see the email. Let me see what is going on there. And I'm comparing the length here. It will be email. If I try that, perfect. We have all three validation. If I enter a fake email here, that goes away. And if I subscribe here, perfect. Let me enter a name and hit the submit button. And we have our alert. Form was submitted successfully. So with that, you can see if you want an error list here, it is easy to implement. And you can even move all the functionalities here to a separate function and call that function inside the handle submit. We have explored the basic fundamentals of Vue, but right now what we have done is we have added a script in index.html and everything is clustered in one single file. That is not how production applications are built with Vue, so we need to explore on how can we build an application using the recommended approach by Vue in this video. For that, I will close the file here, and in the File Explorer, let me open this up. I will open a new folder. Right here where we had the fundamentals, I will create a folder and I will call that Vue Components Demo. Then here we need to create the Vue application. For that, let me go back here and let me go to Vue.js.org. And there we will navigate to the install tab here. And if we scroll down, we have the npm installation. Now here it is installing the latest version. Let me copy the command here and we will go back. In order to run that in the window here, we have a built-in terminal window. You can see the toggle terminal command is displayed here, but if I click on three dots, or if you have it in smaller screen, you will see terminal tab there, and we will click on new terminal. This terminal will open at the location where we have the folder. You can see it is inside Vue Components Demo. There we will add the command npm create Vue at latest, that is what we copied, and that will use the latest version of Vue and create the project. Now because on my machine it does not have the create Vue package, it is asking me OK to proceed. I will press Y here and press enter. Now you might get that package installation or you might not get that. If you do not get that, you will directly see the Vue.js progressive JavaScript framework, and it is asking me for a project name. I will give it a name of Vue Components and then -demo and press enter. Now when we press enter here, we will have way more configuration that we need to select. Perfect. We can select features that we want to include in our project when we are building our project using Vue. We have many configuration here for TypeScript, router, Pinia, vtest and much more, but we will not use any of them. And you can see they are getting duplicated here because I believe I scrolled down, but basically we have the configuration after TypeScript here all the way to the end. The UI is getting messed up here, but if you want to add TypeScript here, you can select that by pressing space, and you can select what you want for the project. Now typically I do not like the default templates when we are getting started because I want to start from ground zero and help you understand on if you want to add Pinia to an existing project or if you want to add Vue router to an existing project, what are the files that are needed and how to do that from ground zero. So I will not be selecting any option here and I will press enter here to create our project. Perfect. Once you will press enter here, we will have these commands. Now here it is asking that everything is done. Now we need to run these three commands. What happens with these three commands is first we will have to navigate in another folder because if you notice here, it created a new folder here and there it has added all the files. Let me copy the cd command here and I will paste that. We will navigate to that directory and next command is npm install. Now when we create project here, even though we did not select any of the components here, it still added some of the packages that you will see in package.json. When we want to build this application using Vue, we will have to install those packages. For that we will write the command npm install and press enter. It will take a few seconds here and once that is done, the next command that we have is npm run dev. And perfect, we can see that is done here. So the next command that we have is npm run dev. If I do that, then it will run the application. If I press enter here, perfect, you can see few things here. First, you can see it is using Vue here, and this is pronounced wheat, even though it looks like white, but it is pronounced as wheat. That means we are using Vue here to compile or convert our Vue application into JavaScript and then run that in a browser. And if you scroll up here, you can see in this section we will introduce how to scaffold a SPA application, and create project will use a build setup based on Vue here, and that is the command that we used based on Vue. So that is what we have used to create and compile our project. Once you run the npm run dev, Vue will be running that on this particular URL that you see. If I open that link here, we can see the basic application that is up and running by default. And you can see here you've successfully created a project with Vue and Vue 3. Now the project that is up and running by default has quite a few components, and it has few files and folder structure that have been added by default. Let me walk you through what got created in the next video, and the terminal here we will keep that running because what happens is if we update something, it will automatically compile and display those changes in the application. If you go back to the solution, you will notice in the folder we have quite a few folders and files that are created automatically. Now do not worry. I will walk you through the basic files and folder, and we will delete most of the files here to start from ground zero to see how we can build everything from ground zero. Let me do all of that from the next video. When it comes to any programming language, one of the critical aspects is how you can debug the application, and for that you can see when the application is built here using Vite, it automatically installs Vue DevTools. And that is very critical when you are building an application because it helps you debug your application, especially if something is not working. You can see there is a separate URL here for the DevTools. Let me open the browser here, and if I go back and open the DevTools, perfect, that is working. Now DevTools will only work if the main application browser is working. If you close this, then DevTools will not work. But when you are working with Chrome, you do not need to open that in a separate window. If you go down here, you can see it automatically incorporates that DevTool in the window as well. You can move it around if you want, so that way it doesn't block your UI. And then if you click here, it will display DevTools. Now DevTools are great. It will display all the components that you have. It will display all the pages. If you have multiple routes configured, it will display all of that here. And right now it does not display Pinia store, but when you add state management, it will display that state as well. That way you can evaluate if something is not right with the state in any component. Now again, what will happen is when we evolve our application and when we work with other components here, we will explore DevTools in further detail. But right now I will exit that out. I wanted to give you a brief understanding in a couple of minutes that we have the built-in support of Vue DevTools because we created our project with Vite. If you notice here we have the pick icon. I selected that, so that way if I hover anywhere on the application, it will display that in which folder which component that is being rendered from. And if I click on that, it will take me to that particular component. But I do not want to complicate things right now. We don't even know what Vue components are. For this video, I only wanted to show you that we will have Vue DevTools integrated in our project when we build our project using Vite. Our project has been created here, and we have a sample page here that is up and running, and it has quite a few images and few other things. But let me go back here and examine the code that has been created. Main folder that you have in the application starts from this public folder. The first one is an internal VS Code folder, and then we have all the node modules that have been installed. You will not be working with these two folders. They are there by default. We have the public folder where we will typically put public assets that are accessed by our index.html. Like we have fav icon here, so that is why we have placed that in the public asset. If there are any assets that will be used by your Vue components, you will place them inside the assets folder in SRC. So anything that is not used by the Vue, you can put that in the public folder. Next we have the SRC folder. You can think of that as everything that is related to Vue in your application will go inside the SRC folder. If you place it outside the SRC folder, that will not work. The files that are here outside of the SRC folder is the gitignore file, if you deploy that to GitHub, and then we have the main file that is index.html. That will be the only file that we will add outside of the SRC folder. Everything else we will place inside the SRC folder. Now in the previous project that we were working on, we only had index.html, and there we added Vue using a script file. But here we do not do that. We added that in packages. If you examine package.json, we have the dependency of Vue, and when we ran the command npm install, it will install all the packages, and that way Vue will be automatically available in the application. We do not have to add any script tag here to include Vue in our application. Now in future, when we will add more packages, they will be added in package.json file, and that's how it will be added to the project. So we have our main index.html that we have used so far, and we will explore that in the upcoming videos. But here you can see we have div with the ID of app, and that is where we will be adding view. In the script module here, you can see there is main.js, and that is inside src folder. Next, what we have here is the JS config, and it is just some of the compilation option, so you do not need to worry about that. We also have some configuration option for Vite, but you typically do not touch that or modify anything there. They are meant for Vite to compile the application and make sure that when you go to the URL, it is up and running by compiling the Vue code into JavaScript. Based on the conversation right now, the only file that we will touch here is index.html, and that has a reference to main.js here, and all of those files will be inside src folder. Anything related to Vue will be placed inside the src folder. Always remember that. We have our main.js here, and there we are calling create app, and then we are mounting Vue on the hash app here that is there in index.html, and that is straightforward. We did something similar in the previous project, but all of that was bundled inside index.html. Here we have separated that, and we are also importing create app from Vue. The thing that you will see here is it is importing app from app.vue, and that is app.vue. App.vue is basically a Vue component. You can see it ends in .vue, and that is rendering, and that is being mounted on the div that is app. Now if you go back here, you can see there are way more components, and all of them are inside the components folder. We have hello Vue, welcome, and welcome item. Rather than explaining on what is already there, I like to start from ground zero. That way you will understand everything from scratch. So what I will do is I will delete all the assets here, all the components here, and I will also delete the app.vue. Only thing that we have here is index.html, where we are referencing main.js here, and inside main.js, let me remove everything. Perfect. I will remove the app component here on the create app as well. And now what we have is we are importing create app, and on that create app, we are mounting the hash app. That app is inside the index.html, where we have the div with the ID of app. With that change, if you go back to your local host, you will see an empty web page here, and if you do F12 here, it displays a warning that component is missing a template or render function. I will explain that in the next video, but right now we have cleaned everything, and even though we have created this application using Vite, our application is basically empty. It has the Vite compiler settings, but index.html is empty. It only has main.js, and there we have create app. If you want, we can remove that as well. Perfect. So now everything is simple. Our application only has index.html, and we will start from ground zero and understand how will we create components and configure our Vue application. Now we have index.html, where we have a div with the ID of app, and there we want to mount our Vue component. If you examine, we have a script here, main.js here, but here we do not have anything. What we need to do here is similar to what we were doing in index before. We had to import create app from Vue. So we will say import create app, and then here in JavaScript, we will be using the from keyword. That way it will import create app here, and then we will call the create app. And inside the parameter here, we have to pass a component, and that component, where will we mount? We will mount that on an element with the ID of app. That is what we have written here, and that is right here. But what component will we mount here? We do not have any component in our project. So we need to create a main parent component of Vue application that will be mounted in this particular method. In the src here, we will create a new file, and the convention is to call it app here, so we will call that app.vue. Now if you want to use a different name, you can do that as well, but we will call that app. Now if we want to mount this app component that we added in the parameter here, we first have to import that. If you have to import a component, it is simple. We will write import and then we will give our component any name. After that we have to provide the route. So we will say from, and then we have to write the route that is relative to the file that we are on. App.vue and main.js are in the same folder, so I will say // and then the file name. You can even call that app temp here, and then here we will pass that app temp. But let me make it more meaningful. I will call that app here, and I will say I want to create a Vue app on this app component, and I will mount that inside index where we have ID of app right here. But in the Vue component, we do not have anything. If you write a div here, something like this, it will not work. Let me show that. If I navigate to localhost here, you will notice an error message. It says at least one template or script is required in a single file component, and that error is inside app.vue component. What it means is where you have a Vue component, you cannot directly write HTML here. You will have to enclose that within a tag of template. In that template, if you add a div and if you write hello world, you will notice the application will work now. If I go back, perfect, that is working. And without this template, if I save that here, we get the error message, at least one template or script is required. We will add script in the later videos, but if I add a template here, in there whatever HTML we write, that will be rendered in the div of app. If I press F12 here, you can see in the div ID of app, we have hello world. That means our Vue component is functional here, and whatever we have in the template, it is mounting that on the create app and inside the div with the ID of app. So I hope this gives you a basic idea of what we did to get started. We created an app.vue component and we are importing that inside the main.js, and that Vue application that we created here, we mounted that on the div with the ID of app, and that step we have already done that in the single index.html that we had before. The only difference here is we have to create a separate Vue component, import that using the import statement, and then we add that on the create app. Our application is up and running here, and we have hello world here that is being displayed, but we do not have any Vue code, we just have simple div element. If you ever want to toggle between the terminal window, you can press Ctrl and then the tilde sign, and then the terminal window comes up, and then you can hide that by pressing the cross icon. So our application is still running, and that is good. But what if we want to add some code that we used to do in the previous examples, like in index.html, we used to have some script and then we used to have some HTML. Well, inside Vue template here, we can do that. We have template that will store all the HTML, and then we can add a script tag. In the previous index.html, we had setup method that we added inside create app, but here we just have create app in main.js. The setup methods we will add for each component. We will have to follow some syntax for that. We will first say export default, and inside there we will have the setup method. Then here we can create whatever we used to do in the setup method, like if I have a message here, hello Vue, and then we can return that message, and once you return this message, it can be used in the template. So rather than hello world here, we will use it using the double curly bracket, similar to what we were doing before. And if I save that, perfect, you can see we have hello Vue. So in a Vue component, you will have a template that will hold the HTML, you will have script that will have the Vue code, and you will also have one more component that will be style component. So the app component in Vue is comprised or made up of 3 tags: template, script, and style. Now we have our main component, that is app.vue here, and where we are displaying hello Vue. But when we are working with any JavaScript framework or even modern programming languages for web application, everything is broken down into components. In Vue as well, what we will do is we will have a main component and that will have child components. That way you can call other components and display and toggle what is displayed on the UI. But how do we create another component similar to app.vue, and then that component we will have to consume that in our main component, which is app.vue. Now when you create any other components that will be inside the src folder, we will create a new folder. I will give it a name, components here. That way it is a meaningful name and all of our components will reside in that folder. Inside there, let me create a new file here, and I will call that component contact us, and the extension for a Vue component is .vue. So we will add that. Whoops, I have a wrong name here. It will be contact us.vue, and perfect. Now as I said before, in a Vue component, we need to have a template. We will add some of the classes here, but right now let me add h1. I will display contact us here, and we will display an email where we will say please send an email to hello@.netmastery.com. Now what if I want to display this particular component in app.vue? For that we will have to import this contact us inside app.vue, and then we can display that. Now when we have to import a component, we can import that in 2 ways. One is a global import and the other one is a local import. Let me show you what I mean by global import. We will import that in main.js and we will directly register that where we have create app. We will mount that component and then we will register that component right here where we have imported Vue globally in our application. Let me show you how to do that here. I will say import and then I want to import contact us here from, and then the route here is in components. We have contact us.vue. Once you do that here, we can break this out in different line. I can say const app is equal to create app, and then on that app we can call the mount. That way we have separated these two. Before we mount that, we can mount additional component. So I will say app.component, and then here we have 2 parameters. First one is the name that we want to give to our component, and this is the name that we will use when we are consuming that component. And then what is the actual component that you want to mount? That is contact us that we have imported. Now typically when we add a component, the naming convention states that you should go with kebab casing, or if you want, you can use Pascal casing. Let me use kebab casing for now here, and then we have a component called as contact us that we have registered in our app. Now because it is already registered globally in our app here, we can go to app.vue, and let's say after the message, we want to use that component, and using that is super simple. We need to remember what name we have used to register, that is contact us. So that will act as an HTML attribute, and we will have the closing tag. With that, if I save and if I go back to the application, perfect, you can see contact us is visible. Let me add them side by side here. And the beauty about components is that they are reusable. If I paste it 4 times here, you will notice we have contact us 4 times. So that way, if you have a text area or let's say you have some logic for dropdown, you can create special components for that and you can always reuse them in your application. Now that we have created our first component, let me create one more component here. That way we will gain little practice on how to create components. I will call this button counter.view and there we will have template. What I want is a button here where we will display how many times we have clicked that button. For that we will need a reference here to store the counter and let me call that script here. Inside that we will say export default and we will have a setup method where we will have a ref of 0. I do not want anything else here and I will return that back. In the template here I will add a button and on click here I will add an inline implementation of incrementing the count and I will display that within the button tag here. That looks good. This time again I want to register this component globally inside main.js here. I will import button counter and then I will say app.component. I want to register that with the name of button -counter and then the component is button counter that has been imported right here. With that, if I go to app.view after contact us, I can add button counter and if I save that, we should see the button. It is not coming up and of course we see the error, ref is not defined. We used ref here but I forgot to import that. We need to import that before the export default here. We will say import ref from view and when we import that it has to be in curly bracket here. If I save that, perfect, we have the button. If I click on that you can see the counter is working. So our button component is working as expected. Now registering a component should become your habit. That is why I am giving you the same task again. That way you become a little more familiar with Vue before we take a deeper dive. One more thing that we can do here is where we have contact us, we can make this dynamic. So if I go here, I can copy this particular entity, copy that, paste it here. In the script tag here, let me paste that, and we will have email here. The value will be hello@.netmastery.com, and let me display that. It will be email, and we will have to return that back here. Perfect, that is working. Now in all the components that we have added here, you can see something repetition is that we have export default, then we have setup, and we have return. Because it was getting too much repetitive, Vue has an alternative for that. If you are only going to use the composition API, then what we can do is we can remove the export default here, and we can remove setup as well, delete all of that, as well as return statement. But if you remove all of that, within the script tag here, you will have to add a keyword called as setup, and that is equivalent to what we were doing before. With that, if I save it here, you will notice the click works. So now we do not have to explicitly define what we are returning. Basically, whatever is there in the setup, you can easily use that in the template. That is a great functionality, and personally I love having just a setup here in the script tag. Let me modify that in the other component here. We will have setup. We do not need export default or setup or any return here. Save that, and in contact, remove these two, remove the return here, and if I save it, it will not work because I do not have setup. You can see that is not working. the email address is not coming up. If I go to the console window, you can see email was accessed, but it was not defined. So once I add setup here, it should work again, and perfect, that is working. Now we have a much cleaner approach of how we configure setup in our script tag. We have created two components, button counter and contact us, and we have registered them in main.js. And right now the registration that we have done, this is called global component. What I mean by that is when we are consuming that in app.vue, if we had some other component, we can easily consume that in those components. We do not have to write any import statement because we registered them directly on the app. They are global components. But what if we do not want this button counter to be a global component? I can add a comment here that these are global components. And then the button counter, I want to import that inside the app.vue. If we import that in a component, then it is a local component. Now how can we add this particular component? For that, what we will do is inside setup here, we will have to import button counter. Once you import that component here, then here you can use that component button counter like this. If you save that here, you can see it is functional. If I copy and paste that, we have both the components. One thing that you should notice here is when we have two components here, in button counter we have a ref for count. Both of them will have its own reference for counter, and you can see both of them are tracked separately. That is one thing that you should always remember. So when you are using components here, they will have their own data, which will be locally for each one of those components. But the button counter here is a local component because we have added the import statement in this particular component. Now if you go to contact us here and if you write button counter, this will not work because it will not know what that component is because that is not registered globally anymore. That is a local component now. As you can tell, local registration is the recommended approach for better organization and maintainability. The reason is simple. If you register all of your components globally, they will be easily available in all the components, but the disadvantage is when the application is being loaded for the very first time, that will be a lengthy call because it will have to bundle up and load all of the global components. On the other hand, if you have local component and that component is not visible on the home page, then Vue application will not have to bundle that and load it when you are loading the home page of your application. So unless there is a specific use case for registering a component globally, you should always opt for registering them. You should always register the components locally as compared to the global registration. Now the default approach, we do not want to register any components globally. I want you guys to take a small assignment and make sure to register this contact us as a local component in app.vue. You were able to complete that assignment. We will remove the registration from main.js here, and where we have app.vue, we will import contact us here, and then we will have to use that in the component name. And perfect, that looks good. With that, you can see how easy it was to convert a global component to a local component, but it all depends on the dependencies. But this is looking great. Before we continue here, let me add Bootstrap in our project. That way we can easily use the styling here. And let me scroll down here, we have the CDN. I will copy that in index.html. Let me paste that here. And I will also copy the JavaScript here. Add that. Perfect. Looks good. With that in place, Bootstrap is added in our project, and where we have the contact us here, let me add some of the classes here and save that. Perfect. That looks good. In the main app here where we have the div, let me create one more parent div here, and I will give that a class of container. Great. That looks good for our application. Let me continue from the next video. Let me remove the button counter altogether. Right now we only have contact us in our app.vue, and that is looking great. Now we have a contact us component here, but let's say I want to change few things. Where we have the app.vue component, I want to pass what will be the email address and name for the contact information. Rather than contact us here, let me rename this to just a contact component. Perfect. That looks good here in app.vue. We will have to modify that to be contact. It automatically modified the file name here, and that looks great. Now in the contact here, rather than contact us, let me add an h3 here, and we will display name, and we will have email along with phone number. So we will have an email here in the p tag. Let me add a phone, and perfect. That looks good. Now what I want to do is, if there is no email, we will display hello at .NET Mastery. But from the parent component, that is app.vue, where we are consuming the contact component, we want to pass name and email similar to if we were passing a parameter to a function. That can be done easily. Right here, let's say I want to add a name of Bhrugen here, and I want to pass a phone number. And then I want to capture these parameters inside the contact component. How can we do that? When you want to capture some of the parameters that are being passed from parent component, they are referred as props. So basically we have few props that we are passing here, and we want to capture them in the child component. For that, what we will do is, within the script here, we can say const, and we will say props is equal to, there is a method called as define props that will capture all of the properties that are being passed. Now if you remember here, we have name and phone, they are two properties. So define props here can be an array, and there we can say that we are expecting name and phone. The property name that you have here must exactly match what are being passed as parameters or props. If they do not match, then things will not work. And now define props here is a method that is inside Vue. You will have to import that as well. Once you do that, then you will be able to use these properties here. We have name and we have phone number. If I save that here, perfect. You can see name and phone number are being populated. Now we can have multiple contacts here, and let's assume we are building a dictionary of contacts and we want a owner name. Basically that this contact information belongs to this owner. We want to pass that information as a property as well. So here we will add owner name is equal to, and let's say .NET Mastery for now. Then inside the contact here, we will retrieve that. We also have owner name here. And I will add a p tag here. I will add some of the Bootstrap classes here, float end and small. Let me correct that. And that will be displayed if only if the owner name is not empty. Abstract this contact information belongs to, and then the owner name. Perfect, we can see that here, and I believe the styling is a little bit off. Let me make this padding 4, and that is perfect. If I expand here, that looks acceptable. Perfect. Now we are passing this owner name as a parameter from our parent component, which is app.vue. But what if here we have a constant here, and I will call that context owner is equal to .NET Mastery, and we want to pass that right here. If you pass it like this, it will not work. Even if you add double quotes, it will not work. For that, you will have to use vbind here, or we can use the shortcut that is colon. With that, it will automatically bind and pass that context owner here. And if I save that, you can see it is working. If I modify that, that is working. Let me remove this button counter, and that looks good. So basically, when we are passing props here, we can even bind them to some of the local variables or properties in that component. Now where we have props here, we can even be more specific and say that what are the type of each props that we expect. That way we can add validation. But for that, it will not be an array here. Now it will be an object, and then name. We will add a colon here, and we will say it is string. Next we have phone number here. That will be a number, and owner name here. That will be string. With that, we have added validation. Now if you remember here, we are passing number here for phone number, but we are passing that as a string. With that, what will happen is even if the UI is looking great, if you save everything and press F12, you will notice there is a warning. It says invalid prop. It expected a number, but rather it got a string with this value. The reason is because when you are passing a property like this, it will always be assigned as a string. If you want to send it as a number, you will have to use vbind for that, or we can use the shortcut that is colon, and that will make sure that it will pass it down as a number and not a string. If you save that and if you refresh here, the warning goes away, and that is working as expected. When it comes to validating props here, we can be even more specific. What I mean by that is right now we are only saying that this will be of type string, but we can pass an object here where we can say the type is string, and then we can add more validation here like required is true and much more. Now if this is required and if we go to app here and we do not pass the name here, save that. If you go back, you will see the error message inside view warnings. You can see missing the required prop name, and that works. Next thing that we can check here is where we have email. We can say type will be string, and then required, maybe make that as a false here. But if that is not provided, we can assign a default value. So I can say default, and let me make that not applicable, like that. We will not be able to use equal to here, it will be colon, and that works. Now if you remember, we also have a local variable of email here, and we are expecting a prop. Let me navigate back here, and let me pass a prop here for email is equal to Bhrugen@test.com, some random email, and with that what will happen is even if you pass prop here, that will not be displayed, because you have the exact same variable name and you have a local variable of email that will take preference. So one thing that you should remember is when you are passing props, if there is a local variable with that exact same name, that local variable will take preference. If I comment this out here and if I save that, now it will display Bhrugen@test.com. So you should be careful with naming your props to make sure that they do not clash with any local variables or object. If I remove this email from here, we will see the default one that is not applicable, and that looks good. Another thing that I said before is define props. We will have to import that, but even if you do not import that, it will work as expected. I believe that was needed before or something, but now that is not needed. As long as you have Vue, you do not need to explicitly import that from Vue. Let me remove these two lines here, and perfect. Our application is coming along, and this is looking much better. Let me create one more contact component here. Let me pass Ben and Jessica, some random numbers here, and save that. Perfect. I will also pass email here. Let me do that. And perfect. That is working. Now in the app.view here, you can notice in both the contact component, we are passing some data here, but rather than that, in the setup here, let me create a reactive contacts property, and I will populate that with 3 contacts here, and I will add one more property on whether that is favorite or not, and that will be a Boolean property. We will have to make sure we add reactive to the import statement here. Import reactive from Vue. Perfect. And then where we have the component here, we will remove this and we will add a for each loop. Let me add a div, give it a class of row, and inside there we will add a div, give it a class of column 12, and there I will add a v4. We will say for v4, and then let me show that. We will say contact in contacts that we have here, and we will also provide key that will be name of the contact. Even if you do not provide a key, that will work here, but it is a good practice to provide that. If the name here was duplicate, then we can add an ID field here and we can assign that. But this looks good. We have name, phone, owner name, email, and I will also add the isFavorite here. Contact.isFavorite, we added that. We need to add this in the property. Let me do that. IsFavorite, and that will be Boolean. If I save that here, element is missing and a tag here. Yep, we forgot the closing div. If I save that, I believe I still need to pass this contact. Let me see what is the error in the console window. Owner name is not defined. We have owner name is not defined here. That is because you can see owner name, we are saying owner name.value. Let me create an owner name property. This is a local property, and I will make that ref here. Perfect. If I save that and if I refresh here, great, that is working. We have all the 3 contacts here, and this is looking great. But before I end the video here, let me go to contact and let me create a div, give it a class of row. Inside there, I will add a div, give it a class of column 12. And within there, I will paste everything, cut and paste that here. Perfect, that is looking good. I will make it padding 1, and that is great. With that, our contact is looking great here. Let me continue from the next video. Now in the main application, what we have is where we have owner name here. We are using a constant variable that is owner name, and we are passing its value. But with that, what will happen is because it is a ref here, let me add an input field. I will say contact owner name, and I will add input field for vModel. With that, if you update anything here, you can notice it is not binded and it does not update. Well, it is binded here, but if we scroll down, we are passing the dot value here, but rather than that, we will have to pass the complete owner name here. And perfect, you can see that works, because now Reactive can know whenever the owner name ref is updated, and it updates the component. So with that, what we are doing is from the parent component here, we can toggle one of the properties that we are passing as a props here. And if we toggle that property, because it is binded here, it will automatically push that change or update to the child component here, and it will display the updated props. And that is perfect. Now from the next video onwards, we will focus more on communication between components, like where we have the app component and contact component. How can both of those components communicate with events, like if from parent we want to invoke a button click of child component, or from child component we want to toggle some data that is there in the parent component. How can we do that? We have added the isFavorite property in the contact here. Let me consume that. The column 12 here, let me modify that to be column 6. And in Bootstrap we have 12 columns. Let me use the next column 3 here to display isFavorite. In the p tag here we will display isFavorite for now. Let me do that. And if I save that, perfect, you can see it is false here, true and then false. Then the paragraph tag here for the end, let me modify that to be a span here. And I will cut that. And I will move that outside of the row that we have here. Perfect. Now if I press F12 here, let me do that. Great. This looks good. What I can do here is where I have padding 1, I can do padding bottom 4. I can increase the padding bottom here. That way the footer here for this contact info is in the blue color, and this is looking much better than what I had before. Now rather than displaying isFavorite as true or false, we can display a button and then we can toggle the class here depending on whether isFavorite is true or not. We have already seen examples of that when we were practicing dynamic classes. Rather than p tag here, I will add a button and then I will dynamically bind the class here depending on isFavorite is valid or not. Let me type that. If isFavorite is true, I will add btn warning, else I will add btn and btn success. After that, depending on whether the isFavorite is true or false, we will toggle the text that we display here as well. We can use the double curly brackets here, and I can check if isFavorite is true. Then we will display that you can remove it from favorites. Else we will display that you can add to and then favorite. If I save that here, you can see it displays add to favorite in 2 places, and in the other one it displays remove from favorite. That way we have added 2 dynamic properties here. First is the class to all the buttons are dynamic depending on the value of isFavorite, and also the text that we display on each of the button here is dynamic depending on what is the value of isFavorite. Right now you can see the dynamic styling and the text is working as expected, but rather than single quote here, if you add a double quote, things will not work. If I save that here, you can see we have the error message here and it does not work. The reason is simple. Because we already have a double quotes here, that is the starting and closing for this dynamic binding. If you add another double quotes here, then things will not work. So always remember when you are working within 2 double quotes, if you have to add a string property there, use single quotes, and that should work when you are working with a Vue binding. Now we want to work on the functionality of add to favorite and remove from favorite. We have the button here, and what we want to do is when we click there, we want to toggle the isFavorite. But isFavorite does not belong to the child component. The owner of isFavorite is the app component, that is the parent component, and we are passing it down as props to the child component. But what we want to do is from contact here, we want to add a function. Let me call that toggle favorite here, and we want to toggle the isFavorite. Now one thing that you will notice I did different is I wrote props.isFavorite. But when we were adding that in the template, we were directly using that as isFavorite. The reason is when you are using that in the Vue code or the script tag here, you will have to use props, and only then you will be able to access isFavorite. Let me show that. If I write that without props here, let me show you what happens. Then the toggle favorite here, we will have to call that on the button click here. We will add click, and there we will invoke toggle favorite. If I save that, and if I hit the button here, you can see isFavorite is not defined because it does not know what is isFavorite. On the other hand, if you write props.isFavorite, Vue will know that you are talking about this particular property that is inside props, but still it will not let you update that. Let me show that. I will save it here. Let me refresh that and click on the button. Perfect, you can see we have a warning here. The set operation on key isFavorite failed. Target is read only. That is because the props that you receive here are read only. Only the parent who owns those properties can update them. So you cannot update the props directly from the child component. Now what we have to do is update a value from the child component that belongs to the parent component. And for that what we have to do is our child component will basically emit an event. And then parent component can listen to that event, and once it is fired, parent component can update the value. But how do we add that? For that, in the child component, we first have to emit an event. In order to emit an event, we will have to create that. So first we will have to define an event. So we will have to create constant emit is equal to, and similar to define props here, we have defined emits, and there we will have to define emit. We can have more than one emits here, and that is why we have an array. We can have multiple emits in a component. I will give it a name of update favorite for this emit because that is what it will be doing. It will be responsible to update favorite for that particular component. Now that we have defined the emit here, how can we invoke that? Because props.isFavorite, if we try to toggle it directly, that does not work. So we will say emit here, and what we want to emit. We want to emit the event that is update favorite. So that is great. We have defined the emit here, and we are calling that when we hit the button toggle favorite. But with that, if you refresh here, and if you click on the button, nothing happens. Because our child component is emitting an event here, but the parent component is not listening to this particular event that is being emitted. We will have to make sure that we tell parent component that, hey, you will have to listen to this particular emit, and once that is triggered, I want you to do something. For that, we will have to go to the parent component, and there we will listen to that particular event or emit inside the contact component, and here we will write the @ and then we need to basically register our emitter. That emitter is update favorite. Make sure to copy the name here, paste that, and then what do you want to do when that is triggered? Well, right now it is simple. I just want to toggle the isFavorite, so we can directly say contact.isFavorite is equal to not and then contact.isFavorite. With that, if you save it here and if you refresh the application, now you will notice that is working. If we click the button here, you can see it is being toggled, and that is working as expected. But I want you guys to pause the video and try to analyze the complete flow that we have accomplished right now, because this is something critical that we will reuse in Vue, and you should be familiar with how this works. What we basically did is in the child component here, we defined the emit, and then on click of the function, we are firing that emit. In the parent component, where we have the component that is emitting, we have registered that emitter here, and because of that it will be fired whenever we have that button click right here. Now the update here is working as expected, but you can see something is still not right. Because what is happening here is when we are updating, we are taking what is the favorite from this component itself, which is contact.favorite, and toggling that. In a typical requirement, what might happen is you might have to pass a value from the child component here, and whatever value is being passed here, you might retrieve that here, do some calculation, and then you have to update. So now the question is, what if we want to emit some parameter or some property when we are emitting an event? We can do that very easily. After the emit here, we can add a comma, and then you can see we can pass an array of arguments. Right now what I want to pass here is props.isFavorite, and that's it. So we will pass the props here, and again make sure that because it is a prop, you will have to write props here, that is the name, and then isFavorite. So when we are emitting here, we are passing the value. Now we need to capture that value right here. We will not be directly assigning the contact.isFavorite. We will create a method here on updateFavorite here, and there in the parameter we will write $event. Now this event will capture all the parameters that are being passed here, that is this particular property props.isFavorite. So we will capture that in the parameter here, and then we can return it back to toggle this value. Let me scroll down, let me copy that before, and here we will create that function on updateFavorite. In the parameter, we will get isFavorite from child component here, and when we return it back, we will toggle that. That is perfect. With that, now we are getting a parameter from the child component, and based on that, we are assigning a new value to contact.isFavorite. If you save that here and you refresh the application, let me try that, and perfect. You can see that is working as expected. With that, we have seen how we can pass properties while we are emitting event, and how we can capture them and use them to toggle some other things. Now right now what we are doing is in the contact here, we are just passing props.isFavorite. We can pass the complete props as well, or we can even pass array, like let's say we want to pass isFavorite along with props.name here. Let me do that. Now because we have an array here, we can go back, and here we can say old values from child component. Copy and paste that here, but we cannot directly modify that because we are passing an array. The first value is isFavorite, so we want to get the value from 0th index. That will be isFavorite. Let me do a console.log here so I can show that, and let me refresh here. If I click add to favorite, you can see that works. And in the array here, we have false and we have Bhrugen. That is the name. If you toggle again, you can see everything is functional. But that is how, if you have more than one values that you have to emit, you can do that as well. I have a spelling mistake here. Let me correct that. And perfect. That works. Along with array here, you can even get creative. Like let's say there are some properties here that you want to pass here along with the event, like you have phone number. You can pass contact.phone here. Perfect. And that way, along with the event object, we will retrieve phone number from parent, and I can log that here. Let me save that and refresh here. And if I toggle, perfect. Now I have the phone number. But this phone number is not coming from the child component. It is rather directly coming from where we are passing props here. We have the phone, and that is what we are assigning right here. So that way there are many things that you can do and play around with, but I wanted to show you that this option is also available if you directly want to get some values within the v for that particular component. Finally, what I want to show you is right here we have an array, but what if we want to pass an object? That is also possible. Vue is super flexible. Let me create a property here is favorite, pass props.isFavorite, and we will have name property where we will pass props.name. When we have to update here, now things will be a little more cleaner here because we have the old values, and since we have an object here, I can copy the name of that property and directly toggle that. That way we are not working with a guessing game of whether we are working on the 0th index or first index or what is that property. Let me remove the other log and save that. Let me refresh here. And perfect, that is working. You can see in console log now we have an object here and that is working as expected. Now where we are emitting event in the contact here, you can see we added that in the function here, but if you want you can even do an inline emit. What I mean by that is let me move this here and I can cut this particular emit, and where we have the toggle favorite here, I can paste that emit, and with that we can directly call that here, but because we are already inside a double quote here, we will have to update this to be a single quote here, and if I save that, refresh here, it will still work exactly the same. We are using the inline emit here, but personally speaking, I like it when it is separated out in a method. That way it is more explicit and it is more readable as well. But if you are just emitting that and not doing anything else, then it makes sense to have that as an inline emit. Now I want to add a component where a user will be able to create a new contact. For that we will create one more component here in the components, add a new file. I will call that add contact.vue. Perfect. And here we will have a template and we will have a script. Inside that script, we will add setup here. Inside there, I want to create a new contact that user can add. I will make it reactive. We will have to add the import statement for that. And within there, we will add a reactive object. We will have name, set that to be empty. We have phone number, and we will have email. His favorite. Let me ignore that here. Perfect. Looks good. I will add a form here for add contact, but on the form submit, I will add a method here, function, add contact. Inside there, I will log the complete contact here, and then let me empty out the email, name, and phone number. Now we need to create a template where we will have a form and we will accept all the values. Let me add a div, give it a class of container, border, rounded, and padding 2. Inside there, I will create another div, give it a class of text center, text white, and that will be for add new contact here. Perfect. And then we will have the form where on the submit event we will prevent the default one, dot prevent, and we want to call our method add contact. Then my GitHub Copilot is giving me suggestion here, but let me type some things here. I want a class of row. Inside there, I will have a class of column 4. And there I will have the input. Type will be text. Form control here looks good. Placeholder will be name. And vModel will be contact.name. I believe that looks good here. Let me copy the column 4 here and paste that 2 more times. We will have email. Let me modify that. And we will have phone number. After that, I will create one more column here. Let me do that. It will be div class of column 6. Offset that by 3 here and padding 2. In there we will have the button. Type will be submit and we will display add contact. Let me give this btn secondary here. Perfect. That looks good. After creating the add contact here, we will have to import that in the app.vue here. Let me import that component. It will be a local import here. I will say import add contact from components and add contact here. Copy this. Let me add that here. And if I save that, perfect. We have that component. We are not able to see the text here because if you remember, I gave that text white. Let me change the color here. I will add a main div, wrap it around here, and here I will give it a class of bg black and text padding top of 3. If I save that here, perfect, that is looking good. Let me remove the message. We are not using that here. And then in the container here, let me create one more div, give it a class of text white and float end here. Within that div, I will add the contact owner, save that, and let me add a new line. And perfect, this is looking great. To add a new contact, now we have a new component that is add new contact. If you go back, we are logging that contact here. So let me try that here. Test. I will say test@gmail.com and the phone number, add contact, and perfect. You can see we are logging all of that and this is looking great. But the phone number here is a string. Let me modify that. We will say vmodel.number. If I save that here and enter something, that did not work here. Let me refresh here and try that again. And perfect, you can see that is working. So now we have all the properties and our add contact is working. But right now we are logging everything and that is looking great. Now it's time to practice emits in this video. For that, what I will do is where I have app.vue, we want to add a contact when we hit the button in add contact. But that is a child component of app.vue. The main method that we will have to add will be in app.vue because the data resides in the parent component, that is contacts. So here I will add a function here. I will call that on add contact. In the parameter, we will receive the contact object, and when we receive that, we will basically do contacts.push and we will push that object. But when we push that here, if you remember, we are not setting the owner name, so I will explicitly set the owner name and also contact.isFavorite. I will set that to be false here, and then I will push that on our existing contacts. With that in place, I want you to practice emits in this assignment. And now what I have here, I want you to make sure that you will call this particular function from the add contact by passing an emit event. So good luck with that assignment, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. What we need to do is in the parent component here, where we have the on add contact, we will have to pass this particular method here inside the add contact as an event. So we will register that and I will call that add contact here, and that will be method name. Let me copy the on add contact here and paste that. Now the child component, that is add contact, will define emit on this particular event here. So let me do that here. We will have to import define emits, and we will say constant emit is equal to define emits. That will be add contact. Let me copy that to avoid any spelling mistake here. Add contact, and perfect, that looks good. Then finally, inside the add contact here, we will have to emit that event here. That will be add contact. Let me copy that to avoid any spelling mistake here. And then we need to pass the object. We will explicitly define all of that. We will have name, phone number, and email, and that should work here. Let me do test here, test@gmail.com, and a phone number. And if I hit the add button, perfect, logs are looking great. If I scroll down here, we have the new contact. In the new contact that we added here, we can toggle the favorite, and that is working as expected with our emit that we added in add contact. I want to explain you some of the drawbacks or limitation that we have when we are emitting events here or passing props down. But for that, let me create one more component here, and it will be again our favorite luckynumber.view. Add a template here, and I will add a script. Perfect. I will work on the implementation in a while here, but where we have app.view here, let me import that. And I will display that. Where is this div? Right after here, lucky number. Let me press F12 here. Ref is not defined. Well, let me remove this. I will add a div. Class will be float end here. And let me display some text here. I will come back and update that. But perfect, we have the lucky number. Rather than H3 here, let me add the logic that I want. I will import ref here from Vue. Save that here. And then we will add the lucky number here. Now the lucky number will be generated between certain range, like 0 to 100 or 0 to 1000. That will be passed from the parent component. So here we will receive a prop here. Let me do props is equal to, define props here, and we will receive one property as a parameter here. That will be max number. And that will be type number. And let me add a default of 100. That is okay. Then when we will generate the lucky number here, that will be based on math.random, and that will be using the max number. So if it is 100, it will generate a lucky number between 1 and 100. If it is 1000, it will generate between 1 and 1000. Let me log that number here, console.log, and lucky number.value. That looks good. Let me work on the UI here real quick. It will be a simple UI. I will add button, give it some bootstrap classes of btn, btn outline danger, and I will add a click event here. Add click using the shorthand notation. We will call the method generate lucky number, and in the text here we have generate lucky number. Now in the text here, let me add some more logic between the button tags here, and I will add a span. I will say if lucky number is equal to 0, then I will display generate lucky number. I will add a break here, and I will display range is between 1 and we have max number. But in the else here, let me add that. We will display the lucky number that has been generated, and in the BR here we will display click to generate new lucky number. If I save that here, let me scroll down. Well, I have an error here. Instance.update is not a function. Let me see what is going on. I click here. I forgot the method here. Save that and let me refresh here. And yeah, that is working. We can see the dynamic range here. If I click on that, it is generating lucky number, and that is working. Where we have the app.view here, I can pass the max number here. Let me pass 10 there, and because it is a number, I will bind that here. If I save that and refresh, perfect, the range is 1 to 10 and that is looking great. Now the lucky number that we have added here, I want to add that to all of the contacts. That way we can generate a lucky number for all the contacts. So I will cut this particular lucky number, and then where we have the contact here, let me open that. If you notice we have column 6 and column 3. Let me add one more div here, give it a class of column 3, and inside there we will add lucky number. We need to import that. Where is the import statement? Let me cut this, and we have contact here. Let me add that. I will make it 100 here. And I believe we have an issue because app is in a different hierarchy, so the route will be different here. Let me remove this. I will write again lucky number, and if I save that, perfect. The relative path to import lucky number will be different because now we are in the same folder as the contact component. That is why it will directly be dot and forward slash and then lucky number dot view. But with that you can see each and every contact here can generate a lucky number, and that is looking great. Let me make some space here, and perfect. That is working as expected here. And one thing that I can do is where we have the button for favorites, I can add a class of form control. Let me paste that here. And great. That looks good. What I can do is let me remove the space a little bit. Here I will make it column 5, and this one I will make it column 4. If I save that here, perfect, that looks good. Now again I am working on a responsive window here. If I remove this, things might be a little different, but we do not worry about that. I want to make sure that it is working for our responsive window here, and that is perfect. I will add one final layer of complexity here, and that is the max lucky number that we have in contact. I will pass that down from app.view. So here I will create a constant here, max lucky number or max number, that will be ref, and we will make it 100. Now this max number we will have to pass to contact, and then contact will pass it down to lucky number. If I go to lucky number here, let me make it a default of 10 here, and perfect. Now we need to make sure that we pass that from app.view to contact, and contact will pass it down to lucky number. So you can see now we have a hierarchy where we have a parent, child, and we have a grandchild component. So from parent here we will have to pass it down as a prop to contact here. Let me add that here. It will be max lucky number is equal to max number, and then in the child component, that is contact.view, let me copy this name here. We will retrieve that as a prop, add a comma, max lucky number, that will be a number, and we will have to pass that down to the grandchild component, that is lucky number. Now when I say grandchild, lucky number is a grandchild of the app component. But with that in place here, you can see the range is getting reflected, that is 100. Let me display that in an input here, where we have the app.view here. Before the container here, let me add a project name here, and let me also bind a style here. Height will be 100 vertical height. Perfect, that looks good. Then within the container here, let me add a div, give it class of row, text white, and padding 2, margin bottom 2. In there we will add 2 columns. We will add div, class is equal to column 6, where we will have the owner name. Let me add the closing div here. I want the input field here. Let me cut that, paste it here. And we do not want any h3. Perfect. Let me remove that and save it here. That looks good here. And then I will add one more div, give it a class of column6, text end here, and within there we will display max lucky number. vModel will be max number, that is right here. If I save that here, perfect, we have the owner name and we have the max lucky number. If I modify that to be 1000, you can see it is changing and it is being passed down to contact, and then contact is passing that down to the grandchild, that is lucky number. If I generate a number here, you can see it is getting generated more than 100, so that is working as expected. Right now what we are doing is we have max number that is in the parent component app.vue, and that is being passed down to contact component, and from contact we are passing that down in lucky number. But can you notice something odd here, or something that is not optimized? The max lucky number that we are passing to contact.vue, we are not using that anywhere in contact component. The only reason we have to pass it down as a prop to contact is because the child component of contact, that is lucky number component, requires that number. So even though contact component does not need that, we have to pass it down because it will be only passed down if we follow the hierarchy, that is parent will pass it to child component, child will pass it to grandchild component, and if there was a grandchild component, and if that needed that, it will have to follow the same hierarchy every single time. Now right now it is one parameter, there could be 5 parameters, there could be 10 parameters, and you can imagine how hectic or lengthy all of the component will become if you just have to pass them down as props, but you are not actually using them. Wouldn't it be better if there was an alternative where we do not have to pass it down as a prop, but somehow if we register that, then any of the child component can basically use that properties or object that have been registered. And for that purpose we have something called as inject and provide in Vue, and we will explore that in the next video. Now rather than passing a component from parent to child and child to grandchild, we have an alternative that is available in Vue, and that is called as provide and inject. We have the max number here that we want to add to some particular memory, and whenever we want that, we will retrieve it from that memory. For that we have something called as provide. We will have to import that, and you can think of provide as that imaginary memory. So basically this component is providing this max number in that memory to be available later on when we need that. For that what we will do is we will call provide here, and there we will have to pass 2 parameters. First we will have to write a key name that will be max lucky number. Now again this has to be unique because you are adding a key inside the complete object. So if this key matches with some other key that you are using in some other place, then it will be a problem. So we will provide a unique key here, and the value will be max number. With that we are providing this max number with a key of max lucky number, and it will be stored. Now wherever you want to consume that, you will inject this particular max number and you can use that. So now we do not have to pass it as a prop here. Let me remove that. And where we have the contact here, we do not need that. We will remove this parameter here. We will navigate to lucky number, that is the grandchild component. And here we will not use provide. Here we are injecting the value that we provided. So here we have something called as inject in Vue, and we will inject that. We do not need that in parameter, but we will have this max number. Let me add that. And there we need to inject the max lucky number. Now when you are injecting here, you will have to use the same key that you used when you called provide here. So make sure to copy and paste that to avoid any spelling mistake. If I save that here, perfect. You can see it is working as expected. If I refresh here, now let me add some bug here and write some invalid key. If I save that here, you can see injection not found. If you refresh here, we have the error message and that is not working. You can see the range is 1 dash and no value. So you have to make sure that the key that you use must match what you used when you called provide. Now if you click the button here, we have an error, props is not defined. Well, we are using props.maxNumber. That is not needed. Let me update that. Refresh here. And that did not work here. We have a NaN. Let me see what is going on. We are passing max number. And of course, this will be dot value because we will be getting that as a ref. If I save that, let me try that again. Perfect. Now if I update this to be 1000, you can see it is updated here. And if I try a number, perfect. We get number greater than 100. So that is working as expected. And this looks perfect. Now one thing that I will tell you here is where we have app.view. If you only passed dot value here, then it will not work. We need to pass the complete ref here. That way if the lucky number is updated here, then it will also be reflected inside the component where it is injected. Our application is working as expected, but let me show you one more thing. We have app.view and we have add contact where we are emitting the event add contact. That is one way a child component can invoke a method or update some data inside a parent component, but there is also one more way. And with that, what we will do is we have the method here on add contact. We can pass this function as a prop to the child component, and then child component can invoke this method. Let me show you how we can do that. Where we have the parent component here, we are calling the add contact. There we do not want to register the emitter. In the bind we will add on add contact here, and there we will pass the method as a prop. In the child component here, we will not define emit here. Rather than that, we have props now. Let me do define prop here, and I will do const prop is equal to define prop, and we have the method. Let me copy that name here on add contact, and rather than array we can define that it is an object and it will be a function. That way when we look at the props here, we can say that this on add contact is a function that we have received as a prop for this add contact component. Then rather than emit here, we will say props dot, we have our method on add contact, and there in the parameter we will pass the object here. Perfect. And I have a mistake, it's props here. It should match whatever name we are using here. Let me correct that, and let me refresh and try again. Perfect, that is working. If I scroll down, we have that here. And with that, you can see what we did here is rather than emitting an event from the child component, what we did is from parent, we passed the parent method on add contact as a parameter to the child component. It received that as a props here, and then we can directly execute that from the child component by calling props dot and then the method name. So with that, you can see we have two ways of calling a method of parent component from the child component. With that, our project for Contactopedia comes to an end, but we have learned quite a few important topics in the last two sections. We learned how components in Vue can communicate with each other, how a parent component can pass props to the child component, and then child component can basically invoke methods of parent component or toggle some of the data that is there in parent component by emitting events, or they can receive the methods of parent component as props, and then they can invoke them in the child component. With that basic foundation, our contact to Pinia here comes to an end, and we will switch to the next project now. But before I do that here, let me delete the add contact. We will not need that again. And let me delete the contact.view. We will not use that as well. And where we have the lucky number here, we do not want to use the inject and provide here. Let me remove that here. Max number, I will set that to be 100 for now. And perfect. That looks good. And the range here, that will be 1 to 100. Save that here. And where we have the div here, let me remove float and I will modify where we are displaying this. I will add the class of BT and danger and text black. Perfect. That looks good for the lucky number. Now I want to add another component that will be lucky number v2 here. In the components, new file, lucky number v2 dot view. I will copy what we have for lucky number, and then let me modify a few things here. I will give it column 4, VG white, text center, and padding 4. Within there, I will add an h4 here, give it a class of text success for the green color, and I will say random number generator. Let me add a horizontal line here. I will display max range. And I will add an input there with vModel for max number. And let me give it a class of rounded. Type will be number here. And let me add new line here. Range, this will be dynamic here. We have the max number here. And I will have to create that. I forgot I did not have that. Max number will be ref of 100 by default, and this will be max number dot value. If I save that here, we will also modify our app.view. We no longer have contacts. Remove that. Remove the on add contact or the favorites here. We do not have provide. Nothing like that. We will import lucky number here and lucky number v2. We do not want the contact or add contact. I will remove that here. And where we have the UI, let me delete everything in the container here. Perfect. I will display lucky number. Add a new line here. And I will display lucky number v2. Save that here. Perfect. That looks good. Let me go back here. This is padding 4. And let me make this column 6. Perfect. With that, we have two versions of lucky number. We have the first one where we can generate a number, the other one where we can toggle the range, and then we can generate a lucky number. We have two versions of lucky number in our page here. But at a time, we only want to show one of the version, and then we want to implement something like a toggle functionality where we can hide and display the version. With that, what we will implement is we will dynamically turn on and turn off any component. Let me go to app.view here where we are displaying that, and we have the container class. Let me add a button, give it a class of btn primary, and text black, margin 2. In there, I will display toggle component. Let me add another button here, give it the same classes here, btn primary, and there I will display lucky number v1. Copy that and paste it again for lucky number v2. And perfect, we have 3 buttons. Let me add that in a new line, and great. Now based on what we display here, we want to toggle Like if I press the button for V1, V1 should be displayed. If I press for V2, then V2 should be displayed. But what I want here is at a time, only either V1 will be displayed or V2 will be displayed. In order to accomplish that, where we have the import statement here, let me create one property. I will say constant new version, and by default I will set that to be false here, and then I will add a computed property, and then we can create a computed property that will check the value of new version. So we will say const current component is equal to computed here. We'll have arrow function, and inside there what we will check, let me align that here. We will return, and we will have a ternary operator based on new version dot value. If that value is true here, we will pass the component lucky number v2, else we will pass the component lucky number. So here you can see when we are returning, we are passing the complete component. That way we can dynamically fetch which component should be displayed. But how can we use this particular computed property that will return the complete component and not a property or an object? In order to display a dynamic component here, we have a component tag. Let me use that here. We will remove lucky number. We will add something called as component. And inside there we have a parameter where we will bind is, and we need to pass what component needs to be displayed. Now here, rather than using computed property, if I directly pass the component lucky number and save that, you can see lucky number is displayed. If I modify that to be v2, it displays version 2. So in the component here, it expects what component needs to be displayed. Now here, if we add our computed property, that is current component, the default value is false for the new version, so it displays v1. But if I toggle this to be true here, it will display v2, and that works. Now what we need to do is we have the buttons here. I will add a click event here, and what I want to do is I want to set new version is equal to true for this one. Copy that. For v1 I will make that false here, and where we have to toggle, we can directly assign the not value, not new version. With that, if I save everything, by default we have v2. Let me refresh here, and now if I click on toggle component, that is working. I have v2 here. If I display v1, that works. If I display v2, that is also functional. So with that, you can see how we can dynamically toggle components, and we can directly pass components to this particular tag, that is component. Now there is one tip that I want to give you guys right now, is if you notice when we are toggling the value of new version, it is a ref right here. Now I have said before that when you want to access the value, or if you have to update that, you have to use dot value. But here we are not using that. If you try to use dot value here, let me show that, things will not work. And I will prove that as well here. If I do dot value and save, and now if I toggle, you can see it is not working. And in the console here we have an error, cannot create property value on boolean true. That means it is trying to create property of value on boolean field, that is new version. So that means when you are accessing ref inside template, you do not have to write dot value, you directly access them, and that works. The reason behind that is refs are automatically unwrapped when used inside templates. That means when you are using in template, you no longer require the dot value, it will automatically be unwrapped. But if you have to access that inside setup here, then you will have to access it using dot value. So I hope you remember that tip, and that should help you in the long run. Now when we are toggling component and when we are working with dynamic component, you will notice one thing. We have a random number generator here. If I modify the value here to be 1000 for v2, and if I toggle the component, come back here, you can see the value resets to 100. The reason it resets is when you are toggling, it works as a if condition where the component is unmounted and when you bring it back, it is mounted again. So it is basically removed and then it is re-added. If you want to keep that in memory here, we have an option. We will include this particular component in something called as keep alive here. And I will add that. If you add it between keep alive here, then the component will not be unmounted. If I refresh here, let me do 1000, and if I toggle that, you can see the value remains here. Even if we generate a lucky number, come back, that number is still there. So that means that the component is not unmounted. Vue will basically preserve all the data when the component is inactive. Now with keep alive here, we have few more settings. Let's say you have 10 or 20 components. You do not want to cache or keep alive all of the components. You only want to keep alive the v2 that we have here. In that case, we have something called as include, and we can say I want to include lucky number v2. That is the component that I want you to keep alive here. And if I save that, refresh here, generate a number and toggle that, that number is preserved. If I change that to be v1, that is lucky number, and save it here, if I refresh, now v2 will not be preserved here. You can see lucky number is 91, but if I toggle, that goes away. But if you want to preserve multiple components, we will have to bind this include here, and then we will have to add an array. Let me do that here in the double quotes. We will have lucky number and lucky number v2. Now with this it will not work. I believe we need to include that in a single quote. Let me see that. Yep, that did not work. We have to include this in single quote here. If I save that, it should work now. Let me try that. And perfect, you can see it is preserved. With that we can include multiple components, and similar to include, we also have exclude. So if you have multiple components and you want to exclude something from keep alive, you can do that as well. Now rather than having everything in app.vue here, let me create one more component. I will call that new folder, new file here. I will call that lucky number parent component .vue. Perfect. I will cut everything that is there in app.vue, paste it here, and we will have to import the lucky number again because the route will be different. Let me do that. And I will also import lucky number v2. Perfect. Let me go back to the app.vue here. Let me create template and script setup here. And inside the setup, I will import lucky number parent component. Let me close the script here. And right here, we will have lucky number parent component. If I save that, perfect, everything is working. With that, our app.vue is super clean now. We have a lucky number parent component, and that has all the logic. I want to introduce you to another powerful feature in Vue that allows for more flexible and reusable component, and that is slots in Vue. With the use of slots, we can send some content from parent to the template of child component. You already know how we can send props, but that goes into script section, and then you can access that in the child component. But using slots, you can basically pass some data that can directly be injected in the template section. Let me show that. We have app.vue, and the child component is this lucky number that we have inside app.vue. What if we want to pass some data from the template here inside app.vue, where we have the component, we will inject that, or we will write that between the starting and closing brackets of that component, which is the lucky number parent component. In here, let me add some data. What I will do is I will have a p tag and I will have a HR. We are saying we have two versions for picking lucky number. Click the button to toggle between two versions. If I save that here, you will notice nothing on the UI is updated and this is kind of lost. But we can display this content inside the template in lucky number by using slot, where we have Contactopedia. Let me write learn slots here. Inside the container here, let me do text center and bg white. If I save that, perfect. That looks good here, where we have the component. I can add a class of border. Great. Now what I want to do is right here, I want to display the content that we added inside slots. For that, we have a tag here with the name of slot, and we will have to close that. And once you close that, if you save the file, you can see that in action. What happens is whatever you have written between the tags of the child component here gets rendered in the child component where you have the slot, and that works. And with that, we can easily send some data. We have these lines here from parent component to the template of the child component. Now when we are passing some data in slots, then the data that is being passed here belongs to the parent component and not to the child component, even though it will be displayed inside the child component. If I examine the logs here, you can see where we have, let me minimize this, where we have the container in bg white here, where we have the data that is inside this bg black text and padding 3, that is this particular div here. So even though the data will be displayed inside the child component, it belongs to the parent component. Let me prove that. Let me add a button here. On click of that button, we will call a method show message. And let me display what will be learned here. Perfect. In the h4 here, let me add a class for text success. And there we will display a message. We need to create that in the setup here. I will create a const message here, and then let me create a function, show message. There I will toggle the message.value. We will learn how to use slots here and save that. Now let me see, I have a console error here. Ref is not defined. I forgot to import ref here from Vue. And let me refresh here. Perfect. So we have our button here. You can see the function that we have here and the message. Both of them are inside the parent component app.vue. So if I click here, you see we will learn how to use slots. That proves that the data that is there in slots, even though that is displayed inside the child component, it belongs to the parent component. Now when it comes to slot, we can have templates here, and we can have multiple slots and divide slots into something called as subslots. For that, what we can do is where we have the button here, let me add that in a template, and we have to give our slot a name here. We will use vslot here, and then name, let me call that learn slot. I will close that template here, and if I save that, you will notice the button disappears. Even though we have that in slot here and we are displaying slot, that button is not visible. If we want to display that button, then we have to now use the name, that is learn slot, and only then this particular named slot will be visible. Everything that is not named here is basically a default template, and it will always be displayed in the default slot. So let's say we want to display this particular button after all the buttons here. Let me show that here. So for that we will say slot, And now we will have to pass name. I will copy that exactly to avoid any spelling mistake. Learn slot here and close that. If I save that here, you can see the button here is visible. If I refresh here, the button is functional and that works. That way we can have named slots and basically we can divide that. We can display one slot here, basically wherever we want. Let me add one more slot here. I will say template vSlot is equal to, and I will call this more info. Cut that for the template here, and that line goes away. If I have to display that, I can display that after the slot here, or even after this one button. Let me display slot, name is equal to more info, save that, and you can see now we have different slots. Now one thing that I will show you here is we have one, we have two, and then we have button. This is the third slot. When it comes to the default slot, if you notice we have this particular item as default. We can explicitly define a template as default, but let me show you an issue with that as well. Let me add a vSlot of default here, and if I save that, you can see we have an error. It says the component already has explicitly defined name slot. The reason is if you have a default slot, then you cannot have anything outside. The HR here is not inside a slot, so that is technically in a default slot. We will have to cut and move this here if we want to use explicit default, but if we do not want that, then we can place it anywhere we want. So there are pros and cons with that. You can play around and see what fits your requirement, and accordingly you can use the slot that fits your requirement. Now when we are talking about components here, sometimes you might have to add custom styling to your component. For that, if you remember, I said before, there can be 3 tags in a component. One will be template, script, and third will be a style tag. Let me go to the child component of AppView, that is lucky number parent component, and here let me add a style tag. Let's say we want to give style to this particular h1 here. So I will directly address h1 and I will give it a background color, let's say green color. If I save that, nothing happens. Let me refresh here and perfect, that is applied. But when you add a style in any of the component, that style is not limited to that component. It applies on all of the component. Inside the app component here, let me add an h1. I will display hello view, and if I save that, you can see the green background color is applied to that div as well. If we go back and change that to, let's say, pink here, you can see both of them are updated. Now this can be annoying because if you are working on a child component, you want to add a style that should apply only to the component that you are in. How can you do that? That is pretty simple. Where you have the style tag here, you can add a keyword called as scope, and that will scope this particular style only to this component. If I save that here, now you can see the hello view does not have the pink background. It is always recommended that when you add style to any of the component, you should make it scoped. That way it is limited to that component. And if you have any global style, you can always add that in a CSS file and include that in the project. Now one thing that I will even tell you here is when you scope, it does not mean that it is working because we are in the child component. Let's say if I cut it from the child component and if I apply it to the parent component, it will work exactly the same. And even if we remove scope, because it was in parent, it also applies to all the child component. That is not relevant. When you have a style here and you do not scope it, it will be global throughout the application. So as a best practice, always remember that when you add style tag in any component, make sure that you add a scope keyword. That way it will be limited to the component where you have added that style. One of the fundamentals of any programming language is understanding lifecycle of those components, and we will do that in the next videos. Let me do a little bit of cleanup here. I do not want the button counter. Well, button counter, I think that is simple. Let me delete that. I will delete lucky number here. Perfect. And we have app.view. Let me empty that here. We will display hello view. And that's it. With that, we have a very simple template here, and the button counter, it displays just a button. Let me save all of that, and then we can continue with this in the next video. We want to understand lifecycle in Vue, and for that I have a basic application where I have the main component. There I just have an empty template with an h1, and then I have a button counter component where I have a button, and on click of that button we will increment the count. Let me add button counter in the main here. Within the script I will import button counter, and right here we will have button counter. Perfect. If I save that here, I have the button, and that is working. Now we want to see how the lifecycle will work with all of the component. We are using composition API here, and for that we will have to import all the lifecycle methods. So first what I will do is I have the onBefore mount, we have onMounted, then we have onBeforeUpdate, we have onUpdate here, and we have onBeforeUnmount, and finally we have onUnmounted. Then what we want to do on each one of them, we will have to define that here. So we will have onBeforeUnmount, we will log that, then we have onMounted here, let me add that. After that we have onBeforeUpdate, onUpdate, onBeforeUnmount, and onUnmounted. We will basically log all of that, and then the component name. I will add app.view here in all of them. That way we know what lifecycle is invoked and which component. Same logic I will copy here and paste that inside button counter. Let me add that. And I will cut the ref here, paste that. Perfect. I will have to change the component name here. It will be button counter. Let me update that. And perfect. With that, if you save everything and open the console window here, let me refresh the application. You can see by default what happens here. Let me scroll this up here. First we have the onBefore mount for app.view, and then we have the onBefore mount for button counter.view. After that we have the onMounted for button.view, and finally we have the onMounted for parent component, which is app.view. What we can see here is a parent component is mounted only if all of the child components are mounted. That is why we have the onMounted for button counter before we have onMounted for app.view. So that is something that you should always remember. With that, we have seen the first method that gets invoked is the onBefore mount for the app.view. Now when I click the button, we will see the update event for button counter. Let me do that. Perfect. You can see it triggers the onBefore update and onUpdated for button counter. It did not call the updated event for parent component because nothing in parent has been updated. If there was some event that was emitting and updating some data in the parent, then the onBefore update and onUpdated would have been invoked for the app.view. Now let me do one more thing. Where we have this setup here, well, right here before the lifecycle, let me add a constant message is equal to ref, and we will say hello view. Then I will have a function show message that will update message.value to hello view from function. And finally, let me add a const here that will be a count, and it will be ref0. In the template here, let me add a few things. I will add a button here, and on the click of that button, I will display show message. That will basically toggle the message here. Let me make this dynamic here. We will display message. Perfect. Let me leave some space here, and then in each one, I will display the count. Then right here, we will add a button to increment the counter. We will have count plus plus. That should be okay. We have the error here, ref not defined. Let me add that here. And if I refresh here, perfect. Now where we have the button counter, let me add an if condition. I will add an if condition that this will be displayed only if count is equal to 1. So that means by default when the page is loaded here, now the button counter will not be mounted, so you will not see that event. If I refresh here, now you can see we only have on before mount and on mounted for app.vue. Now if I click on this button, it will update the count to be 1, and on top of that it will also mount the button counter because count is 1. Let me show that. I click 1 here and you can see it updated that, and it also displayed the next button, that is button counter. But what you should notice here is what are the lifecycle that were triggered. On the button click here, first it will invoke the onBefore update for app.vue, and then it calls the onBefore mount. Because before it updates the app.vue, it has to mount the new component, that is button counter. And after that component has been mounted, then it finally called the onUpdated for app.vue. Now if I click it one more time, the button will go away because now the value will become 2. But before I do that, if I click on the button, inside the button counter here, it will only trigger the onBefore update for the button counter, and that is valid. But now if I click this particular button here that will increase the count to 2, then it will unmount the button counter. Let me click that here, and perfect. You can see it triggers the onBefore update for our app component, and then it will call the onBefore unmount and onUnmounted for the button counter because that component has been unmounted. Finally, it will call the onUpdated for the app component, and that will end all the calls. If you click on show message here, it will only update the app component. Let me do that. And there you see onBefore update and onUpdated in the app component. So with that you can see how lifecycles are working when we have parent and child component. Basically parent component does not finish unless the child component is done. Only after that the parent component will be mounted or it will be updated. Now the lifecycle methods that we have, they themselves are synchronous, which means that they will execute in sequential order. But you can use async operations within these lifecycle hooks to fetch some data from API, or if you have any other operation. Like inside the onMounted hook, typically we will use async and await to load or fetch all the data before the component has been mounted on the DOM. Before I continue in the next video here, let me clean everything here. I do not want anything here, remove that. In the template here, I will say hello world and save that. I do not want the button counter component. Well, I can leave that component here. In the template here, let me display counter right now. And perfect. Let me remove the import. And great. Pretty simple. Pretty basic application where we do not have anything in the app component. Right now we will display hello world and we have a button counter, but that is not being used. I want to introduce you to an interesting topic in Vue 3, and it is one of the benefits or one of the great things that have been introduced in Vue 3, and that is composable. Now rather than explaining the benefit of that, it will be great if I can walk you through that. Where we have the hello world here, let's say we want to implement a counter application. In the script here, let me import ref here, and I will create a count, give that a ref, and let me initialize that with 10 and save that. Then in the template here, I will add 2 buttons. The first button will be increment here. Let me add a click event. That will be increment. Display increment here. Perfect. I will display the count here, and let me add one more button here. That will be decrement. Let me invoke both the function here. Increment will increment and decrement will decrement the count dot value. If I do the npm run dev here, and if I go to the browser, you will notice increment and decrement are working as expected. Now right now the logic is super simple. But if you can imagine that, let's say your application has lots of logic in the app.vue or in some other component, what if you want to break something out in a different file, and that way you can reuse that across multiple components? We can accomplish that using composables in Composition API. Now previously, when we had Options API, we had something similar, and that was called as mixin. But with Vue 3, we have composables, and let me walk you through that. What typically we will do here is in the src folder, we will create a new folder for composables, or you can call that anything else like utility or some service that you want. But in that folder, we will create a composable for our counter. In order to create that, we will add a new file, and I will call that useCounter.js. Now for naming convention, Vue recommends that whenever you are creating a composable, make sure that the function that you export starts with a use. So here we will basically export a function, and I will call that useCounter. Now the case for naming our composable they recommend is camel casing. It will start with a use here, and then we will give it a meaningful name. Great thing about composable is you can include ref or any reactive properties inside composable. If I go to app.vue here, I can basically cut everything that we have here, and I will move that right here. The import statement, we will have to add that before the export. Perfect. And with that, we have a composable. Now, one thing that is critical here is in a composable, you will have to return whatever you want to expose outside. Before we end that, we will return count, increment, and decrement. With that, you can think of this as a reusable function or a composable that you can use in your application even across multiple components. Now the composable that we add can only be used inside the script tag. And that kind of makes sense because you have Vue code, you want to add that in the script tag within setup. In our composable, we are exporting 3 things here. Now when we have to import here, we will first import the use counter. Let me use that here. It will be use counter. That is inside composable, we have use counter. Now once we have that use counter, then we can extract the constant and instantiate our use counter. So we can say const here, and then we want to extract count, increment, and decrement, and we will instantiate our use counter. With that, all the endpoints here will be accessible. If I save that, and you can see increment and decrement are working as expected. But now you can see the code in our app.vue is super clean and simple. Best thing about this is if you have to use this same composable in some other component, you can do that and everything will be working. If we want to use this particular composable that we have in app.vue, in one other component I have the button counter, I can simply copy what we have here and paste that. I will display plus plus and minus minus here. And let me have decrement right here. The format of display is a little different here, but everything is the same. Then in the app.vue component here, I can import button counter and I can display that here. We will add button counter. If I save that here, I have an error because the route will be different. Let me import use counter and save that. Perfect. I have plus plus in both of them here. I will remove that and let me make it a span tag here. Perfect. Now what we can see here is increment and decrement is working, and even the button counter here, you can see that is functional. But the benefit here is all the logic is isolated in the composable that we created. That way in future, if we change logic in one place, we do not have to update everything because the logic is shared across component. When it comes to composable, you can be pretty flexible with that. What I mean by that is right now you can see we have hard-coded the default value of 10 or pass that as a parameter. Where we have the use counter here, let's say we will have an initial value, and if that is not present we will make that 0, and then we will have a step here on how much we want to increment or decrement that by, and we will set that to be 1 by default. Where we have plus, we will say plus equal to step. Where we have minus, we will say minus equal to, and the step that we have, also the initial value. I will set our count here to be initial value. If I save that here, and then where we have the app, where we are instantiating the use counter, we can add the initial value of 100 and step of 10. If I save that here, you can see increment and decrement here, the value is 100, but the other place value is 0. If I increment here, you can see that is functional, and when we increment the one in app component, it increments and decrements by 10. So that way you can see composables are great. They are super flexible. If you have to call a composable inside another composable, that is also possible. And the great thing about composable is that it can have reactive data, and that makes it super flexible. We want to create a new project. Let me open Visual Studio here, and I will select folder here. That will be Vue router here. Let me select that here, and inside there we want to create a project. I will open terminal here. Let me create project here. We will use the command npm create view at latest. Project name, let me call that Routopedia. Package name will be the same. TypeScript, I do not want that. No JSX support. I will select no for Vue router because I want to show you how we can add that package and Vue router and how we can configure everything from scratch. We will select no, no for Pinia, we test no, and no ESLint. Perfect. So everything will be no here. Now we have to navigate to Routopedia, and then we will say npm install. Once the package are installed, we will run the command npm run dev, and that should bring up the web page here. And perfect, our application is running. Now in the current project, what I want to do is start from ground zero. Let me delete all the components, and I will delete all the assets here. Where we have the app.vue here, I will delete everything, and in the template I will keep it simple. hello world here, remove all the style. Perfect. In the main.js here, we do not have CSS, remove that, and perfect. If I go back to the application, we have the hello world. That is looking perfect. With that, we have a basic empty template here, and we will start from ground zero. Now we want to add routing in our project, and for that we will go to the official website for Vue router, that is router.vue.js.org here, and there we are currently on version 4. If I click on get started here, you can see we have the npm install for Vue router. Let me copy the command here, and we will navigate back here. We will have to exit out of the terminal window. I will press Ctrl C for that, and then I will run the command npm install Vue router at 4. Perfect, that is done here, and if you see I have checked in the project here, I have to change. What happens is in package.json, it adds the Vue router here, and the current version is 4.5, and it has been installed. With that configured here, I will do npm run dev again. I want the web server back up and running, and if I refresh here, and perfect, that looks good. I also want to install the bootstrap. Version is version 5 here. We will scroll down. I will copy the link here, and I will add that in index.html. Perfect, that looks good. With that configured here, let me continue from the next video. Now when we are working on a project where we have to configure router or routes in an application, we need to create few components because those components will basically be different pages in our application. All of the components will be inside the components folder. So in the src folder, I will create a new folder, name it components, and there I will create few folders. I will create a folder home here, and then in components I will add one more folder that will be product, and let me create one more that will be layout. Inside layout here we will have a new file. We will have header.vue component. Next we can create footer.vue component, and in the home we will create home page.vue component, and let me create one more that will be contact us, so contact.vue. Inside product folder, let me create a component for product list where we will display all the product, and then I will create a product detail.vue component. I believe all of these components are looking good here. Let me create a template. I will have a div with product detail. In our product list here, let me add a div, and we will have a dummy list of products. Then we have contact. Let me add a div, and I will say contact information. Just some dummy text. That way we have something in each component. We will say template, and in the div we will have home page. Save that. We will add a template, call that as footer, copy that for header, and then we have index. Perfect, everything looks good. Let me close all of that. If I save that and go back, we have the hello world, and we do not have any console. Perfect. So we have added multiple pages or components in our application. We have configured or added the package for Vue router, but routing is not functional. We have not done anything in our project. We have the base setting that is done here. Let me continue in the next video. Now that we have different components here, we need to add a router in the application, and we need to add a file that will manage all the routes. We will add that file in the src folder. Let me create a new folder. I will call that router, and inside there we will add our main routing file. I will call that routes.js, but you can name it anything you want. Even the folder name here, you can call it anything else if you like. I like to keep it consistent with router and routes.js. Inside there, we need to create router. Now, if you remember in app.vue, well, in main.js, we have create app where we import that from Vue. Similarly, we will have to import create router. That will be from Vue router. Now, when we have to implement routing, there are multiple routes that we can use. We have create memory history, we have create router matcher, we have create web hash history, and we have create web history. Web hash history is basically when you examine a URL, sometimes you might have URL with hashes in them, and that will differentiate each component. But a more familiar or friendly approach that everyone is used to is having / in the URL, and that will be done using create web history. So we will select that here, and then we will create a constant. I will call that router is equal to, we will call create router here, and in the curly brackets here, we will add configuration. First we need to configure is what will be the type of router that we want here. We will define that using history, and that will be create web history. Then we need to define all the routes in our application, and that will be an array of object. Once we do that, we will define that array later on, but at the end here we will have to export that router. That way it can be accessed outside if we want that. With that we have configured routes.js. Now we need to configure our application to use the router. For that, what I will do is rather than having everything clustered here, I will say constant app is equal to create app. And then we will say app.mount. Now before I mount that, I will basically import the router that we have created here, and I will add that on the app. We will import that from the file that we created in router. We have routes.js. And with that import statement, we want to mount that router on our application, and for that we will say app.use, and there we have to pass router. With that, now our app has been configured to use the router object that we created inside routes.js. Now the router that we have added here does not have any routes, so nothing in the application feels different. But if you do F12, we have a warning from Vue router that there was no match found for the location of path / because we are on the home page. So it does display a warning that tells you that Vue router has been configured in the application, but how do we actually add routes and bind everything together? Let me do that in the next video. Now we have few components here that we have created in each of the folder, and we want to configure routes for those components. And again, all the routes will be configured inside the routes.js. We have the array of routes. When we have to configure the routes here, in the object that we have here, we will define two things. Well, we will define more, but we will start with two. First one is the path here, and that will be just / because we want to add route for our home page. So if there is only /, then what is the component that we should display? The component that we want to display here is the home page, so we will have to import that component. I will import home page here, and once you import that, we can directly assign it like this. The location here must be valid based on your folder structure, and once that is valid, this will work. Now that is for the home page. Let me copy and paste that again. Another route that I want to configure here will be for contact, and the component we will have to import that as well. That will be contact. Let me do that. With that, we have configured two routes in the application. If I save that here, and if I go back, press F12 here, you can see the warning here goes away. Let me finish the update here. And then where we have the path here, let me modify that and I will write contact. If I press contact, you will notice nothing happens. Even though we have configured routes here, why is it that even if we have the route here, it is not being displayed? Because we are missing one critical thing. Now when we are saying that this component needs to be displayed or contact component needs to be displayed, where will we display that? We need to define that in our app.vue. Let's say if after hello world we define that, and in order to define that we have a special tag for that, that is router view. Once you save that here, you can see in the UI we are suddenly seeing contact information. The reason is because we are on the contact page. If I remove that contact and press enter, now I see the home page. But can you notice something odd here? Even if we are loading the pages, hello world here always stays there. So what happens is whatever routes you have defined here and whatever component needs to be displayed, they will be displayed inside the router view. If you have something before or after that, that will be displayed on all the pages. So that basically means if you want to add a header or footer for your website, that needs to be displayed in all the places. Technically, you should add that before and after the router view. That way in router view, it will toggle everything between those two, but header and footer will stay constant. We will work on that in a while, but right now you can see using router view here and our routes that we configured, we can see the routing in action. If I navigate to contact here, perfect, we have contact information and we do not have any console warnings. This is a great start. If you created a project using Vue Router, when we selected the Vite option and it asked for Vue Router, you will have something similar to routes.js, but by default it is inside a file called as index.js. But in that file, most of the configuration will be same, but there will be one thing that will be different. Inside the create web history here, there will be something called as import.meta.env.base_URL, and that is needed because we are creating our application using Vite. You can think of that as a configuration that is needed for router and make sure to add that import here. But with that, everything else that you see will be similar to what you would have if you created a project using Vue Router as yes when we were creating the project using Vite. So make sure to add that configuration before we proceed in the next video. If you remember in app.vue where we added the router view, we can add header before that, and after that we can add footer. So let me go to getbootstrap.com, and there if we search for navbar and scroll down, we have that here. Let me copy that and I will add it right here. Perfect. If I save that here, great. You can see we have navbar, but the click here is not working, and I believe if I go here, I forgot to add the CDN for JavaScript. Let me add that in index here. I save that. Perfect, this is working. With that, we have added header in our application, but let me configure it based on our routes here. If I go back, this dropdown, let me call that as product, and we will have product list here, and let me add product detail. Perfect, looks good. We have the home page here. Next, I want to add a contact us. Then the li here. Well, let me cut the anchor tag here, and I will paste that in the form here, and I will call that login. Remove the disabled for now, and remove the li. I believe that looks good. If I expand that, perfect, we have login here, we have product, contact us, and home. But if you click on them, nothing happens. We need to make sure that this is functional. And let me do that from the next video. Our navigation is working here, but what I will do is let me cut the nav here, and we will move that in its own component that we created. That is the header component. I will add that here, and then I will have to import that component. Let me add script here. We will have setup, and we want to import header here. Add the header. Let me add the closing tag here. We need that component, and perfect. Now what I want to work on is when I click on Contact Us, it should take me to that particular URL. When I click Home, it should take me to the home URL. We will work on the header component here, and we have Home. Now when you are working with Vue Router, we will not be using anchor tag. We will be using something called as router-link. I will add the closing tag here, and with that we have a router link here, but you can see we have an error right here. That is because when we are using router link, we do not have href. That is basically replaced with something called as a to. We need to define the route where it will redirect using to here, and homepage will go to the /, and if I save that, the error goes away. Let me save that here, and let me create another router link here. Add that. We will have to, and what will be the route? If I go to routes here, the contact route, I will copy that, and let me add that here, and save that. With that, if I refresh the application, now if I click on Home, you can see that is working. If I click on Contact Us, you can see that navigation is functional. If you examine the URL here, you will notice that is also getting updated here, and that looks great. If I examine the components that I have product detail and product list. For those components, I want to register routes as well. Let me do a simple one here, that is the product list here. Let me add that, and let me import that component. I will also import the product detail here, and where we have the product list here, we will add that, and let me save that. In the header, let me modify that. Product list, it will be 2. And what is the URL? If I copy that here, paste that, and this will be a router link here. Copy that, and I will also paste that for product detail, but I will come back to product detail in just a minute. Perfect. We will have to modify this to be a 2. Great. Now with that, if I go to product list, that is working. Now in a real world application, what will happen is product 1 will take us to product detail here, and that will display details about that product. So basically we need to link ID, and we have to pass that in the parameter. We need to think about how we will register a route that will accept an ID, like a product ID in this case. Well, we can do that as well. We will say path here, and we can say it will go to product / well, let me add the / here, and then after the / we want a dynamic property, so we will write : and then ID. That ID will be dynamic on whatever we have in the URL. That will be populated here, or to be explicit, you can call that product ID. What component needs to be displayed? That will be product detail. With that, we need to configure product detail so that it will accept product ID as a parameter. Let me open that here. We have product detail, and we need to accept a route parameter with the name of product ID. We will configure that in the script here. Let me do that. And here we will have to import something called as useRoute from Vue Router. Once we import that, Then we need to create an instance of that, and let me assign that to a constant of route. Let me log the route.params here using console.log. That will have all the parameters if there are any in the URL. Let me show that. Right here after product, if I write 12 here, and if I do F12, whoops, I have a mistake here, it will be only 1. If I do product /12 here, perfect. You can see the route is capturing that parameter, and that is product ID. We can display that in the parameter here, product ID. That will be inside route.params. We have product ID. Save that. And perfect. You can see that is working. If I change this from 12 to just 2 here, that is updated. So with that, you can see how we can pass parameter in the route, and based on the parameter that we have passed, how we can capture that using route params here and display that using route.params, and then name of the parameter must match what you have defined in your routes here, that is product ID. Where we have the product detail, you can see it expects a product ID. But what if where we have the product here, and if a user clicks on product detail, we will navigate them to the product detail, the same component, but if the product ID is not present, we will display no product ID. So that means we want to register same component but at 2 different routes. That is possible as well. If I copy and paste that here, I want to register a new route which is only product here, and that will take me to product detail. But when we go to product detail here, route.params.product ID will not be there. So I can add a div with a if condition, and I can check if route.params.product ID is present, then we will display that. Else we will display no product ID found here, and perfect. If I save that, you can see that is working because in the URL I do not have any ID. But let me navigate to home page here, and then in the header we will have to register that route. That will be product. If I save that here and if I refresh, you will notice now if I go to product detail directly, it says no product ID found. But if I add that in the URL here, 123, then we have the product ID. So with that, same component can be registered on multiple routes, and you can work around the parameters if you have that requirement. Now there is one more thing that I want to show you. Whenever you are in the header here and you have to, make sure to add a / like this. That will make sure that it goes to the absolute route, else what will happen is, let me show you. Right now we are on product and product 123. If I go back here and if I click on product list here, you can see what happened. The URL here gets messed up because what happens is it will append that product list after the current URL, that is product. We do not want that. Even if you go to product detail here, you can see it appends product after the product. That is because we do not have a / here. That way it will append it on the current route. So make sure to add a / and then it will replace everything with whatever you have right here. If I save that here and if I refresh here, now if I go to product detail and if I write 123 here, we have that. But now if I navigate to product list, you can see the URL is populated and it removes the product and directly adds product list after localhost, and that is perfect. Now if you have more than one parameters, you can do that as well. Let me open that here. Well, not in index. Let me close that. Where is my routes? It is right here. In the routes here where we have product ID, let's say we want another value. that is category ID, and if I save that, now what will happen is if I go to product detail here, and if I add an ID, 123, you will notice that does not work. Because now it thinks that you are expecting two parameters. Let me scroll here, that way it's more visible. Perfect. Now the route here is expecting product ID and category ID, and you have only provided one thing, that is product ID. Let me add one more value for category ID, and now that works. If I go to product detail, I can even add category ID. Let me do a if else here for that. That looks good. Let me save that. And perfect, you can see that is working. But now what if we want this category ID to be optional? We can just add a question mark there, and that will work. If I remove that, now the page is loaded, we have the product ID. If I add a category ID here, that works as well. So with that, you are flexible with the parameters, and even if you have more than one parameters, you can easily achieve that. Now before I continue here, what I want is product list. This will be dynamic. If I click on product one, it should take me to product detail, and that should automatically populate product /1. Not 1, 2, 3, it should be 1. That is what it should do. Let me go to product list here, and let me add a script setup here. Within here, I will create a constant for product where I will have ID and name, and then rather than UL here, let me add a div where I will add v for product in products, and I will have a closing div. For each one of them, we will display product.name. If I save that here, perfect, we have the name, but we want to add a link to all of these names. For that again, we will use router link here. Let me cut that and wrap it around the name. And we need to provide a route. So we will say to, and we need to bind that to product, and let me add a / and then the ID of the product. When we have to concatenate string with some of the properties that we have down here, we will have to bind this, and then we need to add $. Let me add that. Perfect. And then here, wherever we need to add some dynamic things, we will say $, and in the curly bracket, we will say product.id. That way we can concatenate string with some dynamic properties using our bind here, and that should work. Let me click on product 1. Perfect. If I go back, product 2 and product 3. So perfect, that is working. Now if I go back to routes here, you can see in each route we have path and a component, but we can also provide name to our routes. Like the contact here, I can provide a property that is name here, and I can call that as contact. Did not work here because I have equal to, that will be colon. What we have done here is basically this route, we have given it a unique name of contact, and when we have to access that, we can now access a route using a name as well. What I mean by that is if we go to header here, and where we have the contact us, right here, in the to, we were passing the route here, but rather than that, we can pass an object here, and we can say name is contact. We will have to bind this here. Perfect. With that, if I save that, and if I go back to contact, you can see that is working. One good thing about adding a named route is, let's say in future you come here and you are like, hey, we need to update the URL here to contact us. You do not have to update anything else because you are using name and not the route. So if you update route, everything will still work exactly the same. You do not have to worry about anything here, and that is perfect. So that is another way you can route to any of the components. You can directly use the path, or you can give it a unique name, and then you can access the name. Let me show you one more example with the named routes here. We have the product detail. Let me give that a name here, and that will be product detail. Perfect. Let me add that. You can even set the props here to be true. That way you are explicitly telling that this particular route will have properties. But now we have given this a product details here. Let me copy that, and where we have header, well, not header, product list. You can see we were using the route here, but we can clean it up using the named route that we have provided. Inside here we will say we have a name of product details, and then we need to provide parameters. The parameters that we will provide here, that is product ID. Let me add that here, and we need to include all of this in a curly bracket. I forgot that. Perfect. With that, what happens is we have a param of product ID. If I save that, and if I navigate to product list, if I go there, we have the product ID. If you remember, we also have category ID here. So let me give that category ID, and that, let me pass 77. If I save that, and if I go back to product list, perfect, that is working. Now sometimes you might have a requirement in your project, like here, let's say we renamed this from contact to contact-us in the URL. So what if we want a redirect for if someone goes to the contact page? Like here, if I copy this, and if I navigate here, you will notice it will not work. In the view warning, it displays no match found. For that, we can add a redirect. We can say path. If someone goes to contact here, then we want to redirect them. And when we have redirect, we can use the named route here, and that is contact right here. With that, if I save that, and if someone goes to contact us, that works. But if someone navigates to contact, it automatically redirects them to contact us. Can be handy if you want to redirect someone to some other page, or you want to have two URLs for the same page. Next thing that I want to implement is the 404 not found. What if someone goes to a route that does not exist? For that, let me create two more components. In layout here, I will create a new file, and I will say not found.view. And let me create one more file here. I will call that no access.view. Let me create a template here, no access, you do not have access. And in not found, I will display page not found. The no access, we will use that later on. Right now we want to work on not found. Now for any route that is not registered, we want to display the not found here. For that we will add another route here. The path here will be specific. We will have to say / colon and then catch all. That will basically catch all the paths that are not in this particular routes array. And once we catch that, where do we want to go? We want to go to the component. Let me import that. Not found. And we will add that here. With that, if you save it, and now if you enter any incorrect route, you can see it will take you to the page not found. Next thing that I want to walk you through is, let's say we are on the home page of the application and we have a button. On click of that button, we want to redirect to some route, but I want to do that inside a function. Let me open home page for that, and I will work on that. In the script here, let me add the setup. Perfect. and here we will have to import use router. Then we will have to create a constant router using the use router, and let me create a function. I will call that function goToContact, and in order to navigate to that page, we have something called as router.push, and then we can write the name. Let me double check that is the correct name here, and let me add a button. I will add a click event, goToContact, and contact us. With that, if we click on the button here, perfect, it is able to navigate us, and that is working. But if you are not using named routes here, you can directly use the route as well, that is contact us here, and you can say router.push and directly push that to the route that is contact-us. If I save that here and refresh, perfect, that is functional. So it depends on how you have followed the convention. If you are using named route, you can use that. If you are using direct URL here, you can use that option as well, and both of them will work. Now let's say you want to implement a button to go back to the previous page you were on. How will you do that in Vue? Well, let me do that page inside the product list here. Let me add a button here, and there I will add a click event. In that event, we can directly access the router object that we have by using the $router sign, and there we have a method called as go. That go method expects a number here, and it depends on where you want to go. If you write -1, it will be a back button. If you write +1, it will basically be the forward button, provided there is any value there. So based on the integer, you can either go back or you can move forward. And also if you want to go 2 pages back, you can do -2 and so on. Let me show that in action. I have added back button in product list here. Now let me go to contact us, and after that if I navigate to product list here, and if I hit the back button, it should take me back to the contact page, and that works. It can be handy in some situation. It is not that much common, but if you ever need that requirement, you can easily access that using the go method on the router object. Now I want to introduce you to something called as navigation guards in Vue. As the name implies, they are guarding something, so they will act as a guardian on who can access or who cannot access a route. We can define specific rules, and we will write them inside the guards here, but for that, if you remember, I have added in the header here, scroll down, I added a link for login, but I did not add that component. Let me do that. I will create a new folder for authentication, and I will create new file. I will call that login.vue. There we will create a template. Right now I will only display login there, and that should be good. Now let me register that route in the routes here. The path will be login here, and component I will have to import that. Import login, and that will be the component. We can even give that a name of login here. That way we can use name component, or we can use the route. Then inside the header here, we will modify this to be a router link. Perfect. We will add the link here to, that will be login. If I save that, let me see if that is functional, and perfect, that works. Now when we talk about navigation guard, they can be global navigation guard or individual route guard. Global navigation guard we can add in routes.js. Before we export that, we have the router here. We will say router dot, and we have a method before each. Now in that method we have 3 parameters. We have to, from, and next. What to means is basically where we are going to, From means where we are coming from or where the request is coming from, what was the previous route, and next basically means that go ahead, everything is good. Whatever is the next route that is inside to, I want you to go to that route. If we add this particular logic here and we are logging to from as well as global before each, every time we change navigation, this will be invoked before the redirect happens. Let me save that and let me open the console window. And then let me navigate to contact us. You can see that is invoked here. And if you examine the route here, let me expand that. First we are logging to, so it displays that we are going to contact us, and where we are coming from, we are coming from the home page. Now if I go to product here, you will notice it says we are going to product list and we are coming from contact us. So that way it is tracking everything and we can use that for some validation. Now the next here, if you want, you can remove that because originally Vue intended to remove that, so they might remove that in future, but rather than next, you can directly return true or false. If it is true, then it will be able to navigate, but if you set that to be false, it will not route to the next URL. Let me show that. If I save this and if I make it true, you can see when I click, it navigates me. But if I make this false here, then none of the navigation in the website will work. Well, it is redirecting because I did not add a return statement before that. If I save that here, you can see nothing is loaded. Because every time it is returning false, that means it will display this global before each, and it will even display where to redirect. You can see it is contact us, but that component never loads because the before each is returning false. So this must return true, only then the navigation will work, and you can see now it is functional. If we try anything else, you can see that is working here, and perfect. That looks good. We can use the before each here to accomplish the login in our website. What I mean by that is, let's say if a user logs in successfully, then they can access all the pages. But if a user has not logged in, and if they try to access product or contact, then it should redirect them to log in. For that, what I will do is where I have path here, let me use named routes here, and I will give that a name of home, and then we have name of login. Now before each here, let's say we have a validation to check if a user is authenticated. If not, we will redirect to the login page. So let's say you have some third-party validation, or if you have access token, you can validate that. And after that, we will have a flag that will be is authenticated. Right now, I am setting that to be true, but basically you will check the access token here and see if that is valid or not. If that is valid, then you can denote that the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, then we want to check, are they trying to go to login? If not, we want to redirect them to login. In order to check that inside to, you noticed we had the route on where they want to go. Inside to here, we can check the name. If that is not login, then we will return them to login. Now we can check name here because we have given a named component, and because of that we can check that, or else you will have to check the route inside this to object. If you press F12 here, you can see in each object we have the name, or we have the href or full path. You can use any one of them. So here we are saying if the user is not authenticated and if they are not going to login, then we will redirect them to login to make sure they are authenticated. With that in place, if I save that here, and now if I try to access any of the pages here, well, you can see contact, it is able to go there because we have is authenticated as true. If the user is not authenticated and if I refresh here, they will always redirect me to login. If I click on contact us, you can see it stays on login here. If I click on home page, it stays on login. So that is working. Now we will not be implementing the actual login functionality here, but you get the idea of how you can use guard to redirect them to login or any other page if that is needed. Let's say if you want to add a condition that home page can be accessed by user even if they are not logged in here, then you can check here if to.name is equal to, and I believe it is home. Let me double check. Yep, that is correct here. So if that is home, then we can return true. And with that, a user will be able to navigate to the home page even if they are not authenticated. Let me show that here. And perfect, that is working. But if we try to go to contact us, it will redirect me back to login, and that works as expected. Now the method that we added here, this is called as global guard, but we also have per route guard. So the before each that we have here applies to all of the routes, but let's say there is this product list here where you want something special or you want to implement a custom logic. What we can do here is, let me give it a name of product list. That is not required, but I'm just adding that. But on top of that, we have something called as before enter here, and there we will have to and from, and we can log some things if we want. So here we can log before enter here, and let me change that before enter per route here. Perfect. With that, if you scroll down here, let me make authentication to be true here, and I will remove the logs here. Perfect. If I save that, and now if I go to home page, that is working. But if I go to product list, I will see two console logs, one from before enter per route and global before each. Let me show that. You can see it got incremented. Let me refresh and show again. If I come directly on this page, we have the global one that gets executed, and there we have before entry per route. So if you want to add the validation on each route, that is also possible. Now for the routing for product list, I want to make sure that only if a user is admin, then they can access that component. For that, I will have a constant here is admin, and I will set that to be true. And then we can add a condition, if is admin, only then we will return true here. Else we will return false here. Let me do that. So that way, only if this condition is true, which we can check with some other API or access token, then they will be able to access product list. If I navigate back to the home page, right now they will be able to access. That works. But if I set that to be false, if I click on product list here, you can see nothing happens. What you can also do is move all of this logic into a separate function here. Let me add that. I will add a function is admin, paste that here, and I will create a function is authenticated. There also we will have something similar where we will have the authenticated flag, and we will check whether that is true or not. This logic that we added here is somewhat similar to what we have here, so of course you will not implement both of them, it will be one of them, but I want to show you all the options. So with that, what we can do is, now we have these two methods, we can invoke those methods in before enter. What you can do is right here, let me delete that, and we will add is admin and is authenticated. That way it will check both of them, and both of them are true right now, while the is admin will return false, so it should not go there. Let me try that. Yep, product list is not working. Now if I make this true here and save that, and perfect, we have the product list. We can improve this here. If you remember, we added a no access. We can use that here. If there is a route that requires admin and it is not an admin, then we can return to a component of name. Well, I will have to import that. Import no access. and then name here will be no access. I will have to add double quotes here and save that. And now let me make this false again. If I save that, well, we did not register a route for that. Let me do that here. Will be no access. Name will be no access. And we do not have a redirect here. Let me remove that. What I want is component. That will be no access. If I save that here, and of course, you can see the error message. It says no match for name, no access, because this is case sensitive. We will have to use this name here, paste that here, and now it works. So that also points another difference, that name that you provide here are case sensitive. But with that, you can see how no access works. All the other pages are working as expected. In the current project, we have everything that is working, but you can see in the home here, we have an active class. And that is an active class because of Bootstrap. If I hover there, you can see we have active class, and I have added that in header here, right here. But what should happen is if we navigate to contact here, or if we go to login, then I want that link to be active. Like right now we are on the contact us here, and if you examine contact us, Vue router adds its own custom active class, that is router-link-active. That class will only be there on contact if you examine active. We do not have that, because right now we are on the contact component here, and that is the active class for the Vue router. Now because we are using Bootstrap, we want to use its active class. Or even if you want to use some other active class, you can tell Vue router that rather than using the router link active class, I want you to use some other class name for when something is active. We can do that configuration, but before that, let me remove this active class in header here, and now home does not look active. We will have to add that configuration in the routes here, where we have the array of routes. After that, we can add a link active class, and in Bootstrap the default class is active, but let's say you want to add something else here along with active. You want to make it btn primary. You can add whatever class you want. With that, if you save here, right now we are on the contact. You can see contact is getting the btn and btn primary. If I go to the full screen here, you will see that in action. If you log in, because we have some other style here, that is why it is not reflected. But here you can see the active in action. So that way, if you are using Bootstrap, or even if you want to change the default active class to some other class, you can easily do that using the configuration link active class. When we work in a production application, it is common to make some API request to fetch some data or update some data. In this particular section, we will explore how we can do that. Let me open a folder here, and I will create a new folder. I will call that API request. And then in the terminal here, I will create a Vue project, npm create Vue at latest here. I will give it a project name of API request demo here. I will select no for everything else. And perfect. Let me navigate to the folder. Then we have to do npm install. Let me do that. And then in order to make the API calls, we will be using Axios. You can use a standard fetch request, but Axios simplifies everything, and that is many times the recommended approach when you are working with Vue or even React or other front-end JavaScript libraries. So we will say npm install, and we will write Axios. Well, before I do that, let me check in all the changes. I will call that initial files and commit that. And perfect. We have that here. Let me do npm install Axios. And with that, we will have a new package. If you examine the package.json difference, we have Axios that got installed. Now that we have the npm install for Axios, we can run the application, but I also want to install one more package, that is JSON Server. The current version is in beta version, but that is okay. I do not anticipate any breaking changes when it goes from beta to the final version. What JSON Server will do is it will create a dummy database from local file that we will create, and I will explain everything to you. But right now, let me install the JSON server here. We have the npm I here. Copy and paste that. And perfect. Let me wait for that. With that installation complete, what we will do is we will say npm run dev to run the project. Perfect. That looks good. Now here we want to clean everything and start from ground zero. So what I will do here is where we have the src, delete all the components, delete all the assets as well. And then if we go to app.vue, we will clean it up. I want to remove all the script here, and in the template I will display hello world. And let me delete all the style here. Perfect. In the main.js, we do not want the CSS. Remove that. And I believe that looks good. Let me go back. We have the hello world. And we do not have any console errors. Let me organize this side by side here. Before we continue, let me go to Bootstrap. And let me get the CDN. I will add that in index here. The CSS. Let me copy the JavaScript and add that. Perfect. With that, we have added Bootstrap to our project, and now we have removed everything. Our application is pretty simple. We do not have anything in the main template, so we can start from ground zero. Now we want to make an API request, and to get started here, let me navigate to JSON placeholder, and there you can see it is a fake and reliable API for testing and prototyping, and it is powered by the same JSON server that we will be using later on. If you scroll down here, you can see there are endpoints here for to-dos. If I run the script here, you can see it will get me random data. If we scroll down here, we also have users, and that will retrieve 10 users. So what we can do is let me copy this URL, and there what I will do is I will say /users, and perfect. You can see it retrieves 10 records here, and it has some dummy data. Now we want to invoke this endpoint and retrieve the data from there and display it in our application. In the script here, we will add setup, and there we need to create a user object that will be reactive. And inside there, we will have users array, where we will store all the users that we retrieve. Let me go back here, and the user object looks good. We will have to import reactive. And after that, when do you think we should call that API and retrieve all the users? We have already seen the lifecycle methods that comes with Vue, and one of the most used lifecycle hook is onMounted. So that means when the component is mounted, then we want to go to Axios, retrieve all the users, and we want to display them. We will have to import that onMounted. And then here we will call onMounted. There we want to add arrow function, and we will have the call. In order to make the call, we will say axios.get. It is a get request. And then the parameter here is the URL. We can go back here, copy this, and I will add that in single quotes. Now what happens is once you call Axios get, it will wait and get that request. But what you want to do is after you get a response back, then you want to iterate through that response and populate the user's object. So here we have a method .then, and there we will get a response object back, and that will have all the data inside response.data. I will do console.log here, and then let me log response.data. If I save that and refresh here and examine the logs, perfect, you can see we have array of 10 object. So that means our get request is working as expected, and using Axios we were able to go to the endpoint, retrieve all the users, and we retrieved them in response.data. Now if you want here, you can store the obj user or the user object that you have. .user will be response.data, and then once you have that, we will go to template here. I will add a div, call the project as Requestopedia, and then within a div here we will have v4, and we can say user in user obj. We will display user email and username. We have those exact properties here. You can see we have name, we have email, we have phone number, username, website, and much more. So you can display everything that you want here, but I believe these two are looking great here. Well, let me add a p tag here, and let me do HR. Perfect. Let me add a line here, and great. We have all 10 users. With that, you can see how easy it was to use Axios to make an API call, and we were able to retrieve all the data, and that looks perfect. Now, if you wanted to use the traditional fetch to make the same request, that could also be done here. I will show you quickly what we will do. We will call the fetch endpoint, and there, let me copy the URL here. And on fetch, we also have then, and we will get a response back. When we get the response back here, we will have to convert that to JSON. So we will say response.json here. And once we convert that to JSON, then we have the data. So then here we will have an object that is data, which is filtered JSON. And that JSON we can use directly. If I do console log.data here, and if I remove this one, let me comment that here, and if I examine the log, you can see we again have the 10 records, and that works. Now because we have the data here, we can say user object.user equal to data, and that will bring back all the user. If you want, you can use the fetch here, but I will be using Axios in the course because it is more concise and developer friendly. And also it automatically parses JSON data, so we do not have to manually convert that. Like you can see in fetch, we had to do response.json. Now we have seen how to make API calls here using fetch and Axios, but I want to give you a better example for all the API requests. Let me go to JSON server here, open that, and this is what we will be using. Now what we have to do is we have to create a db.json file, and there whatever format that we have here, like if you have post, comments and profile, then you can have endpoints like this, and it will work right out of the box. If you post something, it will create new records here, and that will work. I do not want to work with this example, but basically you will have to create something in JSON format. Let me do that. What I will do is in API request demo, let me create a new folder for data, and in that folder, I will create a new file. I will call that db.json file. Then here we will have to use the JSON format, and let's say I want to create destination here, and that will have an array of objects. What each object will have is it will have an ID, it will have name, And let's say how many days you will require to travel that country. Let me add 7. And we will have a fun fact here. And let me add a price for the trip. Let's say it is $1,000. That looks good for the first one. Let me create few more here. They are suggested by my GitHub Copilot. Let me go with that. With that in place, now we have 4 records in our destination table that is there inside the db.json. But our server is not up and running right now. To do that, what we will have to do is we will have to open a new terminal window. I will open new terminal, the other terminal window that we have here, that is running our application. But in the new terminal window, we need to run our JSON server. And we need to tell our JSON server that the database or the DB file that you will use, that is db.json, and it is inside data folder. The current path is API request. So inside there we have this API request demo, and there we have JSON server. So we will navigate here to API request demo, and now inside the API request demo, we have the data folder. So here, in order to run our JSON server, we will type JSON-server, add a space, -- watch here, and then we have to give it the route for the file that it has to watch. So in double quotes here, we will say data folder, and inside there we have db.json file. Press enter here, it will run the server, and perfect. You can see it has given a local URL here with destination. That is what we have here. And if you navigate to that link, perfect. You can see it is making a GET request and it is getting all the destination. So our JSON server is live and it is up and running. Let me hide that here. And now we will work on making all the API calls to our JSON server. In app.vue here, we will remove the fetch and I will bring back the Axios that I had. We have a different endpoint to get all the destination. This will be destination obj now. Perfect. And inside there we will have destination list here. And what is the endpoint? If I open the terminal window again, not new terminal, but the other one, we have the destination URL here. Let me copy and paste that here. Perfect. With that, we will get all the destination. We will store that in destination obj.destination list. That is perfect. We will iterate here. Let me replace that. We will say destination here, and it will be destination.id. We have that, yep. I will use that for the key name that is valid here. And well, rather than displaying a div here, let me update the look and feel little bit here. I will add div, give it a class of container, and padding 4. Within that div, I will add another div, and add an h1, give it a class of text success, and text center, call that Travelopedia. I will add the horizontal line here, and then let me create a table here with some bootstrap classes of table, table stripe, and table light. Within there we will have thead, and then we will have tr. In the table row, we will add th for name, copy that, we have days, and we have price. Then we need a tbody here, where we will have all the values. We will create a tr with v4 here, and in destination.obj, we will display destination name, days, and price. The tr here, let me give it a class of table light here. Let me remove this here, and if I save that, let me go back here to the website and rearrange, and perfect. You can see we have Travelopedia here. Let me delete this, and that is working. We can see all the 4 destinations that we have in our db.json, and that is great. So with that, we are retrieving all the destination from our JSON server using Axios. Now it is not a good practice to have everything inside onMounted. So what is best is we can move this particular call here to a function, call that load destination, and I will add that. And in the onMounted, we will call load destination. And if I save that, everything is work exactly the same. But now we have a more organized way where we have all the endpoints in a different function. And on the onMounted or any other methods or hooks, we directly call that function. That way onMounted does not have too much code and it looks more organized and easily readable. Now we want to add a loader while the Axios is getting the request, because sometimes when you have API calls, it might take a few seconds. For that I will be using cssloaders.github. We have quite a few loaders here. Let me go with the basic one here, and I will copy the CSS. We will add that in the main here. I will add style. Make sure that you add scoped here because we only want this loader on this particular component. I will paste what we copied here, and if I go back, let me copy the HTML. Let me display that right here. I believe it is being displayed. Let me add a div. Give it a class of bg_black, and perfect. You can see it is being displayed. We selected a white loader, so it was not visible. What I can do is in index here where we have the main app here. I will add a bootstrap class for bg_black and vertical height 100. Perfect. That looks good. Let me close this one. And we do not need this bg_black right now. This will work where we have the container. I can make this bg_white. And perfect. That works. Now I want to add a boolean flag that will track when we are getting the request. Right here in the destination list itself, we can add a flag where we will say is loading and set that to be true. Then where we have the function load destination, we can say destination obj.isLoading is true. Well, here let me make it false by default. So when we are loading that, we will set that to be true. And after we get the data, we will set that to be false. After that, where we are displaying the loader, we will add a if there, and we will say if destination.isLoading, only then we want to display loader, and there are some bootstrap classes. If I save that here, the loader is not getting displayed even when I refresh here, and that is because I think we will need some kind of delay to see that loader in action. For that, let me scroll down where we are loading the destination. Let me add a promise. For that, if we scroll down here where we have the load destination, in Axios when we return a response back, let me create a promise here where we will resolve it and we will add a timeout for 2 seconds. We will add an arrow function and there we will call setTimeout. That is the JavaScript function, and there we need to pass the resolve and we will add timeout for 2 seconds. Now on the promise we will also have a method .then. Using that we will add all the code. That way the code will be executed after the timeout has passed. Let me fix the bracket here. And perfect, that looks good. Now the promise that we have created here, this is nothing new. It is basic JavaScript, so I will not go into much details. And this looks good. Let me save that. And now you can see it is loading after 2 seconds. If I refresh here, you can see there is a delay and then it is populated. But now if you notice here and if I refresh here, we see Travelopedia and then we get the data. I believe that is because let me scroll down where we are toggling the Boolean condition. Well, we will have to do this inside the promise here, or else it will get executed and then it will asynchronously wait for the execution. But if I move it inside here and if I refresh, perfect, we have the loader and then the data comes up. That is perfect. Let me add that for 1 second and that is great. I can scroll up here where we have the VIF. I can add padding 4 and let me see that. Perfect. That looks much better. Now it will make more sense if we isolate the loader in its own component and we register that as a global component, because if you think about that, that might be useful in almost all the pages where we will have some loading, we will display the loader. In the SRC, I will create a new folder for components, and inside there I will create a new file for loader.vue, and we will have template there. We will also have style there. It will be scoped, and let me add that. And I will copy everything from app here. We have the span, paste that here. And if I scroll down here, we have the scoped style, cut that, and I will add that. Perfect. Now I want to register that as a global component. I will go to main.js here. Let me import loader. And I like to separate it out here, constant app.component, and then we will add app.mount here. That is perfect. With that, if I save it here, let me make sure, well, where we have the div, we will have to include loader. And if I save that and refresh, now it works. But with that, we have separated our loader into its own component. In order to get started with Pinia, let me open a folder here, desktop, and create a folder. I will call that Pinia demo. Perfect. Now here we need to create a Vue project. Now here we will run the command npm create Vue at latest to create our project. We will give our project name Pinia demo and package name, that's okay. No to TypeScript, no to JSX support. Then where we have Vue router, we will do yes there because we want to add multiple routes and we want to see how state management happens between multiple pages or component. We will say yes for the Pinia state management here and no for the unit testing or ESLint. Perfect. Now we will navigate to Pinia demo and run the command npm install. Perfect, the installation is done here. Next I want to run the command npm run dev to run the project. Let me assign that side by side here. Perfect. And now before we continue, let me do some cleanup because I want to start from scratch. For that we will delete all the components. We do not want that. And we have a store. I will delete that as well. Perfect. Views, I will delete that. And we have the main router here. I will leave that. Assets, I will delete that as well. Perfect. Now in main.js, we do not want the CSS. Let me remove everything related to Pinia here. We will start from ground zero. The only thing I have left there is the router, and that is okay. Where we have the app.vue here, let me remove the nav link. I do not want that. And I will display hello world right now. No image here. The router view, that is okay. Let me leave that here. We do not have the component. Let me delete that. Perfect. Everything is empty here. Let me remove all the styles here. that is not needed. Perfect. Let me press F12 here. We have an error here with the home view, and I believe that is because of the router here. But we need to create two components to basically display or toggle some things. What I will do is I will create in the src folder a folder for components here, and inside there I will add a new file. I will call that home.view. That will be the home page, and the new file will be info.view. Let me add a template here. I will display info, and in the home right now I will display home. Perfect. Now I will configure the routes here in router index.js. I will import home here, and let me import info. The default one here will be home. That is perfect. The component, perfect. Next we will have info. Name will be info, and component will be info. If I save that here, perfect, we have hello world and home, and that is because right here in the header we have hello world, and then we have the router view. In the next video, let me add Bootstrap, and let me add a navigation for our header. I want to add Bootstrap in the project before we move forward, so we will go to getbootstrap.com. The version I'm using is 5.3. Let me copy the link, and I will add that in index here. Let me paste that, and I will also copy the JavaScript here. Perfect. Whoops, I added that here. Let me add it right here, and perfect. With that, we have added Bootstrap in the project, but if you remember, we have the light and dark theme. Let me use the dark theme, and for that we will go to index where we have the body. We will add property data.ps theme. That will be dark. If I save that here, perfect, that looks good. Before we continue here, let me go to the main component here, that is app, and there I will add a div. Give it a class of text center, padding top 3, green color will be text success, and age 3. We will give it a heading of Countopedia. Let me add a new line here. After that I will add a div, give it a class of row, and there I want to add 2 buttons. We will basically add a router link to navigate to different components that we have, which is home and info. So here I will add a div, give it a class of column4, offset that by 1 here, and in there I will add route will be for home page, and then let me add some classes here, form control, make it a badge, rounded pill, and text bg warning with padding 4. Within the router link we will display home, and if I save that, and I have zoomed in, let me zoom out, that is great. Let me copy this again here, paste it one more time. That will be info. When we have info here, we will have to change the route, and if we click on that, perfect, you can see the navigation is working as expected. Now we want to see Pinia in action, but for that we will have to add Pinia to our project. Now I know initially when we created the project I said yes to Pinia, but then I deleted everything because I wanted to start fresh and show you how we can add that in your main.js. In order to add Pinia in our project here, we will write import, and then we will import create Pinia from Pinia. We did not have to install a separate package for Pinia because we selected that, but if I examine package.json, you can see we have that dependency right here. So it is automatically installed because we selected yes when we created the project, but we will have to add that to our main.js. Once you add that here, where you have application where it is adding the router here, we will also have to add app.use, and there you can directly call the create Pinia, or you can have a constant here. I will call that Pinia, where we will create an instance of create Pinia, and then on the app here we will say app.use, and we want to add Pinia. That way we have configured our application to use Pinia. Now this is the basic configuration that is needed. But once you have this configuration, now you can create something called as stores in Pinia, where you will manage all the data, and that is where you will have all the state for your application. We have added Pinia in our application, and we have configured our app to use that. Next, we need to create a store where we will have all the data. Typical convention is to create a folder, and I will call that store, where we will create all the stores for our application. Now there can be multiple Pinia stores in an application. So it is a recommended approach to name your store according to the component that you are building or what data will that store possess. This particular store will have information about a game that we will be building, so I will call that GameStore.js. If it was on a product, you would have called it ProductStore.js. If it was on an order, you could have called it accordingly. Now inside the store here, we first have to import a method, define store from Pinia. Using that method, we will define a store that will be used in the application. We have to export that constant, so we will say export constant, and we will give it a name of use game store. On here we will call the method define store, and there we will have an object. One thing that I would like to point out is when you are using the naming convention here and you export that, the name here will always start with use and then whatever you want to call your store here, and it will end in store. And then when we call the method define store, it expects two things. One is an object on what you want in that store, but before that we will have to give the store a unique ID or a unique name. Let me call this one as game store, and then what we want in the store goes into the object. One of the most basic thing that goes in a store is state, and that is where you will have the data for this particular store that you have created. We will also add more things in the store as we progress with the video, but this is where we start, and here we will write inside state what is the multiple data or objects that we want to track in this particular store. Right now we are building a counter game application. So here what we will do is we will have a round bracket, and in the object here we will have a variable, score will be 0 by default, and then we have max health. I will set that to be 100. Then maximum attack can be of 30 points, and maximum defense can be 10 points. With that we have created a store with the name of game store, or that is the ID that we will use to access this particular store, and that store has a state which has 4 properties. Now that we have a store that can be shared across all the components in our application, before we do that, let me go to the app component, and where we have the home page, let me do some designing. That is in home.vue. Perfect. So right here, let me add a div, and I will give it a class of text center here. Close that. Within that div, I will add a p tag, and let me write let's play the game. Then if you remember, in our store we have two things. We have the score, and then we will have max health. If they reach max health here, they will win the game. So here let me display that in an h2, give it a class of text primary, and padding bottom 3. We will display current score, and I will add a span here, give it a class of text primary again, padding bottom 3, we will display maximum score. Let me save that here, and perfect, that is good. Let me add a line here, and I will add a div, give it a class of row, and there we will have buttons to play the game. So right here we will add 2 buttons, but I will add that inside div, class of column 2, and offset 3. Let me add a button. Class will be form control here, btn success for the green color, and padding 5. I will call it increment here, and let me save that. Well, the design is looking a bit off here. Let me make it offset of 1 and column 4. And column 5 here, and padding 4. Perfect, that looks good here. Let me copy and paste that here. We will have decrement, and that will be danger. Save that here. Well, I will remove the offset. Perfect. After that, I will add one more button. That will be random here, and it will be column 6, offset by 3. I will add padding top of 2, and let me make it warning. Perfect. With that, we have a basic template for the home page here, but now we want to use our store to display the current score and max counter. Now we want to display the current score and maximum score based on what we have in our state right here. For that, we will have to import this particular store in our component. When we have to import a store in our component, we do not import them using the ID that we give to our store. We import that using the export name that we have given here, that is the use game store. So if I go to the home.vue here, let me add script, add setup there, and there we will import. Let me copy the name to avoid any spelling mistake. Use game store from, and we have the store, and then game store. Once we import that, then we will create a constant here, call that game store, and there we will create an instance of the use game store. Now once this is accessible here, we can display the current score, and we can use directly as if the store properties are available in this particular component using the constant game store. So here we can say game store dot, and what is the property name? We have score. Let me add that. And here for the max health, we will say game store dot, and we have max health. If I save that here, error here, something is not right, and the folder name is store, not stores. Save that, and perfect. Now if I press F12, you will see a different error message here, and you can see cannot read properties of undefined score. The reason is if you examine the case, that is different. Vue is case sensitive with that, so we need to make sure that it matches. And let me save that. Perfect. We should not see any error message, and we see a console log, game store was installed. So that is great. We have the current score and we have the max score here. If I update this to be 50, and if I refresh that, perfect. So with that, you can see how easy it was to get started with a store and how to easily consume that store or use the properties of that store in any component. Now what if we want to update the values that are stored inside the Pinia store? In the home here, we have accessed our store here, and we can create function to directly toggle properties. Like we have the increment, decrement, and random. Let me create function for that. I will call it increment here, where we want to access the game store.score and increment that randomly. I will say game store.score. We can directly access that. We do not need any dot value or anything like that. and I will say plus equal to math.floor, and I will do math.random into 30 plus 1. Perfect. That way it will get a random value from 1 to 30 and it will increment that. Let me copy and paste decrement here. Let me get a value between 1 and 10. Finally, we have a random. Where we want to be random, it can either increment or decrement. I will say math.random. If that is greater than 0.5, then we will call increment, else we will call decrement. We can call all of these methods in our buttons here. Let me add a click event. And here we will call random. Next, let me copy that. We have decrement and we have increment. Let me use that. And perfect. That should be good. With that, if I call increment here, you can see the score increases, and that is perfect. If I call decrement, it is not decrementing, it is increasing because we need minus equal to. Let me save and refresh that. And now if I call decrement here, perfect. If I call increment, that is working. Let me try random here. That called the increment. Let me try again, and it decreases. So our random is also working here, and with that our buttons are functional now, and we are basically updating the state that is there in our game store. In Pinia, if we want to get values, we can also implement something called as getters, and getters are similar to computed properties for the state of a store. Let me walk you through an example of that here. I will go back to the game store, and here inside our store, after the state, we can implement something called as getters. As the name implies here, getters are useful to retrieve or fetch some value. So they will always return something. Let me add a getter here to get the current score, and that will return this dot score. When we are inside getter here and we want to access something in the state, we need to use this keyword. But with that, it will retrieve the current score. And now if I go to home here, where we have the score, rather than that, we can directly use our getter and paste that. Now when we are using getter, we do not have to add the function here. If you do that, you will notice it does not work and you will have a console error. Getters are directly accessible like a variable without the round bracket, and that did not work. Let me see here. I had to refresh that, and that works. Then what we can do is if I scroll down, the method for increment or decrement or attack or defense, let's say that is not dependent on this particular component, but it depends on the store. Like if you have other component where you want to implement same logic, then you will have to copy this and paste it again there. Rather than that, you can move this logic inside the store itself. In getter here, we can say get next attack here. Inside there, I will do console.log here. Let me log the attack here. And here, let me add a variable attack is equal to math.floor.random. We will multiply that by the maximum attack that we have here. And let me increment that by 1. I will log that attack here. Let me remove this one. And then we will return attack. That will give us the value for next attack. I will have to copy that to add another getter for next defense here. There we will have the max defense here. And I will log that here. Perfect. The variable name, let me modify that to be defense. And perfect. And perfect. That is great. If I go back to my home here, now in the increment or decrement where we have plus equal to, we will do that by game store. dot, and we have get next attack. We have game store dot and get next defense. Let me copy that to avoid any spelling mistake. And that looks good. Now with that, I will show you one problem. Let me refresh the application and examine the logs here. And let me increment. Perfect, we have an attack of 19. Let me decrement. We have a defense of 2. But if I hit increment again, you will notice it does not log, but it is incrementing the value. If you decrement here, you will notice every time it will decrement with whatever value we have logged here. Since we have defense of 2, when we decrement, it always decrements by 2. The reason behind that is getters are cached by default. If you notice here, it is dependent on max attack and max defense, and that is not getting updated, so it does not feel that it has to recalculate something. It gives the last calculated value because it is cached in memory. So that will not work in our situation, because now if we increment or decrement, it is always incrementing or decrementing with the cached value. Now we can see that getters are cached because the value of the store that is being tracked is not updated. Now one hacky way to work around with this is, rather than get next attack, we can call that set next attack and set next defense. And then what we can do here is, when we are returning, we can access our this.score, increment the attack, and here we will say this.score and decrement the defense. Then if we go to app.view, we will not do minus equal to or plus equal to, we will directly assign that. This will be set. Perfect. With that, if I save and if I refresh here, and if I do decrement, the defense first time it decrements by 8, but if I click again, you can see it is called. So that is functional along with increment, and it is working. Now one disadvantage that we have here is, if I go to game store here, and if I directly want to update the score, I can directly do that. But even if I do that, I have to return something back here, or else getters will not work. So getters should be used when you want to return something or get some data. But if that is not the case, and if you just want to update some data, then we have actions in Pinia. Similar to the getters here, I can add a comma here, and then we have actions. In actions, we can cut both of these endpoints here and paste that here, and rather than returning, we can say this.score plus equal to attack and this.score minus equal to defense. With that, we do not have to return anything here. But now how will we use the actions here in our component? Actions are basically function here, so we will invoke that like a function, and that should be it. Perfect. We do not have to do anything else here. If I save that and if I refresh here, we have increment. We have an error here where it says the set next attack is not a function. Let me go back, and of course it will be actions here and not action. If you make a spelling mistake, things will not work. If I try increment again, perfect. It attacks by 23 and updates the score. If I do that again, it is functional. If I do decrement here, perfect. That is also working. Let me refresh here and do random. We have a defense. Next we have an attack, and that is perfect. We are getting the random attack or defense here, and everything is looking great with actions. To summarize again, getters are basically computed props in a component, and purpose is to return a computed value based on the store's current state. And actions are similar to methods in your component or function, but their main purpose is to mutate the store's data instead of a component's local data. Now let me add the logic here that if your score reaches 100, you won the game. In the home here, if I go up where we have the max score, let me add a span here, give it class of text success and padding bottom 3, h3. Here we will display you won, but that will be displayed on the if condition if game store dot get score is greater than 100. Where we are displaying all the buttons here, let me add the same if condition. It will be opposite here, less than 100, and this will be greater than equal to. Perfect. Now I will add a v-else here, div v-else. In the else condition, I want to add a button to reset the game here, and there we need to add something in the store to make sure that we update that to 0. Now we can directly do that as well here. We already have access to this particular property, that is score, and we can make that 0. Or what we can do is here we can add something called as reset score, and that will update the score to be 50 again. If I go back here, let me invoke that. I will add a click event. On the click here we have game store, and there we have added a getter here. Let me call that. Now if you call that and if I refresh here, and now if I increment, perfect. We can see you won here when it became 108, and then if I click reset game, everything is working as expected. But if you take a look at what you have done is you have added a getter here that is updating a value. Now even though you can do that, I do not like to go with this route because getters are simple. They should be returning some data and they should be used to fetch some data. We are not doing that here, so why not we add that in the action here. Let me do that, reset score, and then right here where we have this, we will invoke the function. If you save that here and try it again, that works as well. But this is more meaningful because now you have isolated the responsibility of getters to fetch some data, and actions will be there to update some data. And that is one of the best practices that you should follow along as well. Now in the home here, let's say if the score decreases below 0, then we can display you lost. So here, let me add a span. And I will say if score is less than 0, we will display you lost here. Perfect. That is great. And in the if here, we will have to add an AND condition. Well, it will be an OR condition. Or game store.score is less than 0. If I save that and if I do decrement here. And perfect, we have the you lost here, but the buttons are being displayed. Well, this will be an AND condition, and the score needs to be greater than 0. So if it is between 0 and 100, only then we will display the buttons. If I save that, perfect, we have reset game here. If I decrement again, and perfect, that is working. If you notice, we have two components here, home and info. And when we are using the state here, we are using that in the home component, but we can share the state across component, and that is the power of Pinia. In order to see that, let me go to the info tab here, open that, and in the template, I will add some information here. This is an info page. I can add some dummy text there, that this is a simple game where you can increment, decrement, or randomize the score. The score starts at 50 and you can win by reaching 100. Now the 100 that we have here, that is the max health that is there in the game store. We can retrieve that and then we can display that as well. Let me add a getter for that. I will call that get winning score here. And there we will just return this dot max health. Perfect. Now if we want to access that in this component, we will have to use script here. Let me add the setup keyword, and there we will have to import use game store from the location. Then we need to create a constant for game store and create an instance of the use game store. Now we can access the Pinia store in this component as well. What I will do is right here I will display game store dot what is the getter, get winning score, save that here. We do not see that here. Let me refresh, and that is working. Now let's say I want to add an input tag here where I will dynamically toggle the get winning score. You cannot change the getter here if you try that, and if you try to toggle that, you will see it does not work. In the console we will see the exception that set is not defined, and that does not work. When we have to toggle here, we will have to toggle the state, that is score. Let me do that. And now if I refresh here, well, it will not be score, it will be max health. Whoops. Max health, save that. Perfect. Now if I make it 1000 here, it updates. But the main thing here is if you go to home, that is updated here as well. If you go to info and make it 150, you can see across components, the Pinia store is shared across the component, and now we have 150. If I increment that, things will still not work because right here we have hard-coded the values. I will have to update that to be GameStore.maxHealth. Let me do that. Perfect, I believe it should work now. If I refresh here, update this to be 120. Let me increment here. Great, on 115 we did not win, but if I do increment again, we won that because the maximum score is 120. So with that you can see if you add a new component or if you have a grandchild component, you do not have to use inject or provide or anything like that. You can directly create a Pinia store and add that on the component where you want to consume the data. Our application is coming along great here and everything is functional in our Pinia store. But one thing that I want to modify here is the style that we have of our Pinia store. In Vue we have two types of styling. We have Composition API and we have Options API. The style that we are using right now resembles close to the Options API, but Composition API is what we have used throughout the course, and that is the go-to standard moving forward as well, because it is more organized and you do not have to define action, getters or state. So how can we convert this particular store here to Composition API? Well, that is super simple. Where we have the game store here, this will be an arrow function, and there we will not have state. We will have all the constant. So this will be const here. Let me copy and paste that for all of them here. And we will have to initialize them. So that will be ref. I will have to import that as well. Import. We will import ref and computed properties. Let me add a comma from Vue. Perfect. Now let me define the state here. We will have score. That is good. Max health will be a ref of 100. Then we have a max attack. That will be ref of 30 here. And max defense will be a ref of 10. Then we have the getters here, and getters will be computed property. Let me remove the getters, we do not need to define that here, and directly we will add computed properties. That will be a constant get store, and we will make this a computed property is equal to, we have computed, and then we will have a round bracket here, function, and how do we want to calculate that? We want to return the score.value. Let me return that. And we will not have to use this keyword that we were using before. That is great for the computed property. Let me copy that for the get winning score here. Add that here. And here we will return max health dot value. Perfect. So our state and our getters are looking great. It will not be a comma here, it will be semicolon. Let me update and save that. Then finally, where we have the action, I will convert them to be an arrow function. Perfect. Let me make that change here. And we have the reset score. And perfect. That is great. Now one thing that we will have to modify here is after we have the reset score here, all of this will be semicolon here, and then we will have to return all of these back. Similar to what we do in other JavaScript functions, we will have to return them, and only then they will be accessible outside of our game store. If you do not return them, then they will not be accessible. We will have score, max health, max attack, max defense. Then we have the get score, get winning score, and we have the action, that is the set next attack. We have one for the defense, and we have reset score. In the reset score, we will not need this dot score, it will be score dot value. Wherever we have this dot score, let me replace that with score dot value. And where we have this dot max attack, we will not require this keyword anymore. It will be dot value here, and perfect. Now here it will not be a comma, this will be a semicolon. Let me make sure. That looks good here, and I do not need this. I will remove that one, and perfect. This is looking great. With that, you can see how easily we were able to transition from option API style in our Pinia store to composition API, and this is the preferred approach because now everything is much cleaner. If you want to explicitly define that this is a state, you can do that. These are getters, and what we have here are action. If you save that, and if I navigate back to the application, increment is working, decrement is working, and the alert goes away pretty spontaneously. There we go, we have the reset, and if I do random, go to info, we have winning score of 1000. If I go back, now it is 1000. So everything is working as expected. All we did is we updated the styling from option API to composition API in Pinia store.